Yeah.
But did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it the place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa. You from Africa. You African booty scratcher. I'm
always reaching. We make niggas disappear like that triangle out Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Deal? Well, you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them Sooners.
If I say to you, Columbus discovered America in 1492, if I was your teacher, you said, no, Columbus didn't discover America in 1492. There were Indians here. I tell you, you flunked the course.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Getting it from the other side of the border for a price that is reasonable. I'm leaving no evidence when they rush my residence. Plus the drugs and the damn presidents. I'm not hesitant to commit gang-like tactics. Got a room specially wrapped in plastic for saran. I'm for rigging like I was a Nicaraguan. I'm a contraband in 50 states in 2 countries. Steady spending my hustle from Monday to Sunday. Gotta keep the money coming in or it's curtains. Hurting the competition, leaving them in a furry. Smartest bitch enjoy the match. Chest of hurt in the hard top. You know the marks black. But I'ma continue to mix my ass with our pot. And you can't get over on me if I was high or not. I'ma watch you niggas riding the street, man. Like Peter Thief, I keep my heat, man. You gon' continue to hold a grudge like the prosecutor and the judge. I push fudge and my family only got it, so I trust and bust 50 at those who wanna try to cross us. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no comprinting. A personal black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no comprinting. A personal black Mexican. They don't really understand. Label me a contraband. Ever since birthdays, I put my hands in control substance. Hustle to advance, but not to lack. Trying to earn me a platinum plaque. Smoking Vegas back to back. I'm in no. Carrying fully automatics attached to extendos. Never giving up info. Good know my credentials. Living in residential, sack provide only the bare essentials. Running off at the dentals that had you in ballistics in my section. Slip in and out without detection, but still got a question. Cops was on me 2 years in a new identity, the witch protection. I told that neglected. The fact that I'm a victim of the ghetto. Where I'm from, we don't tell it. We sell the shit with heavy metal. Put my foot to the pedal when the HBD is right behind me. Richard Rare, Carlos Rashi Robbie. All in the niggas' face. Everywhere we go, we bring the pain. I just heard a word that my older cousin pulled chain. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no comprinting. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no comprinting. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no comprinting. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering.
what life's about. What's up, baby? I can't realize why you put my love in doubt. I can't call it. 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 One look in your eye, one kiss on the lip. We were together for a while, now your love I miss. You promised me love to be forever mine. You said you'd never love another anytime. Just one look was all it took. From head to toe, Freddie Pete was hooked. Your eyes and smile, everything was proper. Young, tender, a straight showstopper. All in my house, all over the floor, giving everything.
And you do know what I'm talking about. And you do know what I'm talking about. Never did like school.
You know a young nigga never liked school. Learning all about white folks that ain't cool. I remember this clear as a bed. Telling my third grade teacher, bitch, go to hell. She's about to make a young nigga square dance. Look, bitch, I'm black, so it don't stand a chance. So what the fuck do you expect? A young black child goes to white folks to get checked and educated by a system that disses us. And while we're learning about white folks, we're missing us. You wonder why a young brother says fuck school? Because the shit is racist. The shit ain't cool. You motherfuckers wanna know why brothers ain't going to your white ass school? Fuck going to school learning about George Washington and brothers being slaves. Fuck y'all. For a black man to have it going on, he needs to quit begging a white man and get his own. Cause the shit you know it never change.
Begging a white man to be in this movie.
Now that's the thing. We need to make our own movies like do the right thing. Black made, black brother, that's a black thing. And for you motherfuckers who don't want to face it, I got a 9 for your ass, so fuck you, race.
Down, man, hold it, man. You need to think on something. Wait a minute. You motherfuckers want to say young black brothers is criminals and fucking up your good American society? Fuck you, motherfuckers. You the motherfuckers that's bringing over boatloads of dope from Colombia, dropping bombs on countries and shit, and then you want to turn around and say, we fucking up society. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Fuck y'all.
But did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher.
Apologize. But shout out to the motherfucking people. Power to the people like Smoke. What it do? Yo, man. This shit crazy, man. Yo, this shit crazy, man. YouTube took a nigga video down nigga did last night. Nigga talking about some nudity. That's the second time. I don't know what's going on. So the first time, I think that I did my little, as far as like my mic had came out in the beginning, and it kind of like threw off the whole little translating thing. I don't know if that was the reason, you know what I'm saying, why the words was cut out or whatever. Whenever I did it the first time, I come through, did the Martin thing last night. Man, these niggas took it off. Nigga talking about some nudity. And they talking about that it was in the beginning with the pictures, some pictures that I've been showing. I say, damn, somebody either reported my shit on some buster ass shit, or these niggas really looking at my shit. Making sure my shit don't get out. I did the little appeal thing. Hopefully, I'm able to get that back. Because I thought that was a good little build last night. You know what I'm saying? On Lope Martin. And it's like I said, the reason that I had did that video, is for one, he was one of the first men. He was the first man to come from Asia to America as far as make that trip, as far as making that round trip. And as far as just opening up their eyes like that, you know what I'm saying? So they can you know what I'm saying, had that confidence to be able to move like that. And he was a black man, you know what I'm saying? But also why I brought it into the game is because to me, that's just showing me more dealing with the black people that they was bringing over. They talking about, yeah, we was bringing over all these blacks niggas coming from Europe. To me, these are the type of niggas that they bringing over. Because, and I thought I was going to be able to do a little reaction to that little debate they had last night with Sachi and Lucky, but I wasn't able to, you know what I'm saying, finish it up because, you know what I'm saying, I started on my live and shit, trying to get my shit out the way. And I was going to follow back on that because that was a good little old get down they was doing. Soul Brother, Great Lakes, Midwest American, what it do, Soul Brother, like no other. Yeah, I thought they was having a, yeah, man. Hopefully they don't strike me out the game. I already got one strike on some old goofy stuff, just some like third party stuff, looking at some other stuff, just kind of webs, YouTube surfing. Hopefully they don't get me out the game on some old goofy stuff like that. But if so, you know, need to strike up another channel. Just strike up another channel. It's all good. But I do like my little content and shit that I got over here that I done put together. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to keep my shit if I can, but I'm trying to figure out how to stay on the lines and wiggle. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the reason I was bringing them up because to me, I'm trying to see who was the slave in the 1500s. And that was a great thing that Sashi brought up yesterday because I ain't know nothing about that dude. I'm going to have to dig a little bit more into that dude that Sashi brought up last night. Because it looked like he had Lucky backpedaling. He really couldn't. Yeah, he was just trying to say, well, it say African on the paper. It say African. Yeah, it say that, but nigga, that don't what it mean. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they just saying a whole bunch of shit, but that don't mean that's what it mean. And I'm riding with Sachi with that, nigga. You got to be able to prove, nigga, that his people, his mama or his daddy is an African, nigga. And they said he was born in 1506. That was a cold angle right there, Sashi. That was a cold angle right there. That's what niggas got to build on. But just like I was saying, I'm trying to figure out who was really the slave in the 1500s if they bringing over all Latinos like Martin, just doing what he want to do, mobbing. It seemed like he was tapped in with the king and them. That's what it seemed like to me. The way they was handling, they wasn't handling them like other African descents, former enslaved. They was handling him like he was, you know what I'm saying, one of them guys. Like, we just can't, you know what I'm saying? We gotta plot and scheme to get him out the way instead of just running up on him. Hey, you a nigga, hey, we finna get you up out of here. You doing too much. Said he was treacherous. He was a G. He was a G. And I'm like, damn, was it a lot of niggas like that moving back then? Was it a lot of niggas like that moving back then? And what made that nigga the difference from the other niggas that was the chattel to where they couldn't get out of slavery? And my thing is, it was the black people that was already heard that they saying that died out by the millions, that measles or smallpox or whatever that shit they talking about. You know what I'm saying? All that finding niggas in Panama, all that shipwrecks, Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia. That's the reason why black people over there, because these niggas ain't got out of ship that shipwreck, but they so-called at the bottom of the boat, chained up. I showed the goofy ass video. In the Abraham Lincoln movie. Milestone thoughts hit the mall, everything he bought. Milestone, you up in Minnesota, huh, man? Hopefully that the Thunder get this win. We gonna get at the Timberwolves. The Thunder gonna get at the Timberwolves and we can get past Denver. These niggas got us depending on some Canada niggas. Nigga, I'm like, nigga, this nigga Shay Gilchrist, nigga, finna get it done, boy. That nigga bring the ship to the town. Oh my God, it's going down. But yeah, though, we gonna come up there to Minnesota and come get at y'all, man. Our thoughts, man. Y'all got a young, cold nigga up there, man. And man, cold. Y'all got a nice little squad up there. I think we kind of young. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it, but it's thunder up on mine though. Yeah. But back to the get down. Yeah, who was really the slave? Who was really the slave in the 1500s? That was those black people that they put the term on. I'm saying it was the black Indians that was already here, because when I go back to the picture, the first picture that I ever brought up, and it's not a coincidence, in them was the picture of the naked the black people working in the mines. And that was early in the game. So it's like, hold on. The people that they bringing over from Spain is dressed Latinos. They Europeanized. They Christianized. You know what I'm saying? They not moving like somebody fresh from the wild. And that's why I'm like, damn, hold on. These niggas is some city niggas, grew up in Spain, but then they coming over here and running into the woods and turning into Indians? They running in the woods, beating out the Indians and taking their women and starting villages. That's what they said about Cartagena. That's what they said about the people in Ecuador. And then I'm seeing in 1560, they got this pirate. He on the smallest boat. Out the fleet. For one, he got handpicked by the king. How that happened? Who is his family? They don't talk about his family. Martin, is these niggas Moors? But they don't never call him no Moor though. But they putting the African descent on him. They saying that he was enslaved. They saying that his peoples came from Africa to Portugal. He left Portugal. He was a port city boy loading docks. He left Portugal, went to Spain, and they supposed to be enemies, and they can't tell the difference between him and somebody in Spain. He come over there able to enroll in a class and be able to get a pilot's license. Did they just have public schools for the black people out there like that? Or was he tied into a certain family? They don't talk about his family. Then he just end up on the west coast of Mexico on a secret trip with 380 people, and he the top 6 pilot. How the hell he make that cut? Handpicked by Philip. How he make that cut? And was everybody else moving like that? That was black that they was bringing over by the boatloads? And he was mobbing. Got the pistol, throwing niggas off the boat. Made it back. He did something that the dude straight Magellan didn't make. It was like 3 or 4 people couldn't make it back from Asia and make it back to America. You know what I'm saying? But they couldn't make that trip. He made the trip on a smaller boat. First he celebrated. Then when the other people come back, they say, well, shit, he left us. But it was a storm. So he wasn't even the captain. He was, as far as like the navigator. But they let the captain go. They talking about he got to go get hung. But before that, these niggas gave him 11,000 ducats and wanted him to go form a team and put a team together in a boat to where they can go back up to the Philippines so he can get hung. He seen the play. He ended up But talking to Fun Boy and his crew to be able to run up on the captain and his son, get them up out the way, the Fun Boy takeover, he ended up getting another crew to take out the Fun Boy, made them jump off the ship alive, and justified it by saying because he was a Fun Boy, saying he was hitting niggas in the back. It was justification. He mobbing, he take the boat, he drunk and shit, he damn near crashed the boat. When niggas done took over the boat on the Fountain Canal, they posted, he get off the boat, he feeling some type of way because niggas just ain't listening to him no more. He got the guns and everything on the land. He find out that he got a mulatto partner guarding the ship. How many mulattoes running around this motherfucker? Just freely doing what they want to do. But my thought, how they to put it towards niggas wasn't doing nothing back then except slavery. If you had African descent, you was done. And now we finding out more free. Just like when I brought up the shit in Panama, this nigga Sean P was trying to tell me, when I say, damn, the niggas got found in 1513, right before the nigga found the Pacific Ocean. Nigga told me, nah, them was some niggas that been coming over with the Europeans. They fled into the woods. They turned into Indians, and that's how I got down. But when we look at the story, these is the nigga like Martin, nigga like Juan Grado, and all these other niggas, these niggas is like, I guess, stand-up niggas. To where them white boys is respecting them. They not running up on them like that and saying, yeah, you enslaved, we gonna handle you. They like, man, come be on my team. How many black people that they was bringing over here like that? And then he just, yeah. So somebody tried to take the boat. He talking about, yeah, they ain't got the tools. They don't even know how to navigate. How he get the skills and the knowledge to be able to be a master sailor? They don't talk about his folks. They just say, them niggas enslaved, but he just a phenomenon. And he mobbing. Niggas said they came to a deal to where, all right, we're going to give y'all the food on the boat. Y'all give us the sales. We're going to go. They had to stay there with some females. It had to be some stallions there. Or some pirates, some niggas that's mobbing, just going to say, yeah, we just going to stay here. Yeah, don't even, yeah, just leave. Yeah, just leave us here with the guns. Come on, man. Talk about they don't know what happened to them. I say, damn. Who was really the slave? Who was really the slave? Nubian Black, 07, selling them sevens. What it do? We just looking at it. YouTube took down my video last night that I done did 2 videos on this Lope Martin dude. They talk about some nudity on the picture that I been showing. So that's either telling me somebody even did that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody called the laws on me, some bust ass nigga or bust ass bitch did that. Or nigga, you know what I'm saying? YouTube was trying to lock in. I don't know what they trying to lock in, folks. I don't know what they trying to lock in for. I'm just telling what I'm coming across. I ain't no scholar. I'm just presenting the information that I'm coming across to the people and say, hey man, let's look at it. Y'all think about this. I really didn't have nothing but kind of going on today. I just want to put that out there. We got graduation parties going on. My son just graduated high school, stepson. My daughter going to the 5th grade. My other 2 sons going to the 10th and the 11th. And my oldest daughter just finished her first year in college and for the transfer over to OU. So I want to give a shout out to everybody that graduated. All the little graduation that's going on, all the little awards assemblies, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Go peep after peoples. Go support your peoples, man. If you missed it, make sure that you do it next year. You know what I'm saying? Support them kids. But I was gonna do a little reaction to that Sashi and Lucky. I wanted to look back at that, but I see that YouTube done. I don't know if they got that smoke. I tried to go look at smoke thing and see if it was on there so I can do a reaction to it. But it ain't on there. You know what I'm saying? It ain't on there, man. So I thought that was a nice list. That's what I'm saying. Sashi came with some shit. I'm gonna have to start tapping in. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to start. Niggas talking about TikTok. I really don't like TikTok. They be over there. I had a page. Them niggas was doing all type of police shit over there. But I might have to go over there, go get some gang, go put some of my little information over there, seeing what they talking about. Cause that was a cold angle he had, man. I didn't get to see the whole thing because I started my live. I say, damn, and it's actually cold. They got some shit, man. But let me go on and bring this to the light real quick and see what y'all think about this. I don't know if y'all. Oh yeah, you can hit the link if you want to come add a page to the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine or add a sentence. It's all good. But yeah, man, I really didn't never, you know what I'm saying? I really never was into politics and shit like that. Till here a little bit recently and shit. And you know, a nigga never did really fuck with niggas like this type nigga, you know what I'm saying, coming up. But you know, a nigga trying to like wire my range, you know what I'm saying, and kind of, you know, open up a little bit and, you know, jump into some different shit. And I be liking what Cub be talking about, you know what I'm saying? Even though I know that he probably, you know what I'm saying, be on some other shit sometime, but he be keeping it real in my eyes, though. But I wanted to bring up this. I want to bring up 2 videos from this little get down. Hold on. They was talking about some reparations. And he was kind of kicking some game.
Hi, I'm regional commercial actor Neil Patrick.
And a shout out to all the folks that be doing, you know what I'm saying, the people that be coming on Smoke Channel and they be talking about the stocks and they be talking about, you know what I'm saying, investing into all that type of shit. Yeah, niggas need to be, you know, niggas need to spend some time on that too. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I need to jump into that lane, you know what I'm saying? Nigga never did really trust nothing like that. Nigga really can't touch. But it's a new world we living in, a new shit going on, and you know what I'm saying? Niggas really kind of, I don't know, man. Nigga like me really don't trust the system or really don't trust motherfuckers and shit. So a nigga be kind of be ducked off doing a nigga own thing. But it's just so many plays a nigga can run though. You know what I'm saying? So nigga gotta start figuring out some other little plays with this money shit. I don't know nothing about the stocks. I don't know nothing about none of that. But I definitely want to learn. I definitely want to get into it. I definitely want to get my kids into it to where they be up on point, because it seems like a couple of niggas that I know they be playing around with it. They really be playing around with it. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody got any game on that, got to, you know what I'm saying, definitely put some, you know, put the link out. Got a channel you be doing anything like that, or if you just got game, man, go on and drop that game, man, so we can start flipping this money more out here, man, so we can really start you know what I'm saying? I know we already out here doing it, man, but we can be doing a little bit better. We can you know what I'm saying, be doing it a little bit better. Real though, I'm definitely supposed to start, spending a little bit of time studying that and trying to see, put my tools and fuse in it and seeing what I can do. For real. And like I say, I appreciate the brothers that be coming on smoke and all the little panels, and they do be trying to kick that little game and say, hey, y'all need to do this, y'all do, you know what I'm saying? And niggas need to start talking about that a little bit more. That's for sure. But let's see what they got to say about this real quick.
Make it clear, there is a debt that does exist. This country has taken so much from Black folks and has a debt it owes because for over 400 years into this very day, this country has stolen Black labor, Black lives, Black futures. Industries were built and maintained through the subjugation of Black people in this country, and wealth was built and maintained through the discriminatory policies that still plague us to this day. And to be clear, some people directly benefited from it, or are direct beneficiaries of it. We have systems that create and perpetuate imbalances and balances in our society, and you either benefit from it or you are disenfranchised by it. And Black people continue to be disenfranchised and harmed by these systems. Others receive advantages from it.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about the woke Black Democrats who are once again reintroducing a reparations bill, okay, to send trillions of dollars to Black America because of systemic racism, Jim Crow, and slavery. Now, I want to go ahead and play the clip of these clowns talking about this bill and how necessary it is, and essentially wasting everybody's time because they do this basically almost every year. Okay, and it didn't get.
See, I really don't like that part on how he be kind of getting down on Black people and kind of. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like that part about him. Saying like he don't really fuck with Black people type shit. You know what I'm saying? But then again, he Black and he living in this world too. You know what I'm saying? So, what it do? 305 going live. Big Dog Philly OG got the P. What it do? What it do? Hope y'all having a good Saturday. I'm just chilling. Getting thrown to get ready for these graduation parties and shit we fit to have, kicking it, turning up. Shout out to everybody that's graduating in the, you know what I'm saying, that's a moving on in life, the young kids, man. Keep on supporting the young kids. We definitely fit to turn up tonight. But Zamir, what it do? Zamir pulled up at the beer. What it do? What it do? Nah, man, I was just, it's like I say, he be kind of rubbing me a little bit the wrong way because it seems like he don't really got love, but I know he Black and he, you know what I'm saying? He living out here, seem like he kind of doing things, you know what I'm saying? So I'm lightweight saying, shit, niggas lightweight need to, I ain't gonna say niggas need to follow nobody, but niggas need to be tuned in to the squares. Niggas need to be tuned in to the squares. Niggas got, certain little knowledge that niggas ain't got. Niggas need to be tuned into them and try to go on and get that and go on and, you know what I'm saying, step up out, you know what I'm saying, be more well-rounded. But it's like I say, he took that little shot, but he also gonna kick a little game though, you know what I'm saying? So let's go and peep it out though.
Get done under Joe Biden. It's not going to get done under Republicans. It's never going to happen. Like, it's literally never going to happen. Okay, but
see, that's why I don't like, and I like the Black woman that was kicking that game in the beginning because she fighting. You know what I'm saying? She speaking the real. It ain't like she lying. It's passion. Yeah, niggas is dude. It's been a lot of goofy shit going on. Niggas need that back. You know what I'm saying? But he like, nah, whoop, whoop, whoop. And there's some other Black people like, nah, whoop, whoop. I'm going to show the other video too. And that's what I ain't feeling too. But it's like, damn. But then again, I understand what he's saying that, we do got the opportunity over here to, you know what I'm saying, to really get to it if we, you know what I'm saying? If we can get out the other lanes and get in those square lanes and master this square shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Fact.
they put this out here in order to try to get black people to vote for them by essentially attacking a white man, boo-hoo, whine, and crying racism, and pulling the victimhood card and demanding people, taxpayers, give black people trillions of dollars for something that, again, a vast majority of black people never went through. Take a look.
The reparations movement is one with a long history, dating back to the early sins of this nation, when our African ancestors were kidnapped, raped, shipped, warehoused, and enslaved. Our ancestors whose labor built.
See, man, I wonder why they don't never bring up about the black people being found in America. And I wonder why they don't never, you know what I'm saying, come on there and say, yeah, man, there was some black people over here, man. We don't believe all that. It got to be somebody in that motherfucker. It got to be somebody on that motherfucking mic that feel the way that we feel. Gotta be. You know what I'm saying? Them generations is coming though.
This country. When I think about what we take on in this moment, as I, have shared so many times before, several years ago, an indigenous elder challenging me to be a better ancestor than descendant. And that,
she said an indigenous elder. Hold on. What's going on?
So many times before, several years ago, an indigenous elder challenging me to be a better ancestor than descendant. And that call to action has never left me, to be a better ancestor than descendant. And that is why I was so honored to take on a.
Another thing, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 black people up there. They don't all look the same. They don't all look the same.
HR 40 from the late great Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, alongside Congresswoman Summer Lee's Reparations Now resolution, our collective legislative efforts are the catalyst for transformative and reparative justice. They are an acknowledgement of the harm and an end to the neglect. They are an investment in healing and a departure from gaslighting. They represent long overdue restitution for Black folks' contributions in every aspect of American society, with the coordinated attacks coming out of the White House with this occupant.
Colleagues of mine who have stood with us, who are continuing to stand with us as we fight back against the whitewashing of.
Hey, man, I wonder why they ain't said something about like an FBA, not really just say FBA, but kind of put, a Pacific type of Black person. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why they just ain't, came out on the national and said, okay, yeah, the Black people that was here from this time, yeah. So I guess I don't know if they still putting it together or whatever, but I don't know. They need to come up with a better, you know what I'm saying? Whenever they hit the national and be speaking like that, man, they need to be more Pacific, in my eyes.
Our history, the obstruction of justice, and the flat-out denial of our voices in Black lives. I am deeply humbled today to be reintroducing the Reparations Now resolution. This resolution was first led by my sister in service, the formidable Cori Bush, who has.
Well, the reason that I say the FBA, you know what I'm saying, I really ain't tripping on the slavery thing like that, but I'm just tripping on the part, you know what I'm saying, because the FBA, they was like the first ones that I really just heard say, all right, if you was here before this date, if you was here before 1870, like the 1860, 1850, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, all right, yeah, that's it. I like that. That's kind of giving the perspective, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna say a nigga didn't have some arguments, you know what I'm saying, with some Africans and shit, where a nigga was like, well, I said they wasn't Black, you know what I'm saying? And they was like, yeah, nigga, we Black, what do you think of, you know what I'm saying, nigga, pulled over? I'm like, nah, nigga, it's like, but you can say that you is Nigerian or Ethiopian or this particular country, like, nigga, we ain't really got that over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, most niggas be like, yeah, nigga, my people's just from motherfucking Texas or from motherfucking Alabama or from motherfucking Florida or something like that. That's what we kicking. We ain't kicking no You know what I'm saying, nigga? We black over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole different ball game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole different people. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I be looking at them. And I'm saying I ain't got no problem with no Africans at all, because I got some folks that's African. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to uh, my boy Okon. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I know Nevin. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem with no African, but you know what I'm saying? When I look at them, I see they got the African names. They people move like African. You know what I'm saying? But they be going back to Africa, and they peoples be dressing like Africans and stuff like that. It's like that. That's what they do. Ain't nobody tripping on that. But we don't do that. And then on top of that, you know what I'm saying? Our people's just saying, hold on, nigga, we Indians. Or we with the Indians. As far as the old heads. So
Sister Corey has long sought to repair the injustices that plague our communities, has stood on the front line on intersectional movements, and continues to do that. From whether she's inside of the House of Congress or she's outside, we can always rely on her to stand up and to come back and to stand with us. And to be clear, she and I and we stand here not just as a member and former member of Congress, but of descendants of enslaved ancestors, of people whose labor built this country, whose humanity had been denied for centuries. So we're here to say that there's no more waiting, no more watering down, no more putting justice on layaway. Black folks are owed more than thoughts and prayers. Yes. And we're owed repair, we're owed restitution, and we're owed justice. We're reintroducing this critical resolution today because, contrary to the desperate, defensive, and deeply inaccurate arguments against justice and equity in this country, attacks on equality, Black economic opportunity, Black health, Black wealth, and so much more are not just a ghost of the past, but they are a very present and ongoing legacy that we are living through right now.
And that's why we're here today, because we're not asking for handouts. No, we're demanding justice. We are demanding what is owed. We are demanding reparations. But they tell us it's too expensive. Well, was it too expensive when they gave out land grants to white settlers? Was it too expensive when they bailed out the banks?
Land grants to white settlers. They kicking some game. I don't even know how anybody can go against this and how this can't be a real issue and real a line that they pushing within the government. I really don't know how folks is going against this. These women are speaking some real good game. I ain't heard none that they said wrong.
That preyed on our neighborhoods. Was it too expensive when they handed billions to corporations that built their fortunes off the backs of enslaved people? No, it wasn't too expensive then, and it's not too expensive now. So we say to the halls of power, stop telling us to wait. We have waited for generations. We say to our allies, some who are standing up here today, but these are the ones that are fierce coming with us. Stand with us, speak with us, fight with us, and we thank you for doing so. And we say to the rest of America, if you are truly committed to justice, as you try to say you are, you cannot look away. You cannot turn your back on the demand for reparations, because until there is repair, there will be no justice. And where there is no justice, we will continue to fight. We're not going anywhere. We are awake. We are organized, and we will win. Reparations now.
No, you're not.
Man, that was good game. None of your business, big living. What it do? That was good game. That was a good argument right there for us. Now they kind of, you know what I'm saying? They can probably put in something about the Black Indians, something like that. But she got, you know what I'm saying? They got some good little angles right there. I like that. You said it wasn't good? You didn't like that, what you were saying? I like that, Rodney. Let's hear what he got to say, though. Because I like this dude, too. But he ain't feeling it either.
Not going to win, right? You're not going to win, okay? I mean, do I really have to make a whole video about why this is silly and this is just not going to happen, okay? It's too expensive, okay? Again, these people are talking about like $20 trillion. It's not happening, right? It's just not going to happen, okay? It is not something that is very practical. Also, there are constitutional issues with it, okay? I'm not sure how it will ever overcome the equal protection clause. None of these race hustlers ever present any arguments about why that it would do that, right? Or how it would be able to do that, okay? I understand that some of these people claim that, well, it's lineage-based. It's not race-based. It's lineage-based. Okay, first and foremost, these people are not writing the legislation in that way, right? They're not saying that FBAs are going to get this. Even if they say that FBAs are going to get this, right? There's also issues with FBA or freedmen as a legal status, because historically it's just not, right? Like a lot of people try to say, well, FBA is a tribe. And it's like, no, it's not like a tribe in the way that like Native Americans like have recognized like tribes, right? Have legal status. It's not the same thing. Like when you talk about the recognition of Native American tribes, you're talking about this happening through sovereignty and treaties, which is different than citizenship and civil rights, which is the argument that, again, is made by the FBAs. Like, those are not the same thing, right? Like, you're over.
See, and I feel like Aton and all them other guys, Epic, who else be touching on this type of issue? Hey, man, shout out to them guys, man, because they really be, you know, they be tapped in on another level with this shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that shit be going over my head because I don't be knowing what them niggas be talking about. And I know them niggas just ain't talking. I know them niggas just ain't talking just to be talking, man. Them niggas seen something. Them niggas seen something, man. I be trying to tap in and get that game from them. But this is definitely a wobbler, man. This is a wobbler.
We're simplifying like legal status, okay? And that's what they don't understand. And also it'd be very hard to prove who actually is a descendant of freedmen, okay? And the documents to prove it, what documents count, what documents don't count. Also, is this discriminating against Black people who can't provide the documents, right? Like if I'm Black and I am 100% convinced that I descended from the freedmen tribe, right? Okay, they use that in order to make it race neutral, right? This is their attempt to make it race neutral. So again, they can overcome the equal protection clause, right? This is what they argue, okay? The problem is that if I'm Black and I say, I know I descended from freedmen and I'm owed reparations, I should get these reparations, and I can't prove it, then you're discriminating against me because I'm still entitled to it, but I'm not getting it because I happen to not have the documentation, which is not my fault, right? That has absolutely nothing to do with me, okay? Because my family members or whatever didn't keep the documentation. That's discriminatory in and of itself, because the whole point of the reparations is to try to right a wrong, right? It is to try to compensate the descendants of slaves. So for all the Black people who can't prove that they're descendants of slaves, that in and of itself is discriminatory, right? Because that's the point. The point is supposed to compensate the people who actually were affected. And if you make a claim, you say, hey, I was affected, but I just don't have the documentation to prove it, which again is plausible, reasonable, considering how this stuff happened over 100 years ago, that the documentation is not going to exist, which I guarantee you a vast majority of these individuals don't have a documentation that can prove it, right? So if that's the case, again, that in and of itself, again, creates discrimination, and it just makes it a very like legally weak like case, right? Like it's going to get challenged instantly. It's never going to pass Congress, right? Let's start there. But even if it did, it's going to be challenged instantly. It's not going to stand up. It's just not going to stand up in the courts, right? We know this. So again, you know, I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news. I'm just trying to give people like a realistic viewpoint on this topic, right? And a lot of people think, oh, you sell it out. You're doing this, you're doing it. It's like, well, if I came up here and I advocated for reparations, right? If I lied to Black people and said, we're going to get reparations, right? It's going to happen, okay? We're going to get paid back from the white man. I would be a bad person to say something like that, to come up here and to advocate for something like that, knowing in my head that this is not going to happen and it's a waste of time. I really feel that it's not going to happen and it's a waste of time. So I wouldn't even lie to people, okay? And make them believe that this is something that's going to happen. Get people's hopes up, right?
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
And what y'all feel about that, man? Hold on.
Folks, and hopes up, right? We've seen all the videos of the black folks in California demanding $5 million checks.
Pierce. Good morning. Thank you very much. Well, I think you know why I'm here. That's why I'm always coming. Where's the money? Where's the cash? Where's the check? Don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid. $5 million. San Francisco's already made a move. $5 million is nothing. We need to do this. We need to get the money. Where's the money? Let's get the money now. $223,000 for housing is not enough. We're looking at just the redlining. There's predatory lending. If you're African American, chances are you're paying more on your mortgage for the same amount of money as somebody else. And that's not right. So let's get the money. Where's the money?
Yeah, I don't want people doing that.
See, he like, nah, don't do that. But I like the people that's making the arguments. I like their arguments. I don't know exactly what, you know what I'm saying, what all they saying. And y'all saying some good stuff in the chat, talking about the herdship, talking about the trust, talking about the freemen. None of your business is kicking some good game up in there. I just don't see how it could be hard for them to make that pop. But I guess he's saying, yeah, niggas ain't got the documentation is lost to this, and this. But it gotta be some type of documentation for something, for some people, and the other people gotta have documentations going somewhere else. Man, let's see what else he's talking about, man. This is wicked, though.
Because that's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy, right? Democrats dangled that carrot over black folks' head in California and San Francisco for years, right? And they kept pulling it up, right? They made black people jump. They say, hey, jump, right? Jump, okay? And they pulled it up every single time. Every single time. Gavin Newsom rejected, told the black Democrats, made the black Democrats reject their own reparations legislation, right? Because he knows it's politically untenable, right? If that bill ever passed in California, Democrats might actually lose the state, right? That's how politically toxic.
And you saying they done buried the paperwork. The paperwork is hidden, destroyed. Can't prove it. Crazy. He's saying, man, it's shit. It's over with. But then again, it's like I said, I like the angle that he's gonna come with. You know what I'm saying? That's why I brought up the stock thing, because he kind of gonna bring up that and he's gonna kick some little game and stuff like that. And you know, that probably is something that, you know, niggas need to be experts on. You know, that probably is something that a nigga need to be experts on. Nigga experts in other shit. Niggas probably need to be an expert on that. But I don't really see how this argument ain't a good argument to bring to the courts. I mean, I really don't see how it's just an automatic shutdown. I don't see it, man. But he like, it ain't gonna happen. It gotta be somebody out there that's doing the legal thing, that's in the schooling, that gotta have a cold angle for niggas, man. That's unbeatable. It gotta be somebody out there with the cold angle, the cold game, that they ain't gonna be able to deny. And but shout out to everybody that's trying to come up with that cold angle for us, man. Everybody that's doing deep dives and everybody trying to find that needle in the haystack. For real, shout out to everybody that's, you know what I'm saying, that's putting in that work, man. For real though.
Legislation like that is, which is why it's never going to pass, right? It's never going to pass. So again, I'm just saying this because I don't want people to waste their time and energy. I would rather have people like spend their time and energy on the closest thing that they're going to get to reparations, which is taking advantage of the fact that as a Black person, you live in right now, the greatest country on earth, in my opinion, where you have the most opportunity to build the most wealth, because everywhere else on the planet, right, especially as a Black person, you don't have the same opportunities that you have in America, right? In America, it is possible for you to build wealth and to quote unquote get your reparations by taking advantage of the fact that we have an abundance of technology and resources, okay? And you don't need to have super high income. You don't need to be born into wealth. You just need to have good financial habits and you can build wealth, okay? According to Ramsey Solutions, 93% of built solutions, 93% of millionaires built their wealth not through inheritance or high incomes, but through just consistent saving and investing. This is what they did. Because let's have a real talk conversation here.
What y'all feel about that, man? You know, Nixon jumped in and did all type of other shit as far as getting money out here. Like, you know, they ain't never really stopped nobody as far as getting money. You know what I'm saying? They really ain't never stopped nobody as far as getting some money. If you want to get out here and get some money, you get out here and get some money. But I'm just talking about as far as this lane right here. Yeah, man, I like Anton, man. You know, I be going at Anton because of the Black Seminole stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because he had pressed me a couple of times in the beginning. And I guess that was just him seeing what's up with me. You know what I'm saying? With me being new or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with Anton, though. I ain't even gonna front, though. You know what I'm saying? He be kicking some game. You know what I'm saying? It's like I say, I know niggas just ain't talking just to be talking either. You know what I'm saying? I listen to the old heads. That's why I tap into the smoke show. You know what I'm saying? Because I fuck with the old heads. You know what I'm saying? Nigga came up with the old heads. He always got some good game. Like I say, man, salute to everybody that's trying to figure this out for us. For real, though.
Right? This is not just a Black America thing. This is honestly just the average American thing, right? Most people are living above their means. Let's be real. Most people are living above their means. Let's be real. We have a debt-driven society. A lot of people are living and spending money that they don't have on things that they don't need. This is why I didn't find President Trump's comments about.
And y'all know, you know what I'm saying? We ever get into it whenever we get on our grind, get on our hustle. You know how we like tuck in and stack it all up. Ain't doing nothing, ain't moving, ain't spending nothing, ain't going nowhere, ain't doing it, just piling it. Man, we can do certain things, you know what I'm saying? When we doing it, niggas need to be doing it. You know, as far as like, you know what I'm saying, there'll be a lot of drug use. You know what I'm saying? We need to control our drug use. You know what I'm saying? Whatever little habits, you know what I'm saying? We need to stack it up. Everybody needs to stack it up, man. Stack it up, man. And keep on putting yourself in positions to stack it up. That's why I was like with this stock shit. That's why I'm saying there's so many plays you can run in the game, but a nigga can get into this square business. You know what I'm saying? We need to master that. You know, master the other shit, sitting back, stacking, getting it. You need to stack on that end, no. And salute to everybody that be trying to come through with that game and be trying to shed light on that, though. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep waking us up. Back.
The dolls from China to be controversial. He was like, yeah, we don't need you don't need $10. You don't, right? The point that he was making is that people don't need to buy a bunch of junk from China. We don't need to buy excess things, right? We don't have to do that. You can save that money and make it grow, or you can pay off debt. I mean, we've all seen the Cadillac or the Mercedes-Benz, the BMW in the trailer park, right? In the projects. We've all seen that, right? We've all seen the nice rims in the projects, in the trailer park, right? The car is worth more than the house. And the car is a depreciating asset. A depreciating asset. And the house is worth less than the car, right? But you mean to tell me, oh, well, it's not possible for that person to build wealth, right? Well, how do they afford that car? How do they afford the car? Because that certainly is not a necessity, right? Especially when you're living in a trailer, right? When you're living in the hood, all your wealth is in the car, and the wealth is declining, right? It's declining, right? It's like burning money on fire. This is what people do. But we see that in America, and only in America, right? Only in America do we see anything like that. We don't see stuff like that anywhere else in the world. But you're trying to tell me, oh, well, it's impossible. I can't, take some time to educate myself, to make myself financially literate and understand how to create a budget, how to minimize my expenses, right? Don't spend more money than I earn, okay? And to minimize the necessities, okay? And save 10 to 20, 30% of my income. Learn about the capital markets, learning about investing, okay? It is not hard, right? If you know nothing at all about investing, right?
Learn about the capital marketing. The capital market. Straight up, man. Put your kids up on that, man. Straight up. I used to be thinking about putting my kids up on some goofy ass shit, dog. Put your kids up on that capital shit, for real.
Learning about investing, okay? It is not hard, right? If you know nothing at all about investing, right? Let's assume that you don't have any debt.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube, and the YouTube.
Man, pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up. To comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Okay, it is not hard, right? If you know nothing at all about investing, right? Let's assume that you don't have any debt. If you can save 20 to 30% of your income and you just, put it in the S&P 500, which is like the standard, right? Like the market, the standard, okay, the bare minimum, and you have a somewhat long time horizon, 10, 20 years, you don't even have to think about it. You just do that. Just do that and you will build wealth, right? You will build more wealth than you think, right? You'll build a lot of wealth doing that. Now, let me give you a secret, because the race hustlers will never give you this type of game that I'm about to give you right now, okay? Because they don't know anything outside of begging the white man for money, right? That, the white man is not going to give them, okay? But if you build up that solid portfolio, right? Let's just say you build up $100,000 or $250,000. And I know it sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but it is possible if you maximize your savings while at the same time striving to increase your income, right? If you do those two things, right, you minimize your expenses, you can do it, right? But it takes time, it takes effort. But let's just say you save up a certain amount of money. Now you're eligible to get loans from the bank that you otherwise couldn't get because you have collateral, aka you have securities and assets that the bank can use, right, to now give you access to more capital, right? So when Black people complain about, we don't have access to loans to start businesses and such and such and such, it's like, well, again, if you save and invest and you build up your assets, then the bank will certainly give you access to certain types of loans, right? Using the investments that you have, and you can get access to capital to start your own business or start up or to, maybe even purchase your own home or whatever. And it's not credit based, right? And in a low interest environment, it can be attractive, as long as, interest rates are stable and stuff like that, because, some of these loans have rates that are variable. So it kind of goes with the market, right? But again, in certain environments, like a low interest rate environment, again, that can be a cheap access to capital that people need to use it to start businesses or do whatever, right? It's out there, like it's available, but you have to apply yourself and learn and have a plan and stick to the plan, right? And access to wealth is at your fingertips, right? Literally. I mean, we have more technology than we've ever had before. I mean, the opportunity is there. That's probably the closest thing you're going to get to reparations, right? And if you want to maximize your reparations, then the more you learn, the more risk that you can take, okay? The more you go out and you grow your income, okay? You grow your income and you keep your expenses the same, right? So ideally, as your income grows, your percentage, right? The amount that you spend in expenses should not go up, right? And that's the trap that people fall into, okay? People will get a new job, and then the first thing they'll do is that they will upgrade their lifestyle. Why are you doing that, right? You should be saving your money. You shouldn't be upgrading your lifestyle because you got a new job, right? Or because you're making a little bit more money. You actually should be using that money that you're now making, that excess money that you're making, and you should be putting that back. You should be saving more. And obviously, when you get to a certain point, you want to splurge, you want to enjoy yourself, you want to treat yourself to a nice vacation or whatever. But again, that is something that should not be done in excess, right? You should earn that, right? Earn that. It's going to feel a lot better. You're going to feel a lot better because you're going to be like, oh, I'm going on this vacation. And, I have, all this money saved up. I've invested all this money. Like, I can actually really afford it, right? I can go on this vacation and I can afford it. And I'm not taking out any debt or anything like that. Like, it's paid for and I'm not sweating it, right? I'm not sweating it, but that takes discipline. That takes delayed gratification, educating yourself, right? That takes putting in effort, right? It's not a handout. It's something that you got to go get, right? You got to go do. And there are going to be opportunities. Look at President Trump's legislation. When you talk about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, right? I'm just saying, if I was an overtime eligible person, if the hours are there, after that piece of legislation passes, I'm maxing out, especially if I am a young man in my 20 to 40s, right? And I'm really trying to get it. You better take advantage of stuff like that. Don't go blow the money. Put that money aside. Put it in the market. Invest it. Save it long term. Live below your means. That's how you build wealth. And you just keep doing that, right? For a really long time. It's not hard. But a lot of people, I think, really, are addicted to just spending money on things they don't need. I mean, I'm a minimalist, right? So that's the perspective I speak from, right? I'm a person, I don't have a lot of needs. Like, I'm kind of like a bare bones type of guy, right? That's just my personality. So maybe it's just me. But, my point is that it requires sacrifice. And here's the ultimate sacrifice, especially when people talk about, quote unquote, generational wealth, right? The way generational wealth is built is that you had that one person in the family that was very successful, that did make that sacrifice and didn't just spend all the money in his lifetime or her lifetime. They passed it down. They say, you know what? I'm not going to spend all the money that I saved. Like, I'm going to pass it down to my descendants so that now they have a head start. They have more assets. They have more money that they can leverage and use in order to continue to grow the net worth of the family overall, the wealth of the family overall, okay? That requires the ultimate sacrifice, okay? To not just think about yourself and your lifetime, but to think about your kids and their lifetime and saving for them, right? It's a very hard thing to do. And a lot of people don't want to make that sacrifice, right? They just don't want to. And that's fine. But I'm just saying, like, if you're not willing to make that sacrifice in a country where it's basically the only country really where you have the opportunity to do this, right? You have the best opportunity to do this in America. No other country has capital markets and stability like America, okay? No other country has this mechanism, right, that we have to build wealth. No other country has it except here. If you can't do it here, then you're not going to be able to do it anywhere else in the world. But because you can do it here, that's the closest thing that a lot of these people are going to get to reparations. That's the closest thing that you're going to get, right? I'm just being realistic. So instead of putting your energy into reading about, oh, why is it that Black people deserve reparations? Why is it that we're owed a debt? Take that energy and actually put it into something constructive that's actually going to get you closer to what you really want, because the people want reparations, right? These people are asking for reparations because they want money. It's a wealth transfer. They want wealth. That's what it is. You want money, right? So again, you're better off actually putting your effort into activities and things that are going to help you make money and to build wealth. And begging for reparations is not one of those activities, right? That's just the honest to God truth. So, you know, hey, the last thing I got to say about this is that I hope that Democrats run on these types of issues, right? I hope that these women.
Like I say, man, I really ain't shit, I like the reparations talk. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, old niggas, shit, gonna get that back. They paying everybody else this, everybody else getting this and this. Not saying that we ain't getting whatever we getting. I'm not saying that we begging for anything. Just like I say, people gon', you know what I'm saying? Shit, if you want to get out here and get you some money, I mean, especially, niggas know what time it is. So if you trying to get you some money, you get you some money. But, you know what I'm saying? I definitely like the, as far as this little angle, I like both of the angles, you know what I'm saying? So I guess we need to master both, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? To be able to master both of them. As far as, you know what I'm saying, be able to kind of get in the legal things with them and be able to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? To be able to talk that legal talk and trying to get it back, but still at the same time playing within these markets. You know what I'm saying? Really playing that game. Now, man, I ain't heard this one right here. This one just came out here recently. So this gonna be fresh. Also, but let me see what he talking about, because he said that on this one.
Reparations, slavery, and I will go comes to a close.
So on this one, you got we got the pro-black activist done after woke Democrat governor vetoes slavery reparation bill. So we got niggas that's so-called up there and voting it down, getting it up out of there. Kind of, you know what I'm saying? What kind of people is they? And let's tap in real quick, man. I'm so glad that you showed up, man. Make sure that you pull up. Make sure that you roll up. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. You hear me? Having a good little Saturday. Hope everybody's Saturday going good. Had to go live, man. They took down my little live from last night, man. Shit was goofy, man. I don't know what's going on, but let's go and peep this out real quick, though.
As the legislative session comes to a close and a bill to create a reparations commission heads to Governor Westmore's desk.
We have hundreds of bills.
The question now, will he sign it into law?
I have to go through, and I will go through diligently, all of the different bills that are in front of me.
The bill, which passed both chambers, will create a commission to study.
Hold on. Yeah, you said that the bill they was going to do in California, they was going to have to sign away or sign off all the claims of the American land.
And recommend reparations for those impacted by slavery and those who feel the lingering effects of racial discrimination in the state. Reparations, which could include financial payments.
And this is not a conversation about paying people today, but it is a conversation about what are the appropriate remedies, but also what are the nexuses to the historical pieces of legislation or the historical policies that were put in place in the same halls that we serve in today that had that negative impact. We have a duty to remedy those.
What just passed in Maryland is similar to what's passed in other states like California, Illinois, and New York. All of them are volunteer-based commissions where people aren't paid, including in Maryland, even though those on the commission could still be reimbursed for their expenses. In California, in 2024, $12 million was budgeted for reparations, bringing up the concern of how do we pay for it here in Maryland, especially given the state's financial challenges.
Boy. So we got to talk about reparations once again, okay? And last time I talked about reparations, we were talking about the woke Black Democrats in Congress at the federal level introducing legislation to pay out reparations to Black Americans. Now, in that video, I went over why this is never happening, right? And one of the reasons why I said that it's not happening is for a couple reasons, right? first, there are legal issues, okay, in regards to why it's not going to happen, okay? It's not going to overcome the equal protection clause. None of these people have real arguments in regards to how they're going to do it.
And what y'all know about that equal protection clause? Like I said, Anton Epic and some other people, I really just don't know their name off the top, but they be coming with some acts. They be looking at certain, certain little law things and stuff like that. And Naughty. Yeah, Naughty be coming with that game too. Yeah, Naughty be coming with that also. So yeah, this is wild.
And when you ask them, okay, how are you going to implement this? When you ask them the tough questions about who's going to receive the reparations, how are you going to do the documentation? How are you going to make sure that people who are getting the money and supposed to be getting the money, like they were actually affected by slavery and all the things that they're supposed to be receiving reparations for? They don't want to answer those questions because, again, those questions are the hard questions. What they want to do is that they want a virtue signal. But again, when it comes time to answer the hard questions, no, we don't want to answer the hard.
Has been exactly what does your resolution really aim for? Is it that Black Americans of a certain economic level, are they being targeted? Is it everyone? So basically, it doesn't matter as to what economic level. It's pretty much all Black Americans. What about those individuals of any race that have a lineage going back to slave America? It doesn't matter.
So to be very clear, whether or not a Black descendant of American chattel slavery were able to break into the middle class, they are still, and they were able to do that despite the harms, despite the past injustices done to them. So they are not excluded from the reparation and the remedies therein. When we think about who traces their lineage back, that is again a debate that is used to try to silence the rest of this movement. It's a distraction tactic. Because what we want to do is instead of focusing on, again, what the system did, who did it, and what the impact of it was, we'd rather get bogged down in, well, should they make $25 an hour or should they be paid below a living wage, right? Should they have been educated, or if they're educated, is that disqualified? No, they're Black. If they are Black and they're descendants of slaves, then they were directly in the lineage of harm. If they are descendant of Jim Crow policies in this country, they're the direct descendants and current living recipients of that harm. If they are living today, then we are still harmed by inequitable funding schemes of public schools. We're still harmed by being Black or brown or poor and living nearer to environmental hazards all over this country. If you are Black in this country right now, you are still less likely to be able to acquire a loan. The interest rates are still higher for Black folks who are attempting to buy homes or go to school. We are still discriminated because of our hair, because of our names, when we go to get jobs.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. Okay, great question.
So what's up, man? Do y'all agree with that? It's definitely going on, but man, she was kicking some good game, but she didn't really put like a date on it. It's okay and say, okay, these particular people during this time. It was just like shit. Anybody that was affected. That's too wide. We need to narrow. You know what I'm saying? We need to narrow that down. But then another thing that's wicked is that people been talking about white slaves here lately. We've been talking about white slaves here lately. And I guess in the books they was indentured servants or whatever. I guess they was indentured, you know what I'm saying, the servants. But you know what I'm saying, I thought they had that in history, you know what I'm saying, as far as the difference, you know what I'm saying, that, you know what I'm saying, it was a whole different thing for people, you know what I'm saying, with the Negroid look. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different, it's a whole different get down. But then, just like I say, people been talking about white slaves here lately, and then the woman in the crowd come with the question as far as like, well, what about everybody else that was affected during slavery that ain't Black? I'm like, shit, who else was really affected? Shit, they was really working with everybody else. I thought, but then again, it's like I say, niggas is coming with white slaves. And, you know, they coming with that angle. I'm listening. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know.
Who's going to receive the reparations? How are people going to trace their lineage back? That is a great question to ask, and you need an answer to it because, again, that's going to be...
That's why I thought that she would put the date on there. That's why I was digging what the FBAs was saying, because they saying, okay, if the people was here during this time frame, then this what we pushing. I'm like, shit, all right, shit, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all the other shit they talking about. If niggas was here before this time frame, I'm about that. Because there was a lot of goofy shit going on.
A part of overcoming the obvious legal challenge that's going to happen if reparations actually pass, which it never will, right? But if it did, then you got to answer the question of who's going to receive it, right? How are you going to trace the lineage back? Is it lineage based or is it race based? Okay, these things matter. Either one is damned if you do, damned if you don't. If it's lineage based or race based, I mean, both are going to get rejected. But my whole point is that the key questions, right? The key legal questions, okay, that need to be answered. These people don't answer those questions, right? They don't want to address that, okay? And the reason why is because, again, it's just not legally feasible, right? That's just what it is. And there are people who know this.
What do we mean it's not legal feasible? They should be able to make the payment for a particular people that was here during a time frame, and they can trace their lineage back to that time frame. How's that so hard? How's that so hard, man? And it's like I say, man, this ain't no shot at nobody else. This ain't no shot at no African or nobody else that felt like they should get it. And everybody just keep on jumping on our little bandwagon or taking our little slogans or taking our little get down to be able to push their line. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was hearing about, man, I've just been hearing some crazy ass shit, and that shit, they been sounding like black people, but they ain't black. Yeah, it's just been a lot of goofy ass shit going on, man, for real though, man.
And then there are people who are naive and, you know, they believe that this is going to happen and they're continuing to waste time and resources on something that these people, Democrats, are not willing to actually go through with, okay? And this story right here is exactly what I'm talking about. Wes Moore, the lone black governor, vetoes bill to study reparations. Okay, this is what we got to talk about here today, because again, the other side of that coin, where we talked about the legal issues, and again, why this is not going to be able to stand up in court. Also,
all right, if you're gonna study it, or if you're gonna look at it, you know, and really try to come with a cold angle and really try to tighten up on it, all right, I can see that. But he definitely got to come back with something here soon. It don't take that long to study up. Y'all buy all the documents. Y'all right there with the documents. Y'all niggas just right there with the documents. Y'all need to assign some people to go get at them documents and go on and add this up. And stop playing. And they got the wrong people in the right positions, man. Straight up, man. And it's looking like it's family based.
The political viability is.
Hey, so what about the last name? This nigga saying he a Moore? Is his family Moors? Yeah, the community got niggas looking at all type of shit crazy now. Getting the game that a nigga be getting from the community, you know, because everybody be dropping little jewels, you know what I'm saying? Everybody be dropping something on the for real, though. I'll be picking a little certain shit up. That's why I'm looking at it. Damn, is that nigga a Moor? Hey, man, shout out to the people that be kicking that Moor game, too, though. You know what I'm saying? They be kicking some little cold, little black facts, though. You know what I'm saying? For real, though.
Is what we have to talk about. Okay, there's a reason why these Democrats aren't really putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to reparations, right? They'll give lip service to it, but every single time it is time to do something tangible, right? To move in that direction of actually giving out cash payments, and Democrats, they pull up that carrot, right? They put that carrot over to black people. They say, jump, and then they pull it up, right? As soon as black folks jump. And we have another story of this exact same thing happening, okay? Again, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, the Black Caucus, okay, the legislator in Maryland had passed a reparations committee bill, right? A bill to study reparations, okay? So again, this is what they do. They start with a study, right? Where they waste time and resources telling black people how much money the white man, the evil white government owes them, okay, for slavery and a bunch of stuff that, you know, a vast majority of black people alive today have not been through at all, okay? And then, you know, they eventually, again, pull up that carrot and say, oh, well, we can't give you the money that you're quote unquote owed, right? This is what they do every single time. It's the same old trick. But the reason why they do this is because, like I told you guys, it's not politically viable, right? Every Democrat knows that if they actually make some real progress on this issue, right? They actually do anything tangible on this issue, okay? It's the end of their career, right? This is a career killer. And again, we can see this with the way that Wes Moore routinely dodged questions about reparations leading up to his decision to veto the bill. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Well, a bill to establish a reparations commission is gaining momentum as session 2025 winds down. Gary Collins with our Spotlight on Maryland team has an update.
Announced as a priority of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland this session, a bill to study the feasibility of state reparations has successfully passed the Maryland Senate. We asked lawmakers and we tried to ask the governor about what they thought about this new commission. Without much debate or conversation,
Senator Muse, State Government Maryland Reparations Commission.
A bill for the state to study giving reparations, including financial payments to balance past racial injustices, passed the state Senate 2 weeks ago.
Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
A bill that's been part of the larger national conversation in several states after the 2020 death of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
Senate Bill 587, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
We don't have the money to be exploring these options right now, period.
State Minority Whip Justin Reedy told Spotlight on Maryland that amid a $3.3 billion historic deficit, with future years in the state budget looking equally tough.
And I question whether using taxpayer money would ever be appropriate in this context. Even going back to when reparations were paid to survivors of the Holocaust, they went after companies, you know, that were involved, not after taxpayers.
State assemblies in New York and Illinois have reached.
So why don't we just do the same thing? I mean, that can't be the hold up. I just take, okay, shit, somebody gonna pay the, yeah, I can, so, okay. So I can see why the old yellow nigga was saying, where that money at? I can see why the old yellow nigga was saying, where that bread at? Where it at? Okay, I see this angle now. Yeah, somebody got to come up off that. But these people is by all the documents. They need to be putting people, they lawyers and they pay, man, come on, man. They getting all these grants and all these little certain things to be able, man. They need to have somebody locked in on this history. Where all the paperwork digged in, seeing what's up going on. That's like getting done. Ain't nobody going up in there. We got young niggas coming from the outside, man. Shout out to Wild Savage, man. Be trying to go up in the buildings. And shout out to everybody else be trying to go up in the buildings, trying to figure it out. They already in the building.
Recently adopted similar bills to study the feasibility of financial restitution for racial injustices. California was the first state to finish this study, issuing an 11,000-page report that recommended down payments amounting to $1.2 million of restitution per eligible person.
Yeah, just for Gavin Newsom to end up folding on that, okay? And this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. This is the game. This is the trick, right? They do these studies. They want to get people's hopes up. Oh, we're going to do all of this, okay? And we're going to give you all this money. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. They never do it, right? They never do it, okay? And they're not going to do it. Not at the state level and definitely not at the federal level. The best hope that a lot of these activists have is that some woke town, okay, full of progressives, decide to do something, right? That's the best hope that they have. But it's not happening at the state level, and it's definitely not happening at the federal level.
General Assembly. We previously asked Governor Wes Moore in mid-January if he would support state lawmakers' push for reparations. Reparations. Is that something that your administration will support?
No, I mean, we're going to work with the General Assembly on a whole collection of different issues, and our focus.
And did he just say no at first? Man, let me bring that back, man. This nigga crazy. How this nigga get voted in, man? This nigga just said no. This nigga just say no, man. Let me bring that back, man.
No, I mean, we're going to
push for reparations. Reparations. Is that something that your administration would support?
No, I mean, we're going to work with the General Assembly.
Man, this is wicked, man. How these niggas get the position, man? What it do, Juice? Gonna give them a boost. What it do? Hope you having a good Saturday, man. You up here just looking at it, man. I can't believe he just said that, though. How he get voted in?
Reparations. Is that something that your administration would support?
No, I mean, we're going to work with the General Assembly on a whole collection of different issues, and our focus is economic advancement.
Without receiving a direct answer, we took our questions about whether he would sign or veto the pending bill and several other unanswered questions about the budget to Governor Wes Moore as he poured.
Hey, boy, them dudes got the spotlight on them at all times. I don't know. That's a crazy position right there. That's a crazy position right there. Where the spotlight on you all the time, you niggas always running up in your business. And they like, well, you in the public, or are you about the public figure, you know, whatever they be talking. And you always got to be a politically correct. Hey, shout out to them, though. But, man. Hey, man, and shout out to that woman, man, from Texas, man. It seems like she the only one that really just lightweight be giving it up on their ass. You know what I'm saying? For real, though. Shout out to her.
Drinks ahead of opening day at Camden Yards. Governor! We tried to speak to him once as he passed by. Governor! We tried again, and despite the governor stopping to speak with him.
my nigga. Oh, my nigga. He got from over there. Oh, man, bring that back. Yeah, he a real one, huh?
To him today. unanswered questions about the
Good
budget
job.
to Governor Wes Moore as he poured drinks ahead of opening day at Camden Yards.
Governor!
We tried to speak to him once as he passed by.
Governor!
We tried again, and despite the governor stopping to speak with others, he refused to answer our questions. So we decided to ask others in the bar what
They went to the bar to go ask the questions. How they did that to them other people, though? Are they at the bar asking these people running up on with cameras or with the mic and demanding questions when they, you know what I'm saying, just out with the patrons? Most of the time, I just see them kind of just do, you know what I'm saying, this kind of video, and he'll probably, like, you know, say a little something to the crowd, you know what I'm saying? But as far as just running up, let me get an interview. If they treating them other people like that at the bar, come on now.
think about the reparations bill and if the governor should sign it.
I think the governor, though, is more important, more worried about being popular in a popular contest.
This nigga hoe ass nigga, shut up, nigga, hating ass nigga. Your bitch ass at the bar, nigga. They brought that nigga in there just to say that hoe ass shit.
With other people in the country and maybe trying to do something with the White House than he is worried about the people in the state of Maryland.
We sent the governor's office questions about the animated response that he received inside of the Camden Yards bar this afternoon, as well as questions about his support for reparations. His office did not directly respond to our questions, instead saying that Governor Moore will work with lawmakers to ensure the state is more affordable, more competitive, and a state that serves. The Reparations Commission bill is likely to be heard on the House floor this week. Sources say they expect it to pass. We will continue to follow closely.
Yeah, so it did pass.
Oh, it did pass.
As you guys saw there, Wes Moore is dodging hard, right? He was dodging hard when asked questions about reparations, okay? So again, no surprise when the bill actually got to his desk, he decided to veto it.
That's right. And that veto was one of 23 the governor announced late this afternoon. In a letter to the Senate president about his decision, Governor Moore said instead of a study, he wants to see immediate action to address racial disparities. He said, given the extensive research already conducted over the past 25 years, Governor Moore believes another study is unnecessary. Instead, he emphasized the need to narrow the racial wealth gap, expand home ownership, and uplift entrepreneurs of color. Moore said he plans to introduce a package of policies in the next legislative session to further those goals. The bill, which proposed creating the Maryland Reparations Commission, proposed various forms of reparations, including financial compensation and tuition waivers. It was supported by the Maryland Black Caucus. In his letter about the veto, Governor Moore said, quote, "While I appreciate the work that went into this legislation, I strongly believe now is not the time for another study. Now is the time for continued action that delivers results for the people we serve." Other bills vetoed today address topics like climate change, a service animal program for the disabled, and less restrictions on veterans to operate certain lottery machines.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Okay. I'm personally not surprised by this. I'm going to tell you guys why I am not surprised by this in a few minutes. But you have some woke black activists, like, for example,
He's supposed to go at the seed. Okay, so he's saying he also do the Jamaican. Okay. Okay. He a Jamaican. Okay.
the Tariq in a few minutes, but you have some woke black activists, like, for example, the Tariq Nasheeds of the world, right? He is disappointed, right? He is not happy about this. His followers are not happy about this. So let's read here. Tariq Nasheed says, Jamaican tether. Governor Wes Moore pulled the plug on reparations for the state of Maryland. This person said, let's call it what it is. They keep pointing to black faces in high places as proof that progress is happening. But those black faces often aren't from the people owed the debt. Oh, man. The African Diaspora News Channel says, I hope he doesn't try to run in 2028. Like Felicia said, I'm going to remember that the Democrats want to lose again. I see still trying to chase the white vote that they will never get. Stats show Democrats can't win elections without FBAs. We're going to talk about that, right? We will address that in a minute. This guy, Alan Holmes, says, interesting. Black American Governor Wes Moore vetoes a reparations bill to study harms done to Black American MD residents and recommend solutions.
Okay, I thought he was studying as far as getting the reparations. He's studying on some other stuff. So I was wrong in the beginning. See, the media try to switch it up on how they be wording shit. Oh, yeah, for some studies. Man, come on, man, stop.
To study harms done to Black American MD residents and recommend solutions. Even when Black politicians are in positions of great power, this doesn't mean they will do much for Black people directly. Yeah, I mean, well, that is unconstitutional, right? That's part of the reason why. Okay, you can't give out race-based compensation, right? You can't do that. Okay, this is like, basic stuff, but some people just they'll never get it. Anyways, this person says, if Wes Moore doesn't do anything else in regards to getting the Black Marylanders actual tangible reparations, this will be a highly disappointing move on his part, one that makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. So that being said, Wes Moore is claiming that, well, I vetoed the bill because we don't need any more studies, right? We need to actually start doing tangible things. Now, what does that mean in actual, like, non-politician speak? What that means is that he doesn't really support reparations, right? He's not going to actually do what these people are looking for him to do, okay? It's not happening. And the reason why it's not happening is because this dude is up for re-election. He's up for re-election. And there are rumors that he could possibly run for president.
You're up for re-election in 2026. Yes. You haven't announced yet, I don't think, that you're running.
I can announce now I'm running for re-election.
Okay. So you're running for re-election as governor. I think you're likely to win based on everything I know about Maryland politics. But the question you'll be asked is, are you thinking of running as well for president of the United States? And the answer to that question is
no. I've got the best job around. And I love the momentum we're actually seeing in the state of Maryland. I think about when I was first elected, Maryland was ranked 43rd in the country in unemployment. Now Maryland's going on 15 straight months of amongst the lowest unemployment rates in the entire country. That when I was elected governor, Maryland was in the middle of a scourge of violent crime. Over an 8-year period, Maryland saw our homicide rate nearly doubled. Baltimore City had 8 straight years of 300 plus homicides. Now, Maryland has amongst the most precipitous drops in violent crime of anywhere in the country right now.
Yeah. So what is his re-election and him possibly running for president? And he says he's not going to, but there are a lot of people who want this guy to run, right? But regardless, what does that have to do with him rejecting reparations? Well, it's very simple. The reason why he rejected the reparations study is because he knows how politically toxic this issue is, right? He's a smart enough politician to know that if I sign this bill, then again, that decreases my chances of winning, right? That I'm going to be attached to a radical policy position that is going to be.
How's that radical? How's that radical, man? When they said they paid the Holocaust people, but they said they went for the companies. How's it radical for us to push our line? Like, I ain't getting that.
Be very, very, very hard to defend in a general election, right? Again, we're talking about a general election in which you have to get people who are on both sides to vote for you, right? And he knows that, again, this type of legislation is not a politically savvy thing to get on board with, right? Nobody is ever going to win running off of this idea that people should be paid handouts from the government.
This is the right time to do that shit. With this environment, what's going on right now, this is the right time. We're going to get the other side votes easy right now. I'm saying they on our side for no reason. I done seen so much friendly, extra friendly. They being extra friendly now. This is the time to push that line. They tripping.
Taxpayer dollars based off their race, right? For things that they didn't go through. It is the most politically divisive policy proposal that you could.
I don't know, man. I really ain't never really seen a time where white dudes was kind of getting, you know what I'm saying, where they was tripping with white dudes. You know what I'm saying? They be taking little shots at white dudes all the time now. You ain't never really used to see that. They be taking shots at white dudes all the time now. This the perfect time.
Possibly support, right? And this is why he vetoed it, right? This is why he vetoed it, okay? If it was a politically popular proposal, then he would have signed it. And we're talking about a study. We're not even talking about actually paying out anything. We're talking about a study. This dude's like, nah, I don't want to be associated with this. This is why he kept dodging questions. And that's what's so funny because, I keep hearing these people say, oh, well, if Democrats or Republicans want to win, then they need to be pro reparations for FBAs. And I'm like, no, that's actually how they lose, right? That's how they lose. And that's the case because every time Democrats actually get an opportunity to do something tangible, they don't do it because they know if they do anything tangible, then their career's over, right? They're going to get voted out. If California had passed that reparations legislation that they tried to push on Gavin Newsom, if they had passed that, they would be cooked, right? They might lose the state. That's how politically toxic it is, right? This is why even the most progressive of the Democrats, they don't really want to do it, at least not at the state level. Not at the state level, and it's definitely not happening at the federal level. Again, the best hope that some of these people have is just some small town that decides that they're going to do it. And eventually those cases will get, shot down in court. But at least with those cases, they could, do it fast enough to, hand out, right, whatever they're going to give to people and go from there. But, other than that, again, at the state and the federal level, it's just not happening. The political viability is just not there. And again, you have Wes Moore, who is, in my opinion, I think he's a progressive. He's a progressive, right? He's a black governor. The Black Caucus passed the legislation. It came to his desk. He could have signed it. And he said, nah, I don't want to be associated with that. It tells you everything you need to know. Any politician, again, that wants to win general elections, that is looking to potentially run for president of the United States, right, higher office, they're not going to get on board with this, okay? Because they all know any one of these people who decides they want to sign this, their career's over. Their career's over. They're not going to be able to win. They're not going to be able to win. And that's what people don't understand. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Man, what y'all think about that, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm for the reparations. I'm for that kickback. You know what I'm saying? Nigga definitely ain't begging. But somebody can push that line. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know how it don't make sense. On the for real, though. I really don't know how it don't make sense. That's a fact. I really don't know how that don't make sense in the game. But, man, I'm so glad that you showed up. Go on and pull up and roll up. I'm supposed to go on and take a small break. I'll be right back and see what's up. Let's put this on. Anybody want to pop up and add a page to the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine? Definitely pop up. It's all good. One moment, I'm going to step away real quick. Definitely go on and pull up and roll up.
massive manhunt. A massive manhunt is underway in Louisiana after 10 inmates broke out of a jail in New Orleans.
At least one has been captured, but 9 others are still on the run.
Law enforcement officials there say the inmates likely had help. Fox's Connor Hansen has the latest.
A massive jailbreak caught on camera. 10 men can be seen running for the fence, carrying carpet to cover the barbed wire. And after crossing a freeway into a neighborhood. Around 1 a.m., footage shows inmates ripping open a cell door. Officials say broken locks have been a persistent problem.
This civilian was assigned to the pod module to observe the pod. When she stepped away to grab food, that is when they began their attempts to escape.
Guards woke up to find a hole broken through a wall behind a toilet. Written above it, "Too easy, LOL." Photos show clean cuts to the rebar and bolts removed from the backside of that wall. The sheriff says some jail staffers might have helped. At least 3 have been suspended.
We know that they had help. We're showing you they had help. This was coordinated. There's much more than meets the eye.
The group of escapees includes convicted and accused murderers. One was captured after a foot chase in the French Quarter. Guards didn't notice the inmates were missing until around 8:30 local time Friday morning. Now questions are mounting about a delay notifying the public and even some law enforcement agencies about the breach.
That gap in reporting time is extremely concerning.
These are the last people you want wandering around, a big city like New Orleans. I hate to be harsh on my fellow law enforcement, but this is a catastrophic failure.
Police have notified witnesses and victims connected to the escapees. They're warning that anyone who helps the fugitives will face charges. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
They said it would take me years.
All right, so we are actually. All right, so we are actually getting a live update from New Orleans officials. This is a live feed, and we're going from a update that they did hours ago to now they're giving us an update right now. Let's listen to this. Let's bump the audio up again. The latest is that 8 people remain at large after escaping a New Orleans jail. Let's listen in. Let's see if there's any updates. Looks like they're just getting set up here. Press conference should be starting any moment. Let's listen in.
Is it on the handle in the back?
You got it. Thank you. Jones, okay. All right, Chief. All right. So good evening, everybody. I wanted to begin by telling you that we have made progress today. We have 3 of the escapees are now in custody. We have active leads on the other escapees. We have approximately 200 agents, officers out there. People are talking We appreciate that. We know that the second person that we got into custody was actually an actual Crime Stopper tip. And Darlene Cosenza will speak to you again at the close of this brief update for you. But the three people that we do have in custody are Kendall Miles, Robert Moody, and Dakinan Dennis. Those are the three that are currently in custody. We want to remind people to call Crime Stoppers at 504-822-1111. We always say this, but it's very important that people understand we don't need your name. We don't want your name. We just want your information. And if it does lead to the capture of one of these escapees, it's $5,000 cash. And that is in addition to what the FBI is offering. And I will have the special agent in charge address that when he is ready. Earlier today, we have been very, very proactive as well here in NOPD and with our partners. We made sure that our children were looked after. We sent NOPD cars out to the schools to have a high presence. We have removed at least a couple of people who had concerns for their safety. We got them in safe houses. You heard earlier in the earlier broadcast about the constables was stepping up to help make sure our judges who had some concern to be also protected and have a presence. We know of the three that were taken into custody. They were taken in New Orleans. But regardless of who or which agency actually makes the capture, whether it's the U.S. Marshals, FBI, NOPD, Sheriff, it does not matter. But we will deem all escapees as Louisiana state prisoners. They will be LSP's prisoners. They will not be booked into the Orleans Parish, and other arrangements have been made for those bookings. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our colonel of the LSP, and he can give you a little bit more information about that. So, Colonel.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. Robert Hodges, Superintendent, Louisiana State Police. As you see by our support with the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, and other agencies that are in the field right now actively working, ATF, DEA, Homeland Security investigations, all our federal partners, as well as other state partners that aren't here now, probation and parole. We're all working in conjunction with the NOPD, our neighboring sheriffs, to locate the 7 remaining fugitives that escaped from the jail. Our responsibility remains consistent across the state with public safety. Tonight, through the weekend, and however long it takes, we are leveraging all of our equipment, our personnel, our investigative tools and technology to ensure that we locate, apprehend, and bring the 7 remaining to justice. But we can't do it alone. As the chief said, we need your help. And Ms. Cosenza from the Crime Stoppers will speak as well to talk about you have to call the tip line as well as the FBI. And in addition, the State Police Fusion Center at 1-800-925-4192. That's 1-800-925-4192, the State Police Fusion Center. If you have any information regarding the 7 remaining, anything, please call us. We need your help to make Louisiana safe. We recognize that some of these individuals may have left the city and moved out into other parishes and possibly left Louisiana. And that's why we have our federal partners here with us who have leveraged all of their resources to keep not only New Orleans safe, but all Louisiana. So just again, with regard to our role, yes, we will take custody of those prisoners and we'll make arrangements to ensure that they are properly booked and relocated to one of the 8 state prisons in Louisiana. Thank you. FBI.
Thank you, Chief. Colonel Hodges. Good evening. The FBI remains committed to assisting our state, local, and federal partners in recapturing the remaining 7 inmates who escaped. To do this, we need your help. We appreciate all the tips we've received so far. We have agents and analysts working 24/7 to receive more tips. So please call and help us accomplish this task. It's going to take everybody doing their part to recapture the remaining inmates. If you have any information, and it doesn't matter what time of day, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can submit your tip online by going to fbi.gov/New Orleans fugitives, or contact our Crime Stoppers partners. Thank you very much.
Darlene?
Well, first, I want to thank y'all who called in or sent in tips online or through our app. And we saw success from that. We have one apprehension because of your tips. And we're just going to, again, encourage you to see the team behind us. All information is being vetted, federal, state, local. That's an incredible network that you should feel so strong about, knowing that public safety is the key here. And taking your information, you're part of that team. So again, with Crime Stoppers, you're going to be anonymous. You know that. You know the number, 822-1111. We have a $2,000 cash reward for each escapee's arrest. The FBI has another $5,000. Make the call, send the tip, don't delay, and thank you.
All right, we'll have one round of questions. We'll start with Foxy.
Do we have any more information about the 3 OPSO employees that were suspended?
Good evening, everyone. Again, the point of this press conference tonight is to focus on apprehending the 7 remaining fugitives. We're not going to discuss anything that happened prior to the escape of those offenders or inmates. That needs to remain everyone's focus. So the tips, when you call in, please, we need the public's help. It's your city, it's your state. We want it safe for your family, your friends, those who came in town for the high school and college graduations this weekend across the state. We need your help. So I just respect that all the other stations and media that's here, please, questions related to our investigative efforts to apprehend the 7 remaining. Thank you.
I think that's Katie. Is that Katie next?
Question for you. 2 questions. First, just in the way you were able to describe about how one of the first inmates that you represented was found hiding in a parking garage, can you explain the details a little more clearly about how the other 2 were apprehended? And also then moving forward, do you know, do you have evidence that shows any of these folks have left the state at this point?
So we have strong investigative leads on the remaining 7. We're confident that they will eventually be apprehended. With regard to the 3 that are in custody now, they were in various parts throughout the city. Specifically, their apprehension, although we were able to take them all without any trips to seek medical attention, we still had people to ensure, our EMS, to ensure that everyone was okay at the scene. But we don't want to really give up the exact how and where we located them specifically. Just know that all investigative tools and technology that law enforcement has were utilized in the apprehension, but none more important than the public's help and giving us that information through Crime Stoppers really is a force multiplier in our investigative efforts.
Hey, Jonah, can you talk to me a little bit? We're hearing about a police presence on Canal Street. Do you know anything about that presence or what suspect, but also talk to how every second is critical at this point?
Well, for your first part, look, there's police officers, sheriff's deputies, troopers, FBI agents, U.S. Marshals, ATF agents, HSI agents, all over the metropolitan area and throughout the state right now. Yes, every second is critical. As we get leads and tips, we investigate them. For an officer safety perspective, we always want to make sure we have a large group to ensure the safety of the public who's there in that area, as well as those who are working the investigation, and the safe and secure apprehension of those who are fugitives. Each second does count. Certainly, the sooner we can apprehend them, the sooner everyone can be rest assured that they are no longer a threat to the public. These are violent offenders who escape, and we have to bring them back. And they will go to a state prison.
26. So there was a shooting in New Orleans East in the Willow recently.
Take what you do best.
and create a website that's worthy of it.
I believe it may have been an offshore labor one. Does that have any connection with this situation currently, or is that a separate incident?
Right. So it was an event in which there were law enforcement federal partners who were out there actually on surveillance of a target home, and completely independent, they heard gunfire erupt. And when they went to that particular scene, which had nothing to do with this particular investigation, that matter has been dealt with. No one has been injured. No law enforcement was involved in the exchange of gunfire, and it is not connected.
Last question goes to Channel 4.
What can I say to the public? There's still 7 people on the run here. We talked to some schools that are scared to walk outside. Kind of, do you have anything to remind the kids, or are they in any danger just walking around the streets?
What we can say is that we'll speak to the fact that the people who are fugitives right now are dangerous people. Is the general public right now, should they panic? And the answer is no. Now, our number one mission, despite anything else right now, is to get these people in custody. So I think you can still, fully enjoy graduation ceremonies tomorrow, having dinner out, the things that you would normally do. However, we just ask that you are mindful and you're attentive. You call us if you think that something is out of order. You call us. Sometimes people think, well, I don't want to call 911. What if I am wrong? But what if you're right? And so call us. But don't panic. Just simply continue living and enjoying life, but just be cautious. That's what we have. And we're going to keep you updated until every single one of them are accounted for and back in custody. So we think that based on the leads we've been getting, these are active and real leads. So keep talking to us. We need you.
All right, thank you.
What's up, Sweet Pea? How you doing?
Good, yourself?
All right. Now that you're here, I know we've been, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of fighting, a lot of shootings, a lot of pulling up, y'all shooting dice, and we pulling up in our lowriders and what's happening type of thing. Hey, come on, hey, homie.
Right.
And all of that. It's a trip now that we older, we ain't kids no more.
Right.
But little half dead is not here to say this in front of Snoop Dogg, half dead's family, my baby mama, Deetra, my daughter Kiana. But I'm doing this for their family because that was wrong. How we killed Big Half Dead, and even though I didn't pull the trigger, I'm just as guilty. So I just want to say that I'm sorry that for my involvement.
Right.
And,
You're all right. We're all right.
Just everything. Just
Go ahead, take the
I
time.
just felt that I just felt that we had to take our side of the fence.
Right.
Because when dude reached over my shoulder and killed Cartoon, that messed me up mentally. So after the funeral, You know, I didn't want to look like I was soft or I wasn't loyal to the set. And now that I'm older, when they banging, it just hurt that we all grew up together. I remember this police, they sneaky. He was taking me to jail on some traffic tickets. And he said, I don't understand. All y'all grew up together, and certain y'all have brothers, one from insane and one from 20s, and y'all killing each other. And then another thing that's sad is that we come to jail and don't feud with each other. Like we lived together and sitting up for years. And I just need to let you know that I'm sorry for my involvement. And I also want to say that there was a lot of things was said need to be left unsaid in different yards and things like that. And that I'm doing this for Half Dead. May his soul rest in peace and his family. You know, even though I know my daughter ain't messing with me, one day I talked to her and she was like, I don't want nothing to do with you. Because you was out here hurting people, shooting people. And my whole rap just like letting out the air out of a balloon. They don't mean nothing. So I just figured I'd do something. And I got here, I saw my calling, and I had asked Tookie, was he really serious about saving the kids and stopping what's going on, or is he just saying that because he know he finna die? And he said, nah, man, I'm really serious that I want peace. So I was like, all right. You know, that police, he was just going to have to tell me to shut up. But I wanted to make sure that he was serious. So I'm just thankful that you forgive me, and I'm just ashamed, man.
Well, let me say this. Well, back then when we was growing up, first of all, I've been knowing you a long time. So I see the transformation that you made from then to now. And at that time, that's what was going on in the streets for us. We all was ignorant. We all was caught up in the phase of gang violence. And that was just a part of our everyday. It was a part of our life and the things that we did. So you done heard the saying that when you're a kid, you do childish things, but when you grow up to be a man, you do manly things. So that's where we at in our lives now. We done left the childish things alone and we done became men. We done seen what the neighborhoods can do. We done seen what the gangs can do. We done seen how the influence of our elders and the homies, how they can influence us to make bad decisions. So in those incidents, you're not the only one in this boat. It's a lot of us that got that, and we carry those burdens of the gang violence and the ignorant stuff we did. So just like you, and I say that you're not the only one, it's a lot of us that done had to be accountable for what we did in the dark, to where we had to strip ourselves down to our naked souls and relive that, you know what I'm saying, to cleanse ourselves. So you're not the only one. So the pain that you feel, it's a lot of us that goes through the same thing. So when you in a gang, you do gang stuff. So what you did was no different than what any other person in the gang does, because that's the mentality at that time that you have. And we think that that's what we have to do. You know what I'm saying? We think because we're in a gang, we have to do this, shootings and everything else, because it's part of the gang. So when we grow older and get a chance to understand it, we see that every decision that we made concerning the gang was wrong. If I had a chance to take my life and live it over, there would be no question that I would have done it differently. I would never even attempt to be part of no gang or even be affiliated with any person that's involved in it, due to the fact that because in the bigger picture, it's only a one-way street that it's going to lead you down the road. It's nothing but turmoil. So don't feel like that this burden that you carry is that you carry it alone. We all carrying it, you know. And the things that you're doing now is so much better and on a positive step. Don't look towards your past. You make amends with that, and you just keep building forward. The things that you're doing now is cleansing your soul. You're doing something that's going to help not only yourself, but a lot of people, a lot of kids. See, if we'd have had this saying, if you knew back then what you know now, you'd be a different person. So what you're doing now is you're going to help a lot of people, hopefully, and that's your goal. So the path that you're on, the track that you're on, as long as you stay focused on that, you should be all right. I just wish that, again, that we could have lived our life differently. You know, when we was on the street, I wish we could have been in the sports or into any other thing besides gang violence that we was in, because this led us to here. You know what I'm saying? So the thing that we could do right now is try to reach out to try to save somebody, our kids, you know what I'm saying? Our kids, friends, family, and other kids that we've tried not to get on the same path that we on, because it's going to lead here or death. You know what I'm saying? And I don't wish this upon nobody, and I know you don't. So I could tell that you done made amends, you're trying to make amends with that. But I'm telling you is that don't look at it as like you failed in that, because like I said, at that particular time when you live in a gang life, you're doing gang things. So you don't think that it's wrong. It's what you being taught. You know what I'm saying? And it became a repetition of your everyday life that this violence is a part of what I make things right. If somebody do something to one of my homies, this is how I make it right. So that's what we was a part of. That's because we was living in an ignorant state of mind. So only thing you did right now was come up out of your ignorance, myself included. So now we become better people, shall I say, and we're trying to help the youth and help other people. So for that, I commend you for that, and you know I love you. So everybody that know you from then, because you was Kiki back then. Now to this day, I don't look at you as that. I look at you as Marquis. So, and I'm hoping that everybody else get a chance to see that. So all I can say to you, brothers, is just keep striving forward and continue on the path that you're on. Thanks. All right. I love you, man.
Hey man, I'm finna get up out of here, man. I hope everybody have a good Saturday. All the graduations, all the awards, assemblies, man, gonna tap in with your folks and support. Roll up, pull up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Up out of here. One. Keep this beat rocking though.
Amp it up, hey, gonna amp it up, amp it up. I mean, turn it up, I mean, turn that ass up, so I can turn it up. Amp it up, amp it up, amp it up, hey, gonna amp it up, amp it up. I mean, turn it up, I mean, turn that beat up, so I can turn it up. It's the life of an amped up over. It's that boy beat, and you know I'ma go harder. I'm the best player after Eastside since Joe Carter. Yes, I'm with the Fred, and my wins again. Older when I dread it, and Chris Mixes in. Yes, I'm a stunner, more kill than from Hunter. On my iceberg, Speedy Gonzalez is racing the road runner. I work my lumber, all on your girl face. I'm gonna ski. I give her a ski tight. Back to the topic. I'll have your boy the topic. I'm a chocolate from the tropics. She got on some hot shit. I think her name was Gigi. And Gigi. I'm sitting from the back. I started speaking in Swahili. Amp it up. Hey, gonna amp it up. Amp it up. I mean, turn it up. I mean, turn that ass up so I can turn it up. Amp it up. Amp it up. Amp it up. Hey, gonna amp it up. Amp it up. I mean, turn it up. I mean, turn that beat up so I can turn it up. It's the life of an amped up over. It's like McCoy drum. I'ma amp it up. I'm a player / head coach. Cause I'ma make my woofers up. Straight up, my niggas be amped the fuck up. 5,000 rhymes at DJ recusing my niggas be I'm amped up. I'm popping up, now I'm powered up. I think I feel my buzz. Got the runner man, you may see that I'm all amped up. Can't fuck with me. I took it the game in the OKC, so y'all put it on the map and Midwest City. I'm on rap because my city. I develop a swag, it's the PZ, 405, BOYZ. I'm wrecking shows back in home, but no beat. Still talk shit, no halitosis. They try to get amped. Can't help with the flow, they fired up wrong. Got a power show, see, boy, give up a try. Then I get the real power. Amp it up, I ain't gonna amp it up. Amp it up, I mean turn it up, I mean turn that ass up so I can turn it up. Yeah.
Did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found?
Folks, in Maryland, Governor Wes Moore, of course, the nation's lone black governor, issued 23 vetoes today, and one of those includes a reparations bill. This is the Washington Post story, came down about an hour ago. He vetoed, this is what they say, Maryland Governor Wes Moore on Friday vetoed a bill that would have required the state to define the economic harms to black descendants of enslaved people and recommend remedies, dealing a blow to reparations supporters who counted on the only black governor of a U.S. state to be an ally. The veto of a reparations study was the highest profile of 24 vetoes. Moore issued late Friday, the most the governor and rising Democratic star has fought back against the democratically controlled legislature during his 2.5 years in office. This, of course, is big news. And trust me, it was not well received by the Maryland Black Caucus. This was the statement that they released at a time when the White House and Congress are actively targeting black communities, dismantling diversity initiatives, and using harmful coded language. Governor Moore had a chance to show the country and the world that here in Maryland, we boldly and courageously recognize our painful history and the urgent need to address it. Instead, the state's first black governor chose to block this historic legislation that would have moved the state toward directly repairing the harm of enslavement. They said we are elected. Let me go over here. They said we are elected leaders in the state that enslaved renowned abolitionists Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass, and we convene in a state house that is less than a mile from the Annapolis City Dock, one of the nation's earliest and most high-traffic ports of enslavement. We owe this bill to those who endured forced labor and all black Marylanders impacted by enslavement, discrimination, and its long-term harm. As federal efforts to erase our history and attack the most vulnerable continue, Marylanders need decisive, courageous action at the state level. And so this is that statement. Oh, it's this. They also said the bill, which passed by an overwhelming majority in the House and Senate, was crafted to bring together leaders, impacted residents, and experts to study and make recommendations on reparations in Maryland. While unilateral executive actions and piecemeal legislation addressing disparities can contribute to progress, they cannot substitute meaningful, sustained, and comprehensive efforts commissioned in this bill to address reparations and repair. Now, Governor Moore said that the actions that he is taking as governor are going to address the issues that they have outlined. He also, this is from the Washington Post story, Moore said, given the state's economic problems, he was focused on laws that help the state recover from the severe impact of the Trump administration's federal spending cuts. I was very transparent with the leadership and members of the General Assembly that anything that fails to meet the urgency of this moment, I will not sign it and must wait for another time. Moore said in an interview, calling the reparations study the most challenging of his veto decisions. The article says Moore said he's ready to engage in conversations about repairing the legacy of slavery now, and he doesn't need to wait 2 years for the Reparations Commission to draft a study. Michael Imhotep, your response.
Well, here's the thing. Number one, I have a little bit of experience in this field. I actually did a presentation for the Detroit Reparations Task Force here March 2nd, 2024. Now, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told them and the same thing I say on numerous shows and the African History Network show. I would not put the term reparations on anything that you actually want to get past, especially if a lot of people that got to vote for it are white. But even if they're black, and the reason why is I'm all for repairing the damage of a legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, all that. I'm all for that.
Now, what's up to everybody? Power to the motherfucking people. What it do? It's your boy Vino, the most strictly got our engine. Back at it once again. But this just a little, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be doing too much talking on here. I'm gonna let the OGs go and do their thing. It's Sunday night. We're just gonna get some game weekend warriors. Sit back, pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. But yeah, this is just some news. You know, some of the latest breaking news and stuff like that that's going on. Just want to put some of that stuff out there and see what the people felt about it. Definitely leave a comment if you can. But if not, man, just sit back. I sure do appreciate you tapping in. One.
Well, what happens is a lot of these efforts get attacked, undermined, imploded, and you get a lot of people who walk away disheartened. Now, one thing he did say is that he was already enacting policies and quote unquote a culture of repair to remedy the harms of slavery. This is from the Washington Post article that you're reading from as well. So what I would focus on and what I encourage people to focus on is the structural inequities that exist right now in Maryland, California, whatever it is, and deal with the laws and policies that were put in place that created those structural inequities and trace that back to slavery, trace that back to Jim Crow, et cetera, and deal with repairing those structural inequities. But I don't, I saw
But so do y'all agree with that? What he said, as far as we don't need to be pushing reparations, we need to be pushing as far as I don't know what he said. And let me bring that back one more time.
and deal with the laws and policies that were in Maryland. I would focus on slavery. This is from the Washington Post article that you're reading from as well. So what I would focus on and what I encourage people to focus on is the structural inequities that exist right now in Maryland, California, whatever it is, and deal with the laws and policies that were put in place that created those structural inequities and trace that back to slavery.
Okay, so start back. So let's try to find the root of the structure and inequity, and let's try to trace that back to lineage, or trace that back to paperwork, or trace that back to be able to prove our point. So I think that's something that we need to look into. That's something that I'm gonna look into. But it seemed like that he kicking some good game. He talking about reparations. Another thing, his last name Imhotep. So I don't know if he pushing, you know what I'm saying, some Egyptian stuff or whatever. But he definitely he in the building. He been around these folks, and I think he got a good little angle. So he say to find the root of the structure and equity of the states, find the root, and then be able to trace that back to whatever connection that is to slavery, I guess, with your peoples or something like that. Let me bring it back one more time.
As he was already enacting policies and quote unquote a culture of repair to remedy the harms of slavery. This is from the Washington Post article that you're reading from as well. So what I would focus on and what I encourage people to focus on is the structural inequities that exist right now in Maryland, California, whatever it is, and deal with the laws and policies that were put in place that created those structural inequities and trace that back to slavery, trace that back to Jim Crow, et cetera, and deal with repairing those structural inequities. But I don't, I saw a previous article 6 days ago from thegrill.com about this, and I'm someone who focuses on actually being able, not focusing on studies, but actually getting policies put in place that are beneficial for African Americans that will withstand legal challenges when you get sued to overturn it. I'm focused on the end game.
Morgan.
Yeah,
Okay, he kicking some game. Let me bring that back one more time.
And I'm someone who focuses on actually being able, not focusing on studies, but actually getting policies put in place that are beneficial for African Americans.
So he ain't talking about reparations. He talking about putting in new policies. I guess that's gonna be able to fight back as far as the white people gonna be pushing back. As far as I guess he's trying to come up with an angle where they really can't fight back. You know what I'm saying? Where it's gonna be a weak angle if they do try to fight back because our angle's so strong. So I think that's where he's coming off at, because he's saying that the reparations that the white people gonna have to vote for that, and that probably ain't gonna go good for us. You know what I'm saying? So he's trying to come up with another way. Seems like that he kicking some game.
That will withstand legal challenges when you get on studies, but actually getting policies put in place that are beneficial for African Americans that will withstand legal challenges when you get sued to overturn it. I'm focused on the end game.
Morgan.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. I do think a study, as the policymaking process tends to go, is usually the first step in any. If anything's going to become a law, you've got to have some kind of study that the government's done to check the box. But yeah, I generally agree. It's like we all kind of know the history. I think the fact that this was a study that would have been focused specifically on Maryland makes it a little bit more sense than, you know, some of the national bills that have called for a federal study. I think there is a pretty broad understanding generally of the issue. But look, I mean, this is a situation. Is Westmore?
So what the study gonna be? Is they gonna study everybody's family? Is they gonna assign a whole bunch of people to look at all the records and be able to say, okay, yeah, this is who we gonna trace everybody back. We're looking at all the records and we for to trace everybody. Is that the study?
Or has higher ambitions than being the governor of Maryland. If he wants to someday run for something else like president of the United States, then he probably doesn't want this on his record. And I imagine that that is a factor in why he decided to include this in his vetoes.
Derek.
I wouldn't even want that on this thing if standing for, nigga.
Yeah, listen, I guess I'm gonna come from a different perspective, being a state legislator and being one that have a reparations bill right here.
Now he kicked some good game too.
A state legislator and being one that have a reparations bill right here in Georgia. It didn't get any action rolling because I did use the word reparation. And the reason why I use the word reparation, slightly disagreeing with my dear friend Michael, is that Abraham Lincoln created reparation. He created reparation in April of 1862. And they didn't just use it once, but they used it twice. And so without seeing the entire legislation that Westmore vetoed, I think we need to use the word reparation. And when you think about the grand scheme of things, as I tell my Republican friends, there's no difference between reparation and tax cuts. There's no difference. When government take in the money rolling and then redistribute. And so we just passed this huge tax cut here in Georgia. And then you got the federal government right now looking to pass another tax cut. And so tax cuts and reparation in my world are synonymous. And so I know a lot of folks try to shun away from the word. I'm not sure why. For example, California, they killed their own reparations bill. I'm still boggled around that. New York.
They killed their bill because the governor gave a head nod that he was going to veto it. So they pulled the bill, which is stupid. You pass the bill and you force him to veto it.
You force him to veto. That's right.
Yeah. That's right. Roland, can I respond? Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my dear friend Derek, I won't hold it against you, but you talked about Abraham Lincoln. So you're talking about the Compensated Emancipation Act of April 16th, 1862, which passed Congress.
So we're gonna have to look at that. What do you say?
I won't hold it against you, but you talked about Abraham Lincoln. So you're talking about the Compensated Emancipation Act of April 6th.
Compensation and Emancipation Act.
You talked about Abraham Lincoln. So you're talking about the Compensated Emancipation Act of April 16th, 1862, which passed Congress.
And that nigga know his dates and everything. He on top of his shit. That nigga letting that shit flow. That's how we all supposed to be with this.
The Compensated Emancipation Act of April 16th, 1862, which passed Congress and it abolished slavery in Washington, D.C. That was spearheaded by a man who became Senator Henry L. Wilson, if I remember correctly. And what that was they were abolishing, that was really designed to abolish slavery in the District of Washington, D.C., and also compensate the slaveholders. Okay, so when that wasn't Lincoln's idea. But when we talk about, well, I'm somebody who not just studies history, but has also been involved in writing public policy in the city of Detroit. And I focus on actually getting policy put in place. 1, 2, structuring it so you withstand legal challenges. Because they're going, any of these, just like with Evanston, Illinois, from my understanding, and Roland, you've had Robin Ruth Simmons here on the show. I've interviewed her twice on the African History Network show. When you talk to Robin, she said they structured their reparations program to withstand legal challenges because they knew they were coming. So a lot of people focus on, and I'm not saying you are saying this, Derek, but I've been involved in this for some time. A lot of people focus on cut the check, and don't understand. One, at the federal level, race-based policies are illegal at the federal level. Okay, that's Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Section 601, non-discrimination.
This nigga cold. That nigga dropping that shit like a motherfucker, man. We're gonna have to tap into that stuff. Definitely, I'm definitely gonna have to do a playback and do a little deep dive on what he's saying. I ain't for to look up all this little stuff right now. We just looking at it. But it's definitely some notes to jot down and probably some research for you. You know what I'm saying? To be able to give you some game and probably get you going in a good direction though.
Federally assisted programs. 2, for Civil Rights Act, Section 601, non-discrimination federally assisted programs. 2, a lot of states have various laws that ban race-based programs. California was one of them, which is why the California Reparations Task Force, they structured theirs based upon lineage, having to trace your ancestry back to someone who was either descended of slavery or came to the U.S. prior to 1900, because they knew, you talked to Camila Moore, who's an attorney, who was the chair. Camila Moore said they knew they were going to be challenged in court. So when we deal with this, and I think it's also important to understand, we have to go after low-hanging fruit, because we're in a even more anti-Black climate, where you had the $2.2 billion that was given to Black farmers, okay, under the Biden-Harris administration. That got attacked. We know it was $5 billion before that, farmers of color, including Black farmers, in the American Rescue Plan. That got stopped by groups like Stephen Miller's group, who's a senior advisor to Trump right now. Go ahead.
Derek?
Hey, shout out to that. Me and my folks, I got some bread off that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we definitely did get some racks off that, that's for sure. Wish a nigga could have got some more. But yeah, that's real. And yeah, them niggas definitely owe some more too. Because that really wasn't nothing from what they was giving them other folks. For real though.
Yeah, but it only got stopped because it involved giving Black people money.
It got stopped because it's challenged in court, yes. But
wait a minute, Michael. So if you go back to 1862,
yes.
The only reason why I use Abraham Lincoln, because he was the president. But 1862, April 18, when he gave $300 per slave owner, they were all white men.
No, there's about six black slave owners in Washington, D.C. that also filed petitions, and they got reparations as well. Go ahead.
Hold on. But majority of the population.
Damn, he said it, man. This nigga on the right is cold. That nigga dropping some shit. That nigga slick with it. Other dude nice too. What it do? 903 got the P. What it do, man? It's sitting back, man. It's weekend warrior shit, man. It's looking at this stuff, man. You know, some stuff you know what I'm saying, to jot down, take some notes on, probably do a study on or something like that. I really ain't gonna just break down into nothing. I'm just looking at the videos and just looking at the OGs and the black people speak. You know what I'm saying? Seeing what the people think about it. But yeah, they talking about these reparations and I guess like different angles on trying to get it. So yeah, because I'm definitely about that. But I hope you're having a good day, man. Good weekend, man, for sure.
Crew got 6 black slave owners in Washington, D.C. that all.
Oh, yeah, you said it was 6 black slave owners at the same time, I guess in 1860, whenever. But dude dropping all type of acts. He dropping, man, dude on the right got his dates and everything. He cold with it. I'm going to have to really tap into him a little more. He coming up out of Detroit.
He gave $300 per slave owner. They were
Mhm.
all white men.
No, there's about 6 black. There's about 6 black slave owners in Washington, D.C. that also filed petitions, and they got reparations as well. Go ahead.
Hold on. But majority of the population,
correct,
$300 per slave were white European men. And then they turned around 4 months later. Congress said, "Hey, we're going to give you land too. So if you're a white European man, we're going to give you 160 acres. The only thing
The Homestead Act. Mm-hmm.
Only thing you need to do. That's right, the Homestead Act.
Another one, he know all the acts. He know the day. He on point. That's how we need to be too, man. We need to really dig up in there. It's a lot of people digging up in there, man. Shout out to everybody that's digging up in there. Got me want to dig up in there, man. Straight up, pause. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. So yeah, shout out to everybody, man, that be trying to figure it out.
Anything you need to do is live on this land, use this land, till this land, and you got 160 acres.
Pay the taxes.
With about $5. But that,
hey, don't burn up that chicken on that grill on that drink.
160 acres amassed to 271 million acres of land in the United States.
Yeah, and they gave away land for 124 years up until 1976. I'll teach this history. I'm familiar with it. The Homestead Act.
The demographics, my dear friend, they were white men.
Of course. Of course.
And so if the court of law is going to say you can't give money to black people, but you turn around right now, if they pass this tax bill, the top 1%, what's the number of population of the ethnicity and race of the top 1%?
Probably 90% white. That no, I understand that, but when we talk about legal challenges,
Morgan, do you want Morgan? Do you want any part of this?
Well, here's what I would say: is the fundamental thing is if we're in a position now, to me, is if we're in a position where we have only one black governor in the entire United States of America, and he's not even willing, because Michael, I consider a study defining economic harm for Maryland as pretty low-hanging fruit. If you're not willing to support that, God help us.
But here's the thing,
right?
Here's the thing.
I mean, studies, like, what have we been talking about?
Studies and actually implementing law are implementing policies that are beneficial. And
Michael, wait a minute, Michael, hold up.
Yeah.
All across the country.
So is they trying to put in lawful reparations, or are they trying to come up with policies for reparations? Like, you know what I'm saying, for the pay? Because dude vetoed it down, but he talking about a study, but then they talking about where the government ain't gonna sign off on nothing unless they got a study on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of new to this little old politics shit, but I'm trying to see what the hell going on now. That's a fact.
That are beneficial. And actually,
Michael, wait a minute, Michael, hold up.
Yeah.
All across the country.
Midverse Bank can help turn this dream into reality. While you stay true to your dreams, we'll stay true to you.
Cities, counties, school boards, they've done disparity studies.
Yes, harm reports, things like that.
First, to show from when it comes to contracts, and then created a program based upon the study. So to Morgan's point, what's the big deal with a study going forward, but as the governor, you still do the things you say you're doing? Why can't two things happen at one time?
Well, as I said, I'm all for repairing the damage of a legacy of slavery, Jim Crow segregation, things like this. What I would do is focus on, if you want to study something, I would focus on studying the present day structural inequities, study the laws and policies that created those structural inequities, that created the harm, and trace that back to slavery. I personally, and I've said this repeatedly over and over again, I would not put the...
What's up, man? Do you think that's what we missing within the conversation? You know what I'm saying? That folks be having. They be trying to figure out what happened. Like, damn, what happened? What happened? Trying to find it. You got people going back, looking at her ship. They looking at land. They looking at all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Well, should we be looking at the equity within these states and the root of the equity within the states and where it all began? And like you say, trace that back to slavery, or trace that back to something. But it may be able to help us trace shit back, though. You know what I'm saying? They have spent billions out there, right? It's crazy. Wicked.
Term reparations on anything that you actually want to get past. When you are a minority population, when you're dealing with an anti-black society, no, we got to, let me, Roland, you're smarter than me. Why do most slaves that run away at nighttime and not in the daytime?
That's true.
Why do most slaves run away at nighttime and not in the daytime? Because they knew they had a better chance of staying gone if they ran away at night. I'm saying we got to learn how to run away at nighttime. Okay? Hell no, don't put. And the other thing that we have to learn how to do is show how the policies that disproportionately positively benefit Black people are good for everybody. That reduces opposition. Didn't say it eliminates opposition, but it reduces opposition. Too many of our people get caught on the reparations treadmill and keep running around generation year after year after year doing the same damn thing. No, we haven't figured this out. I'm all for repairing the damage. Focus on present day structural inequities. Focus on housing disparities. Focus on educational disparities.
Got it.
Like this. When you do your study,
I got it.
Because I read some of those harm studies.
I got
Trace that back to the policies that go and trace that back to slavery.
Final comment from Derek. Final comment from Morgan. Then I'm going to a break.
Roland, Adam Clayton Powell, Thurgood Marshall, Dr. King, and all the others who are part of the civil rights movement, they didn't create something else. They used the Constitution. They used the language from the Constitution. They didn't create a new word. They didn't deviate. They said the Constitution. And so all I'm saying, if we're going to go back to the past and look at the ills of this country, then we just say Abraham Lincoln and everybody else in 1862 used a form, and it's called reparation.
Morgan.
And I'll just make a very practical point that if at some point, and this kind of builds off of what
And I like his angle. I like both of the brothers' angles. Last dude is saying was shared. The president and all the other people within Senate, government, House, whatever, they all was saying it's all good in 1862. But the other dude is saying, nah, we got to come up with policies. They got a crazy, you know what I'm saying? They got a cold angles and cold structures to where they really can't touch it once we put it down like that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be able to get away forever. It ain't gonna be nothing temporary. And that's the angle that he coming with. Yeah, that's what they is. They really is. They really is. They getting bread, free housing, they getting all type of shit.
you're saying, Michael, is the goal, you're trying to actually, based on law, make a case for why there should be economic return. Then you need some information about what that harm has looked like. That can be a big effort. If you're just an individual citizen, even if you find a lawyer who's willing to represent you, they're going to have to take on all that risk for themselves. Right. This is shifting that burden to the state that has more resources to gather that information and can be the basis for further legal action.
And no. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. That's all right. I done let this damn thing go as far as I'm gonna let it go. I'm going to a damn break.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation.
I'll make this real smooth. I got a dash cam going. I'm gonna give you about 0.2 seconds explaining to me what you pulled me over for, because I have not committed any traffic violations.
The tag. You can't have that design.
Yes, sir, you can't. I'm a third-year law student. This is not something you want to do.
Let me see your driver's license,
shirt,
please.
Okay. What is the? First of all, that's not. Get your watch coming out here now.
Hillsborough 2 Delta.
Now.
Can I get a 1094?
Let me call your sheriff, just so you know.
Don't call the sheriff.
I will right now.
Don't call the sheriff.
In case you can see my shirt.
Can I see your driver's license?
What's your lawful command of pulling me over?
316-605.
Florida statute. Okay. Let me get your watch coming out here now. Get your watch coming out here now. And that body camera.
Let me see your driver's license.
You will not. Okay.
Let me see your driver's license. Okay. 2 Delta 15. Can I have
get your watch coming out here now?
Get out of the car.
You will
give
not.
Me your driver's license.
Okay.
Give me your driver's license now.
Okay.
Give me your driver's license.
You have no lawful reason to open this door.
Driver's license now.
You have no lawful reason to open this door.
Driver's license
Back
now.
the hell up now.
Driver's license
this
now.
Body camera is going.
Driver's license now.
This is what I'm going to do before I pull it out.
10-4. Driver's license now.
Get them on the phone. Get your watch coming out here.
Oh, they definitely owe big time. They definitely owe big time. But I guess, and I don't even know why it's something even hard, you know what I'm saying, for niggas to prove in their eyes. Like, that should be something easy to prove. Excuse me. Yeah, that should be something easy to prove. But they make it seem like we gotta make a cold case. We gotta come up with a cold argument just to get some shit that's real. Like you say, them niggas fucked up on the treaties, did a lot of other shit. But dude right here though, he kind of remind me, you know what I'm saying? I guess he got he got a tag. I think they sovereign. So I don't know if this is the same game that Naughty and Epic and the other people that we talking about, they be saying that they really ain't gotta have a certain type of license, or I don't know if it got anything to do with nationalism, but I was just checking him out and he was just peeping this little, he was kicking his game, but it was off the tag. You know what I'm saying? He got pulled over because of his tag. And I be hearing people within the community talking about, certain, about driving and stuff like that. So yeah, it's crazy what happened to him. No, this is crazy.
Driver's license now.
Get your watch coming out here now.
Give me your driver's license now.
You will not
take your driver's license.
Baby, I'm being
stop. Give me your driver's license.
Officer's trying
Give
to
me your
grab my
driver's
arm.
license now.
Okay.
Give me your license.
He has a weapon.
Unbuckle your seatbelt with your right hand now.
Get your watch coming out.
Unbuckle your seatbelt with your right hand now.
Okay.
Just calm down.
That's some hoe ass shit. Why that nigga, the police always, when I understand, dude, it seems like he kind of, a good dude, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if he riding dirty or whatever. But most time niggas be riding dirty, niggas be having so much shit. So niggas be trying to like wiggle up out of there. But you know what I'm saying? For the straight people, man, that's kind of shit, man. That should be kind of crazy how the police be handling them like that. And they be like good peoples, you know what I'm saying? They don't be doing nothing. But he's speaking up though.
Keep your hand there. You just sparked the lawsuit. Keep your hand there. He has a weapon pointed at me. Do not move. Get out of the car. You will not make me get out of this car. Get out of this car now. Get out of this car now. Get out of this car now. Keep your hand on the steering wheel. Okay. Stay right there. Do not move. Do not move. That body camera better be moved. Do not That body move. Camera better be moved. You will not point that weapon at me. I have done no unlawful criminal command. This is a civil traffic stop.
F Cloud Bowdy Bout, what it do? Hope you having a good night. Sure do appreciate you showing up. Go on and pull up and roll up. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend and do it again.
You have no lawful reason to pull that weapon out on me just because we're having a verbal disagreement. You have lost your mind. Your badge will be removed today. You can best believe that. We were just sitting here arguing. I never did anything unlawful to you. Have you lost your mind? Just do what he said. He has a weapon pointed at my face. Baby, I need you to get. I need you to get. I need you to get the attorney on the phone now. Stop. Stop fighting now. Baby, stop fighting now. Stop fighting now. I am on cane. Get out of the car. I cannot stand on my own. Get out of the car. I cannot stand on my own. Get out of the car. If you see the second row, now you will see there's two canes there. Get out of the car. I cannot stand on my own. Get out of the car. Get out and lay down. Okay, just stop fighting. Get your watch. Now. You will not put those. Stop fighting. I'm going to tase you right now. Get out. You will not put those. Get out now. You are about to be tased. You're about to be tased. You're going to be stripped in the badge today. You're going to be stripped today. Get down. Get down. He has a weapon pointed at me. Get baby. Down now. Attorney, baby, I need you to get Attorney Malik now. Now. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground. I want to pull you down if you have a backpack. Then slow down and get down. You cannot make me get on my back. Sir, I'm going to lean here. This is what I will do. Get down. I'm telling you right now, if you don't get down, you don't get down. Baby! You don't get baby! Okay.
That's some bullshit.
Stop. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. This is going to be a lawsuit. All right, sir? Yeah. Stop fighting me now. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's going to be a lawsuit. This is going to be a lawsuit. You get 1075. Just give a couple of minutes. I got one detained. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay, baby. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You got anything on you? Thank you. Sit up. It's okay. I'm on Hillsborough. Sit up. What I need you to do is get Sheriff Chad Crosser on the phone. I need you to I'm a licensed concealed.
That's fine. I'm giving you my knee so you can lean on it.
I just had surgery. This guy came up here threatening me, already with his hand on his weapon. He's telling me fake tag he's got. Yeah. That's not a fake. He's got that Joker description on it. Ready? Stand up. Come on. Okay. I just had surgery. All right. Put your leg in. All you gotta do is over a tag. So you're doing this over a tag? Okay. Okay. You just lost your job.
No, he did.
Okay. Watch this. You should see my shirt.
See the tag?
You should see my shirt.
I can assure you he ain't losing his job on that.
It's one of those.
I can assure you.
Let's bet on it. This is going to spark a lawsuit. This is going to spark a lawsuit. Okay, get your lieutenant.
Milestone Thoughts hit the mall, everything he bought, what it do. Hey, we're going to be seeing y'all here soon, man. That should be a good little series right there, Thunder against the Timberwolves, man. Anyway it go, man, I hope that we win it for the West. You know what I'm saying? Either one of us, Thunder or the Timberwolves, gonna have to pull it out from the West. Let's go.
Please. You're just the corporal.
Widen your stance. Widen your stance. Okay. And stop. A simple ticket of you to fix your tag and you turn it to this. And now you want to
started threatening me with your hand on your weapon. I was in fear for my safety. So you're going to lose your job. This is a civil traffic violation.
And you turned it into this. You're right.
Okay, you'll see. I hope that body camera better been rolling.
It is. You got 4 of them here.
Okay, they weren't here when this started.
All right, well, my
now, I'm going to make sure on this report that your badge numbers are all listed. Make sure on this report. I cannot fit there.
You're going to fit in there.
Okay, watch this. Okay. Okay.
Good job. I mean, it's not fake. It's a real Florida tag, but this design, Florida doesn't have that. Okay. So you can't do that. He's he's altering the tag. 316-605.
So he's saying that the tag ain't fake.
Last time I counted.
Yeah, you don't know what he's gonna do, but dude gonna explain it kind of cold. You know what I'm saying? He gonna explain it kind of cold.
He's altering the tag. 316-605. Pull him over for that. Right away. What is your stop for reason? What are you shaking? I'm gonna call the sheriff. Give me your ID. Give me your driver's license. Give me your driver's license.
My dude said he was shaking. Oh my God, you gotta chill out, man. He was amped up though.
No, he's a big guy.
Hang on, he said no?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to charge him with obstruction, right?
Yeah, he's going for resistance without right now. And that's why I get him at
When you get to this vehicle.
Somebody else?
Hey, did you run the actual VIN yet?
No, not yet.
Because there might be more to it.
Yeah. Oh, hell, dude.
Yeah.
Woo!
Check that CCW on him too.
And he got that thing in there.
Well, yeah, but
ready to go.
That's his girl. She was just calling him.
If he has a CCW, it don't matter. But we need to check that.
He was reaching over this way. That's why I got on my taser.
That nigga was not reaching.
I saw this car yesterday, and I ran.
That whole ass nigga that said he was reaching over, that nigga was not reaching over there. That nigga just lied. That shit crazy. Whole ass nigga.
Ran the tag, and I said, "This is the thing," but I was going to another call. I just got lucky enough to see it again today. You are. But I got to impound it because you're going to jail. Resisting officer without violence.
Man.
There has to be a criminal offense. I had committed a criminal offense.
Yeah, not giving me your ID.
You're going to lose your job.
That's fine.
Coming out of 13P, County Road 39 in Thompson Road. A white male,
All right.
updating 1015.
Just resisting arrest without violence.
No, not yet. Yes, you're going to jail for resisting, and you're getting a ticket for the tag.
Okay. So a civil traffic violation, and put your hands on me. With your hands on your.
Yep. Once you refuse, I didn't put my hands on my gun.
Your hand was on your weapon as soon as you approached.
Not my gun.
Yes, again, just so you know,
That's fine. My hand was never on my gun. Yeah. Yeah, they just sovereign. I mean, look at this. You see?
That whole ass nigga, we don't know if that was your gun or that taser, nigga. Fuck you walking up for like that. Goof ass nigga.
His tag.
And no, I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm just a man that knows the law. But your racist behind wanted to mess with a black driver. Then have your hand on your weapon when you approach me.
Did that nigga say Black Tribe? Hold on, let me bring that back.
Not my gun.
Yes, again, just so you know,
That's fine. My hand was never on my gun. Yeah. Yeah, they just sovereign. I mean, look at this. You see his tag?
And no, I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm just a man that knows the law. But your racist behind wanted to mess with a black driver. Then have your hand on your weapon when you approach me.
Come on. Your tag is so dark. How can I even see who's in the driver?
You're a mother freaking lie. You can see the front tent. You can see right through it. It's legal.
I wasn't in front of you. I was behind you.
Okay. So you say you can't see through that? Okay.
I can't see who is driving. I can't see the skin color of the person. I can't see that.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
I am the co-founder of a civil rights organization. I'm sure you're well aware of. I'm wearing the shirt. This deputy already had his hand on his weapon when he approached me. I'm a third-year law student at Stetson. Your sheriff knows me very well. I'm also a pastor of a very big church in this county. Okay. Your deputy had his hand on.
Damn, they did the pastor like that? Wicked.
On his 9 mil when he approached me. I have a dash cam that's on that. That's going to show that. That's in that vehicle. Okay. Now, when he approached me, now that license plate, whether his interpretation of approval or not, I had to go through the Florida DMV to get that approved. They partner with the plate, something called plate makers. What they explained to me is that I cannot deface the state of Florida up top, and I cannot alter the tag numbers unless I paid additional to have a modified thing that read my name or whatever. They sent it off to this place, and this place had to mail it to me. I was issued a temporary tag. If you see, this is a 2024 Kia Carnival. I just got this vehicle. The dealership gave me a temporary tag. I immediately went to the DMV. If you see in my glove compartment of that vehicle in the center, you're going to see a paper from the DMV that's going to show everything I'm referring to, a receipt that I had to pay them.
We'll take a look at that. Did this just come through then? Or?
Yes, it just came less than a week and a half ago, maybe. It took them over 2 months just to even modify. They were having issues.
All right, so where is this sheet at?
It's in the middle, it's in the center because the original color of the
Would you like me to get it?
Yes, please. And then you
so
can also
just
see 2 papers.
show me where. Or tell me,
Yeah.
in the center column.
Yeah, right on the center, you're going to open it. You're going to see 2 papers. One of them, because you're going to see that the color, I had it, it's called ceramic. I had the color change. The initial color was Astra Blue.
Of what? Of the tag?
Of the vehicle, of the whole vehicle.
The vehicle.
I had the color changed to black. That's like you open the doors, you can see the blue in the center or in between. Right. So as you know, I had to register that with the DMV because the color
changed. Correct.
So that was a $3 fee. Okay. When I went there, I also wanted to change the color because I saw it online. It was a company advertising themselves called Plate Makers. I inboxed them directly because
for the plate.
Yes. So they said that if I wanted certain designs, I would have to go to the DMV for to seek approval, and of course, it's going to be additional. I went to the.
So do you have something from the DMV saying that?
Yes.
Right. So those are in there.
Yes.
Yeah, I will get 2 papers.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Be right back. There is another magazine.
So this nigga gonna pull him over. He wanted to pull him over anyway because he talking about that he seen him the day before, but he was getting at somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So he knew what the dude looked like. He knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he just ran up on him, not even knowing. He didn't do no research. He don't even know the laws. He just ran up, got his hand on a pistol. Nigga talking to him like, damn, my nigga, what you running up on me for? Nigga, I ain't broke no laws. Instantly, let me get your driver's license. Just open up the door. All type of crazy ass shit, man. Hey, man, be safe out there, man.
Magazine in there. There's another gun mag in there. A loaded one on the seat. But
my weapon should have came with 2.
Have anything?
My weapon, because I am a firearms instructor, my weapon should have had a magazine inside.
So 3 total.
3 total.
All right, so I think I just saw another one. These are the only other papers in there, man. There's nothing in the glove box other than like the manuals and stuff, and then
what I'm going to probably have to do at court is just get the other. It's a huge possibility. It's in my wife's vehicle. Okay. I can make her send pictures.
You want to play a real life game of Clue with me?
I see monsters.
I thought he had the paperwork. He had a cold game.
We have the same vehicle. You're going to get a 2024 Kia Carnival. She has white.
Right, so she could have the paperwork.
It's a possibility because we switch cars often.
Okay, all right. But, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Our nigga really don't be, you know what I'm saying? For real, though. Niggas be trying to wiggle up out of shit. Niggas be so hot all the time. The niggas used to be. So, yeah, nigga would probably handle that different, but man, shout out to dude though. He's standing up on what he know. He ain't break no law. Shit, he can have the tag. He know how he went through. This nigga don't know the law. But I guess he probably gotta have that paperwork too though, but
I had to go to them to get this tag. They explained to me that they partner with the place called plate makers. They explain that they mail the tag off, then the place actually sends it to me.
So this is the DMV that you, was there a specific person you spoke to there or something?
It's been more than,
or is this?
I don't remember the name, but
you know, like
it
was
would have
it
been at the tax collector's office on Hillsborough.
Okay, so you spoke with somebody there, like physically,
Yes.
or
They had to
right,
take me to the
and
back
you
because I
set
had to
this
pay.
up.
I was willing to pay because they said I had to pay a $3 fee for the new registration before the color of the vehicle, and then for the tag I had to pay. It was like $280 something. Plus I used credit card to make the payment, and they charged a percentage to use the card. They sent it off. They issued me a temporary tag. They explained.
All right, well, obviously, you know that you're not being convicted right now, right? You said you're a third-year law student.
Correct.
So you'll
I'll be
you'll
able
have
to
your,
explain this to a
you'll
judge.
have you
The only thing I asked now, he's charging me now. What he's saying he's charging me now is with resisting arrest. In order for him to lawfully do that, I had to have been committing an actual crime for him to actually detain me.
Right.
I had my license in my hand when he snatched me and had his hand on his 9mm. His body camera is going to reveal this. Now, at first, we were arguing because I went to the DMV, I could not understand for the life of me why he was pulling me over claiming tag. But I took my license out, had it in my hand when he snatched me out of the vehicle. I never once made any criminal behavior, never once threatened him. I just had surgery. I'm using 2 canes, and he's forcing me to sit upright. I'm losing feeling in my left hand. All I'm asking, I'm not.
Are you doing that currently? Is that?
Yes, I have staples in my back if you lift up my shirt.
So what do you do? Do you need EMS or
no,
something
I
right
should
now? How can we make sure that we don't?
If it's in my left hand, I do feel even though I have everything in my back. If they can just loosen it, just a little bit. I understand they have to be tightened enough because I'm just.
Can you unlock the door? A second. All right. I don't think this has. Here, I'll take this back.
Bring the canes as well. You're going to see 2 bilateral canes that cover my wrist.
Where are those at?
It's in the second row of the SUV. All right, go ahead and have a seat back here. Can you hold on to my shoulder? I just don't want to fall. I did, but lift up my shirt.
I believe you.
Oh my God. Let me just get in.
Are you getting enough air back there? You might get some more on the other side. So. You were lawfully detained because of a traffic stop. Yes.
You can't detain someone for a civil traffic violation. Now, ordering them out of their vehicle. Florida law, Supreme Court even just reiterated this matter. You cannot order someone out of their vehicle for a civil traffic violation.
Yeah, sir, were you identifying yourself? I mean,
I did. I had my license in my hand. That's why it was knocked out of my hand when he grabbed me. It was in my right hand. His body camera is going to show that.
Okay.
So everything, like you said, everything's on the body cam. I wasn't here, right? So it would have to be reviewed and everything, but you're not being convicted of anything right now. You're going to have your name for it. I'm sorry? Where? They'll tell you where you're, they can give you a card to see, where they're taking from you. Right, they're not going to take your, they're going to take your vehicle now to be towed, but they're not going to keep it. Sir, you have a card of where the vehicle's going or something?
My organization just settled one of the biggest lawsuits against a different agency over similar behavior. I'm going to bring legal action against the department over this matter.
Okay.
This was unlawful. There was no reason for him to have his hand on his weapon. The law clearly states that I am in fear for my safety. I have the legal ability to ask for a watch command. He approached me already with his hand on his 9mm even before he started talking.
Okay, sir. Like I said, I wasn't here for that. If the deputy had his hand on his weapon or not, he didn't pull his weapon out. He didn't threaten you with the weapon. Sometimes I stand like this, and it's not. But once again, that's something that's going to have to be reviewed at a different point. So this is. Do you want this to go with your wife? Sure. This is where the vehicle's going.
You can get 2 clear
I'll
bags.
give you. Yeah, I think she's still looking for that paperwork. Well,
baby, no, it's okay.
Well, no, that's not.
After this, I'm going to go after his bags, just like how I did in Minnesota. What I need you to do is call Life Out and tell him what just happened. Let him know that when he approached me, he had his hand on his weapon. He was screaming already as he approached me. I had my license in my hand. He knocked it out of my hand and slammed me to the floor, even though I refused to they're charging me with resisting arrest. That's the only thing without violence. In order to lawfully charge me,
It's the reason why you wasn't. It's the reason why you wanted to go to the DMV. It just don't make any sense. You trying to get a switch. It's the reason is to stop people. For what? I gotta go get the kids and I have to get Ezra. So I will.
I need you to get myself immediately call Life Now and tell them what happened.
So are you okay with your wife
I
taking
sure
your
am.
wallet, your 2 phones, your chain, your AirPods, and that Florida State little keychain?
Yes. Now, are you who has my license plate?
I do.
And where am I going to get that from?
It's going to be impounded as evidence.
Okay. Yes.
Evidence.
Real bad because I'm going to make
Evidence.
Yep, I'm good here. I'm ready to go to jail. So.
Okay. All right, let's get out of here.
Alrighty.
And that
I
was
gave your
so
wife
weird.
your wallet, everything else minus your gun and your driver's license.
And my license.
Because that's the evidence.
You're holding on to my license as evidence?
No, your tag's going with you to the jail so that you can have it when you get out.
Okay.
Your license is going as evidence
So you're going to maintain possession of my license?
because it's illegal, correct?
My license?
Plate. No, your plate. Your plate. I'm sorry, I pointed over here. Correct, because it's illegal.
Okay.
Yeah, your license will be
How the license plate illegal, but the DMV, but he paid $280 for it. I know he may be lying. I mean, I ain't gonna say he's lying, but that's what he said.
Stated. You weren't updated on the newer DMV laws.
I mean, I just read them to you verbatim from the Florida State statute.
And you're probably reading an outdated.
No, that's the current one.
I'm going to strip the law. That body camera is going to show what it is. I'm going to come for you until I know that you will never be able to work as a law enforcement officer in this state again.
Yeah, that's
If
fine.
you don't, if you look at me, you will know that I'm the co-founder of one of the biggest civil rights organizations in this state. I'm backed by Ben Crump and multiple other attorneys. This is an issue you opened up the wrong can of worms when you decided to make this racist.
I mean, I have no clue how you got the racist card, but
I'm going to pull your check file that I released, and I'm going to know how many complaints were filed against you.
it's none.
Okay.
Actually,
How long you been with the department?
3 years.
We're going to see. We're going to see this. But I'm not going to stop until your credentials are straight. I just did the 2 offices in Minnesota and another in another county.
What county?
Duval. Now, where are my canes?
They should have been in your car.
How am I supposed to walk without them?
They'll give you a cane. Do you need assistance getting out of the car?
I sure will.
Okay, I'll let them know. Yeah, they have doctors and nurses that'll come out and help you.
Not a problem. They're going to OR me. The first thing I'm going to do, and please make sure the badge.
You said ROR?
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably will. Hey, it's just a misdemeanor. Like I said, it would have been a simple traffic warning if you'd just been like, "Oh, I didn't know that was illegal," and I would.
Well, because you chose to break the law, this is not only going to be a bad. You're never going to be able to work as a deputy in the state again. I just did this. If you look it up, we not only doing this in Florida, but we did it in Minnesota. 4 Minnesota State Patrol lost their law enforcement credentials.
I'm curious.
Similar stuff.
I'm curious as to why law enforcement is like why you're going around doing all this to cops.
Because many of you are corrupt.
I'm curious as to how you find them all.
Many of them, not all. Many of you. One of you put a bullet in my younger brother years ago. It took years for the DOJ to reopen the case. Guess who had a lot to do with that? Like I said, you think you know me. I would never put myself in position for this to happen. And when this happens, it happened in Minnesota when we went. The charges were dismissed 2 days later. We filed suit, and a part of the settlement, they stripped all 4 of those Minnesota State Patrol. Similar behavior. Is your body camera rolling now?
It still is, yes. It's been
when
rolling.
I showed you my ID, and you reached for your weapon again.
I reached for your ID.
All I had, the law said I didn't have to put it in your hands. All I had to do was show it to you. I could have kept the window up on the traffic stop and just showed it to you through the window. You are not lawfully required to take it out of my possession. I made it visible for you to see. It was a civil traffic stop. You had your hand, one hand on your weapon while you were snatching.
I'm just curious as to why you just couldn't just provide it right away and be like, here it is.
We're going to be able to explain that to a judge, and he's going to ask you, why did you wait until after the ID was in his hands to detain it?
You were detained the moment the traffic stop was initiated. Says he walks with, he had back surgery and walks with canes. So he needs a long
This is a
distance.
paramedic. You can ask me some questions about your mobility.
When did you have surgery?
Less than 2 weeks ago.
He was charged with resisting arrest without violence.
Man.
He was sentenced to 6 months of probation, required to complete 20 hours of community service, and ordered to write a letter of apology.
These
Thanks for watching.
boy.
Be sure to subscribe for more videos like
That's
this.
wicked, boy.
You should be into Barbaria too, because they're the same word. Tartaria means east of Rome, because we have a Roman history, guys. Remember, we have a Roman history. Tartaria means east of Rome. Barbaria means west of Rome. That's why you have Berbers in North Africa that are black, and you have barbarians in Germany and Scandinavia that are white. It's a Roman perspective to history. Okay, so Barbaria and Tartaria are the same thing. Well, in the Barbary Wars, where America was fighting Moors, we were fighting Morocco, Mauritania, Algeria, I think, these Moorish countries. That was in the early 1800s, mid 1800s, the Barbary Wars. As soon as we won the Barbary Wars fighting North African Moorish pirates, what happened in America? The age of piracy in South Florida. The Navy, the U.S. Navy, immediately left North Africa and came to the Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean and Key West. And they enacted martial law in Key West in the name of fighting piracy. So who were these pirates that they were fighting that just popped up in Key West? Well, Florida was acquired in the late 18-teens, early 1820s, right? Officially. In 1820, there was not a single permanent resident in Key West. By 1830, Key West was the richest city in America. How is that possible?
That's crazy, dude.
And we're told that it was all due to pirates that were making such good money, and shipwreckers and divers, treasure divers. Well, I guess all these pirates were doing their taxes if Florida, if Key West became the richest city in America, and it was the most populated city in Florida. One problem, there was no bridge. You had to get there by boat. So what was going on in Key West, where it was in a matter of 9 years, went from not having a single person living there to being America's richest city? What happened? Well, it was pirates. It was the Barbers, the Berbers, the Seminoles, Semitic people. But
they showed. Hold on. So you're saying?
Man, what y'all think about that, man? I heard this. I had to clip it and put it on my page. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more deep dive into that. The pirates, Moors.
the Berbers, the Seminoles, Semitic people. But
they showed. Hold on. So you're saying? I think they moved in. They just moved in with all their pirate booty.
It's more just that the magnifying glass went to Florida because they were fighting the Moors.
Okay.
America was fighting the Moors in North Africa. As soon as that war ended, we unofficially started fighting the Moors in South Florida. Okay.
Oh, so we went in, took over, and then we're like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a lot of gold here, and now it's the richest city out there.
Yes.
Whoa, bro.
Yep. And when the first railroad got to Key West, the population plummeted. So think about that. The only way to get there was by boat up until early 1900s, 1910s, I think 1920s maybe. When the first railroad got to Key West, that Flagler used slaves to build, right? And Seminoles. They're using Seminoles and slaves to build it. When they got there, the population decreased. So how does that make sense? If this is the first time that you can actually access it by land, all the people just leave? Makes very little
So they went
sense.
there and killed everybody. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. They went there, killed everything, transferred the wealth to essentially the white people, the new white people, and that's all there is to the story, really.
Oh my God, dude, this is just so fucking blows my mind because, this is Sam speaking. There's been a giant psyop against the black community, this victimhood put on them that they all came here in a fucking boat, defeated and turned into slaves, right? When in reality, they discovered America and were here before a lot.
Yeah, I thought that was ill for them to say that. But for him to put the more pirates on it, that was interesting. That was interesting. Gonna have to do a little deep dive into that for sure. Now, and I ain't seen this video right here. It say the first slave owners were black people. So I'm fit to see what this is talking about. I ain't seen this video before, so I don't even know what he really gonna come from. I was just tripping off the title. See what's up.
The dirtiest secret in African American history is that a surprisingly high percentage of the free Negroes in the South owned slaves themselves. And some of them owned, we explain it away by saying, oh, but they only own their mother, or they only own, they own their mother, they own their sister, they own their wife, and they own some other workers too. A surprisingly high number owned workers who they did not liberate throughout the South. There were enough black free Negroes who supported the Confederacy that they voluntarily formed a regiment in the state of North Carolina to fight for the Confederacy.
Voluntarily formed a regiment to fight for the Confederacy. Pause and consider the implications of that statement, delivered not by some fringe revisionist, but by one of the most prominent scholars of African American history. Professor Gates labels the broader phenomenon of black slave ownership the dirtiest secret in that history. A secret implies something hidden, something potentially shameful, something that disrupts a preferred narrative. And indeed, this particular historical fact does more than disrupt. It utterly demolishes the simplistic, Manichaean worldview of racial conflict that serves as the foundational myth for so much of contemporary identity politics. The standard narrative, echoed from university lecture halls to editorial pages to political rallies, portrays American slavery as a singular, monolithic evil inflicted by one race, whites, upon another, blacks. This narrative is the engine driving claims of unique white culpability, demands for race-based reparations, theories of systemic racism, and the perpetual framing of present-day disparities as the direct, inescapable legacy of that specific historical crime. It requires viewing history through a tightly focused, racially deterministic lens. But what happens when inconvenient facts intrude? What happens when we learn from meticulous historical research like that of Carter G. Woodson decades ago, and confirmed by scholars like Gates today, that a significant number of free persons of color in the antebellum United States participated in the institution of slavery as owners? What happens when we learn that some were willing to take up arms to defend the very system that enslaved others of their race? The edifice of racial essentialism begins to shake. The neat categories of monolithic white oppressors and monolithic black victims dissolve into the far more complex, far more uncomfortable reality of human history. The claim that the very first slave owners were black is, of course, a provocative shorthand, not a literal historical assertion about the dawn of time. Slavery in its myriad forms is tragically ancient and geographically ubiquitous. It existed in ancient Sumeria, Egypt, China, India, Greece, Rome. It flourished in the great empires of the Ottomans and the Mughals. It was practiced by indigenous peoples across North and South America long before Columbus. Crucially, it was deeply embedded within numerous African societies themselves for centuries before Europeans arrived on the coast. Africans enslaving other Africans, often as spoils of war, for debt, or as punishment, and sometimes engaging in brutal internal slave trades. No, the point is not about chronological precedence in this ancient catalog of human cruelty. The point highlighted by the American experience is the profound implication of Black participation in slave ownership. It serves as irrefutable evidence that the capacity for exploiting and dominating fellow human beings, when given the power and incentive, is not and never has been confined to a single race. It is a human universal, a dark potential lurking within all groups, ready to manifest when social structures and economic conditions permit or encourage it. To insist on viewing American slavery solely as a white on black phenomenon is not historical accuracy.
Hurry in and shop Mathis Home today during the Monumental Savings Event for deals in every department. Get huge discounts on hundreds of sofas in all the latest.
It is ideological filtering, It requires deliberately averting one's gaze from the global context, ignoring the crucial role of African participation in the capture and sale of slaves for the Atlantic trade, and most relevantly here, whitewashing the documented actions of free blacks within America itself. The immediate reaction from those invested in the standard narrative is often to minimize or explain away the phenomenon of black slave ownership. The most common rationalization, alluded to by Professor Gates, is that these were merely nominal owners, free blacks, purchasing enslaved family members, spouses, children, siblings, to protect them or facilitate their eventual manumission. Undoubtedly, such cases existed. The laws in many southern states made manumission difficult, and owning a relative could be a legal strategy within a deeply flawed system. But to suggest this accounts for the entirety or even the majority of black slave ownership is demonstrably false and relies on sentimentality rather than evidence. Historians like Carter G. Woodson, John Hope Franklin, and Larry Koger, delving into census records, wills, and property deeds, found substantial evidence of free blacks owning slaves for straightforward economic exploitation, just like their white counterparts. While constituting a small fraction of the total slaveholding population, thousands of free blacks owned slaves across the South. In some areas like Charleston, South Carolina, or parts of Louisiana with large free Creole populations, black slave owners were relatively numerous and sometimes possessed considerable numbers of slaves. In 1830, for instance, over 3,700 free blacks owned slaves, numbering more than 12,000 enslaved individuals. Records show free blacks buying and selling slaves, inheriting slave property, and bequeathing slaves to their heirs. They owned slaves who worked alongside them on farms, in artisan shops, or as domestic servants. There were documented cases of large plantations owned by free persons of color, operated entirely for profit using enslaved labor. William Ellison of South Carolina, for example, was a former slave who became a wealthy cotton gin maker and owned dozens of slaves. While family ownership occurred, analysis of the data shows that a significant portion of slaves owned by free blacks were not relatives. They were held as laborers, their relationship to the owner purely economic. As Professor Gates starkly puts it, they owned other workers too, whom they did not liberate. Free black slave owners participated in the broader legal and social structures supporting slavery. They used slave patrols, took out advertisements for runaway slaves, and sometimes disciplined their slaves harshly. They were operating within the norms of the surrounding slave society, not entirely outside of them. Why did they do this? The answer, however uncomfortable for proponents of racial essentialism, is straightforward: economic incentives and the pursuit of self-interest. In the antebellum South, owning slaves was widely perceived as a key marker of wealth, status, and economic viability. Land and slaves were the primary forms of capital. For a free person of color seeking to establish themselves economically, gain security, and perhaps even achieve a measure of social standing within that deeply hierarchical society, acquiring slave property could seem like a rational economic choice, however morally fraught. They were responding to the same economic signals as everyone else around them. If owning slaves allowed a farmer to cultivate more land and generate more income, or an artisan to produce more goods, the incentive existed regardless of the owner's race. To assume that free blacks were somehow uniquely immune to these powerful economic forces, driven solely by altruism or racial solidarity, is to deny their human agency and impose a simplistic, idealized vision onto a complex past. It implicitly argues that they were less motivated by economic betterment than other groups, a notion bordering on condescension. Does understanding these economic motivations excuse the act of owning another human being? Not in the slightest. The moral condemnation of slavery stands irrespective of the participant's skin color. But understanding the motivations moves the analysis beyond simplistic racial blame and towards a recognition of how pernicious institutions can shape behavior across group lines. It highlights the corrupting influence of systems where exploiting others is legally sanctioned and economically rewarded. The fact, mentioned by Gates, that enough free blacks in North Carolina supported the Confederacy to form their own regiment is perhaps even more jarring to the standard narrative than the existence of slave owners. How could members of a group suffering profound discrimination, living in a society built on the enslavement of their race, possibly align themselves with the cause dedicated to preserving that very institution? Again, the explanations are likely complex and varied, defying easy categorization. Some black slave owners may have seen their economic fortunes tied to the plantation system and the Confederate cause. Like many white Southerners, some free blacks may have felt a primary loyalty to their state or region, viewing the conflict through that lens rather than solely through race. In some instances, support may not have been entirely voluntary, influenced by pressure from powerful white neighbors or fear of repercussions for perceived disloyalty. Perhaps some believed that demonstrating loyalty to the Confederacy might secure better treatment or higher status for free blacks if the South prevailed. Human identity is rarely monolithic. Individuals hold multiple loyalties to family, community, region, religion, economic class, which can sometimes conflict with or override perceived racial solidarity. Whatever the specific mix of motivations, the fact of this support, however limited, serves as powerful evidence against the notion of a unified black consciousness solely defined by opposition to white supremacy during this period. It demonstrates that individuals, even within oppressed groups, make choices based on their own perceptions of their interests, which do not always align neatly with the categories imposed by later ideologues. It underscores the danger of projecting contemporary political frameworks like universal racial solidarity onto the past. The tendency to treat American slavery as an isolated, uniquely evil event perpetrated solely by whites requires a deliberate ignorance of world history. As noted earlier, slavery was a brutal fact of life across the globe for millennia. Crucially, this includes Africa itself. Various forms of slavery and servitude were deeply ingrained in many West and Central African societies long before the Atlantic trade began. War captives, debtors, criminals, and sometimes simply those from weaker neighboring groups were enslaved. These internal systems provided the initial pool of captives that African rulers and merchants were willing to sell to European traders. While Europeans drove the demand and provided the ships for the horrific Middle Passage, the capture and sale of the vast majority of slaves destined for the Americas were conducted by other Africans. Powerful coastal kingdoms and inland groups waged wars specifically to acquire captives for sale, enriching themselves through the trade. To ignore this African agency is not only historically inaccurate, but also implicitly infantilizing. Portraying Africans solely as passive victims rather than active participants, however tragically, in the economic system of the time. Concurrent with and predating the Atlantic trade was the extensive Arab slave trade, which took millions of Africans across the Sahara Desert, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean, often under brutal conditions. This trade, involving enslavement by Arabs and Berbers, continued long after the Atlantic trade was abolished and is often minimized or ignored in discussions focused solely on Western culpability. The Ottoman Empire relied heavily on slaves, including Europeans captured by Barbary pirates. Slavery persisted in parts of Asia and the Middle East well into the 20th century. Acknowledging this global context does not diminish the horrors of the chattel slavery practiced in the Americas or the specific evils of the race-based system that developed there. But it does provide crucial perspective. It demonstrates that slavery was not a white invention, nor was its practice confined to Europeans enslaving Africans. It was a widespread human failing. Understanding this prevents us from falling into the trap of racial essentialism, attributing unique evil to one race while ignoring the similar behavior of others throughout history. It allows for a more honest, albeit more painful assessment of the human condition. Perhaps the most significant historical context ignored by those focused solely on Western guilt regarding slavery is the fact that the movement to abolish slavery on moral grounds was overwhelmingly a product of Western civilization. While slave revolts occurred throughout history, the development of a widespread principled ideology condemning slavery as inherently immoral and demanding its universal eradication was unique. This ideology emerged primarily in the 18th and 19th century Britain and America, fueled by Enlightenment ideas about natural rights and influenced by certain strains of Christian thought, particularly Quakers and evangelicals. Consider the historical timeline. Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807 and slavery throughout its empire in 1833, dedicating its powerful navy at enormous expense to suppressing the Atlantic trade conducted by other nations. The United States fought a devastating civil war, 1861 to 1865, costing hundreds of thousands of lives, largely over the issue of slavery, leading to its abolition via the 13th Amendment. Other Western nations gradually followed suit throughout the 19th century. Meanwhile, slavery remained legal and widely practiced in much of the non-Western world. The Ottoman Empire didn't formally abolish it until the early 20th century. Slavery persisted in parts of Africa and the Middle East even longer, sometimes requiring Western colonial pressure to suppress, an inconvenient fact for anti-colonial narratives. Why did the abolition movement arise primarily in the West? Again, the reasons are complex, involving intellectual, religious, economic, and political factors. But the fact remains, the very civilization often indicted for the sin of slavery was also the civilization that generated the moral and political forces necessary to destroy it, not just within its own borders, but as a global campaign. This historical reality is deeply problematic for narratives centered on perpetual Western guilt and non-Western innocence. It suggests that the capacity for moral progress, for recognizing and correcting profound injustices, also emerged strongly within the West. To focus solely on the West's participation in the universal practice of slavery, while ignoring its unique role in initiating the universal abolition of slavery, is a profound historical distortion. It's like condemning a doctor for once having had a disease, while ignoring the fact that he also discovered the cure. Understanding the historical reality of Black slave owners, the complexity of motivations among free Blacks, the global ubiquity of slavery, and the Western origins of abolition has profound implications for contemporary debates fueled by identity politics. If participation in slave ownership was not confined to one race, the notion of assigning collective inherited guilt to all white people for the actions of past generations becomes logically incoherent and morally bankrupt. If guilt is race-based, how does one account for Black owners? If guilt is based on benefiting from the system, did prosperous free Black owners not also benefit? The only consistent moral stance is to judge individuals based on their own actions, not their ancestry or skin color. Demands for race-based reparations rest on the simplistic model of identifiable white oppressors and identifiable Black victims with a clear line of inherited responsibility. The existence of Black slave owners, free Blacks who supported the Confederacy, and the complex intermingling of ancestry over centuries makes drawing such neat lines impossible. Furthermore, if reparations are owed based on historical oppression, who owes reparations to the descendants of Africans enslaved by other Africans or by Arab traders? The focus solely on the Atlantic trade, framed as a white on Black crime, appears arbitrary and politically motivated when viewed globally. Theories of systemic racism often portray American society as inherently structured for white advantage and Black disadvantage, stemming directly and inevitably from slavery. While historical discrimination has undeniably had lasting effects, the success and agency demonstrated by some free Blacks within the slave era itself, including achieving prosperity and even becoming slave owners, complicate this picture. It suggests that factors beyond systemic racial barriers, such as individual choices, cultural values, emphasis on education, family structure, entrepreneurship, as seen in many successful immigrant groups facing discrimination, and variations within the Black community itself, play crucial roles in determining outcomes. Attributing all disparities solely to systemic racism, rooted in a simplistic view of slavery, ignores these vital complexities. The historical facts shatter the politically convenient myth that all Black people shared or share a single identity, consciousness, or set of interests defined solely by opposition to white people. Free Black slave owners clearly prioritized their perceived economic interests or status over abstract racial solidarity. Those who supported the Confederacy acted on different loyalties. Recognizing this historical diversity of thought and action within the Black community undermines contemporary attempts by activists and politicians to claim they speak for the Black community as a monolithic bloc. The fact that free Black people owned slaves in the United States and even supported the Confederacy is not a dirty secret because it indicts Black people as uniquely culpable. It is treated as such because it fatally undermines the simplistic, racially essentialist narratives that are so politically useful today. It reveals the uncomfortable truth that the capacity for oppression, the pursuit of self-interest, even through morally compromised means, and the complexity of human motivation are not determined by skin color. They are part of the human condition. Acknowledging this does not excuse the horrors of slavery or the specific injustices of the American racial system. It does, however, demand a more honest, more nuanced, and ultimately more truthful understanding of the past. It requires us to abandon the comforting but false dichotomies of identity politics and confront the complexities of individual agency, economic incentives, and universal human failings. The first slave owners weren't Black, nor were they white. They were simply human beings, acting within the brutal norms of their time across countless cultures and millennia. The real historical anomaly isn't slavery. It's the rise of the moral conviction, originating primarily in the West, that slavery was wrong and had to be abolished, even at great cost. Focusing solely on America's and the West's participation in the universal sin, while ignoring both the participation of others, including free Blacks, and the West's unique role in the institution's destruction, is not history. It is propaganda designed to serve a contemporary political agenda rooted in division and grievance. The facts, however inconvenient, tell a far more complicated and ultimately more human story.
All right. I thought that was interesting. Man. Now, Fister.
A simple thumb trick discovered by NASA scientists could be the key to reversing memory decline.
Now I'm going and man, I'm going to play this African captain. Man, it's my first time seeing him and hearing him. I don't know if y'all know about him. Captain Abraham Traore. Shit, he was talking like he ready to go to war. He talking like he ready to go to war with the West. Now, my time, I never really heard no African really talk and get down the way he was talking. The way I just heard him, got him play it. But shit, he was keeping it trail. You know what I'm saying? As far as just talking about their situation over there. You know what I'm saying? As far as talking about their situation and kind of what's going on and what happened. You know what I'm saying? He shit, I don't know. Hopefully gone in people's mouth though. Shit, gonna ride it out, man. That's gonna be it for tonight, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Go on and pull up, roll up one more time. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend and do it again. But yeah, just like I say, man, I really ain't heard of I really ain't never heard of this dude before. You know what I'm saying? I think I heard somebody bring him up, but I ain't never heard of him. And I thought it was interesting what he gonna say though.
Therefore, in seeking knowledge, let us read. Let us question history. Do not read the history that they have written in their favor. Seek knowledge through multiple sources, and you will understand in history who fought for Africa, how we must fight to continue. Thank you. Let us give thanks to God who has allowed us to gather here today on the occasion of the celebration of International Youth Day in good health. I say it very often because human beings often forget God when they have no problems, when they are happy. But when troubles come, that's when we remember God. Give thanks every day for the breath of life and for health. Youth, energetic youth of Burkina, youth of Africa. Youth, this phase of life, where one has enough strength, enough energy, like the paraphraser, so the slammer who just performed. Youth, it's the time when we don't have enough time. We must make the most of the time given to us. Use the necessary energy to achieve our goals, to change the world, change our world, change the world of others positively. Children wish to grow up to be young. Elderly people wish to become young again. Everyone wants to be young. Youth is a blessing. So make the most of youth to do something useful. That's why when I see in the chosen theme, the first two words catch our attention. Integration. Security. Africa faces many challenges. And we must ask ourselves questions. Is youth an asset or a handicap for the development of nations? The answer is simple and unequivocal, and you know it. Developed countries mostly have an aging population. And currently, many countries have launched programs to rejuvenate their population. Africa has the advantage of having a very young population. But why is Africa not developed? We must therefore look into the matter. To understand why Africa has a young population and is not developed, while the countries that call themselves developed are seeking to rejuvenate their population. We must therefore succeed in transforming our youth into a true asset and a driver of development for our continent. And to do so, we need integration. We need security, development. We need to unite. Certainly, you will hear about the African Union. Yes, it exists. But what is the effect of the African Union in reality? We cannot talk about integration in the theme without talking about the African Union, because it is this organization that should unite us, create real integration. But we regret to see these wars that persist on the African continent, killing millions of young people, and that this organization, which has heads of state for life in its army, cannot organize itself to support certain countries. Unity is not just a word. Unity is a symbol. And we, the youth, should learn a lesson from this situation to unite, to make integration a reality. I was unpleasantly surprised when Ethiopia, which hosts the headquarters of the African Union, was experiencing a conflict. And when I saw the Prime Minister don military fatigues and announce the closure of the university in Addis Ababa to face the threat, I did not see any action from the African Union to protect this headquarters. Most Western states, seeing Addis Ababa on the brink of falling, packed up and left. Ethiopia fought, found an internal solution, and is living more or less in peace today. Children in the Congo have been dying for years. Several other conflicts, such as in Sudan, exist on the continent. We would have liked to see the African Union generate the forces and all the necessary strategies to support these states so they can regain peace. We won't even start talking about us here in the Sahel. For nearly 10 years, the Sahel has been the stage for international terrorism. But we see no support from these organizations to find a solution to this problem. Worse. A few days ago, a country foreign to Africa openly announced having supported and participated in a cowardly, terrorist, and barbaric attack against forces of our confederation in Tinzawaten. The African Union did not utter a word to condemn this interference. The African Union did not utter a word to condemn this interference by a state outside of Africa in the internal affairs of our states. And this outcry, I would like them to hear it and come out of their silence and take actions so that the youth can believe in the African Union.
Thank you.
We need to unite. We need to unite, and the only way to unite is to talk to each other, to understand each other, and to be able to establish the foundations of this unity. And young people, let me tell you that to unite, there are three words, three major vices that must be banished from our behavior and our lives. I'm talking about cowardice, betrayal, and incompetence. We must banish these three words from our way of life. I will explain to you why. Cowardice encompasses many vices. A coward is always afraid, and when we are afraid, we become slaves. We yield. We give up the dowry. Our ancestors were not cowards. And if we are cowards, our children will question us. Imagine if in Burkina we refused to fight and accepted to submit to live in slavery. Tomorrow, our children will grow up. They will ask questions. Were our parents cowards to leave us in slavery? Whether we are alive or dead, we will feel it. The coward is afraid, and the imperialists have understood this. They try to scare the leader so that you become cowards. Because when you are a coward, all other vices can arise. They do everything to make us afraid. They come into our palaces. They threaten us directly or with veiled threats. Of course, we respond as we should. They try to make us understand. They always take examples. They will tell us, Thomas Sankaram tried to do it like that, but where is he? He is dead. The Haitian president, he tried to do it like that. Where is he? He is dead. Gaddafi tried like that. Where is he? He is dead. These are the kind of veiled statements they make to scare us. And then we also often see some young people trying to follow in their footsteps in a different way. We can hear them say, such a person ruled like this, he is at the ICC. Such a person ruled like this, he is in prison. All this to try to scare us, to make us cowards. But I think they haven't understood something. When we say the homeland or death, we shall overcome, it's not just a phrase. It's not just a phrase. It has its full meaning. We are not afraid and we will never be afraid. We will continue on our path. They have surely scared many African heads of state. You see, often when we speak or when we have the opportunity to be in certain situations abroad, we often make statements to call on African heads of state to wake up, take care of our youth, to be able to initiate our real development. We are often misunderstood. Some have publicly responded to our statements because they feel targeted. But I can assure you, youth, that when we meet in the hallway, these same heads of state tell us, you are on the right track. This is what needs to be done for Africa to succeed. So we ask them questions like, why don't you do as we do? Why don't you support us? Some tell us that their hands are tied, some tell us that they cannot. Dear elders, African heads of state, from this platform, I would like to say that African peoples are the most peaceful people. When you acknowledge a wrongdoing, you must tell the people, so that we are not afraid to come out and tell the people. We apologize. We were compromised. We have ill-gotten gains. We were pressured by many things, and we ask for forgiveness, and we are getting back on the right track. And to start truly working for the independence of our states and our emancipation. I think it's possible. If we remain in this posture of fear, we will be cowards, and history will judge us. Our children will ask questions, our grandchildren will ask questions. We are writing history. There is no room for cowardice. If our ancestors had been cowards, we wouldn't be here. Remember, I give you an example of the Bamileke and Bassa peoples, or I mean the Cameroonians. The Union of the Peoples of Cameroon, which since the 1950s began a relentless struggle against the colonizers. But they were massacred. The French colonial armies at the time deployed infantry battalions, tanks, helicopters, and annihilated entire villages. The most inhumane tortures took place during this period. You can research what they called the swing or the cement mixer. Hundreds of thousands of people were decimated in Africa because they dared to ask the colonizers to leave their land. This led to a civil war that lasted several years. This is to say that people dared, they faced the imperialists barehanded so that we could be here. There is no reason why we cannot face the imperialists so that our future generations can live. There are many examples throughout Africa of brave men who refused to be cowards, who fought, who faced challenges. Well, let's be worthy of these people. We are their descendants, and let's be worthy of them. A coward cannot be worthy. Let's not be cowards, African youth. Because a coward is always a traitor. And it goes hand in hand. They try to make us, try to scare us so that we become cowards. And if we are cowards, we will betray. We must banish treachery from our habits. Africans were traitors for the slave trade to succeed in Africa. It is because Africans were traitors that colonization was able to hold in Africa. Let's question history, we will see it. Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba was betrayed because he dared to stand up. And those same beautiful televisions came to Congo for a few bills handed to individuals in Congo for an interview or to please their audience. And you were able to follow that. Lumumba bothered us. He is dead. We are happy. It's betrayal. Many other heroes have fallen so that we can be here today. And it's a technique of imperialism to scare others by taking actions to truly create terror. It didn't start today. I will give you the example of a warrior who fought Victor Biakaboda. Read and you will understand. He comes from a family of chiefs, not from the chieftaincy given by the colonizer. He was a worthy child. He studied in Senegal, I believe. He became a doctor in Guinea, and when the RDA was created, he joined Côte d'Ivoire to lead the fight against the imperialists, against the invaders, against the colonizer. He tried to organize Ivorian society. Everywhere, people began to raise their voices. In his time, there was a General Péchou who had Ivorian populations massacred so that this spirit of freedom could never take root. He continued his fight alongside Félix Houphouët-Boigny. They fought, but the most vehement was Victor Biakaboda. He represented a threat to the imperialists. What did they do? In addition to massacring the protesting populations, one evening, they killed him in an atrocious manner near Bois Fleuri. A few hours later, when the people of Dimbokro heard about the assassination, they marched, they protested, and they were massacred by the colonial army. History is stubborn, the facts are there. After his death, which frightened Félix Houphouët-Boigny, they called him and said, if you continue the fight, you will meet the same fate. He was afraid, and he aligned himself with imperialism. He was appointed minister in France, and later he came to take the reins of Côte d'Ivoire. And they used him to eliminate many others who dared to raise their voices. And I think Thomas Sankara is a fine example. If you are afraid, you will be cowardly, and you will be a traitor. Never be afraid. the struggle must continue. There are many other examples around the world. And there are these phenomena that they have also used for a long time and continue to use. You see, some individuals, for example, found themselves in other countries and supposedly created a parallel government to the government of Mali. You have heard this story. It is just a technique that has existed over time. Let me give you the example of Ahmed Chalabi, Iraq. This mathematics professor, who was even in the Iraqi government, was co-opted by the imperialists. And he formed this semblance of a parallel government to Iraq in the United States. And he was used to be the sacrificial lamb because he was the one told to publicly declare that Saddam Hussein was developing weapons of mass destruction. And he did it. They used him. And this pretext was used to kill millions of children in Iraq and destroy Iraq. And do you know what happened to Chalabi? One evening, after an interview, in the interview, he even said that he knew the CIA was after him. A few hours later, he was found dead in his bed, dead from a heart attack. If you betray, you will meet a grim end. That's how it is. Imperialism has no friends. Imperialism uses you. And when it is done using you, it does with you what it wants. Follow my gaze. You understand what I'm talking about. It has always been like this. The third vice I invite you to rid yourself of is incompetence. A, I return again to the words of the slam poet who walked on my tongue. Incompetence. You will understand what it is about. Incompetence is a very dangerous phenomenon that they have used to destroy African society. In our administrations, there is a lot of incompetence. Let's acknowledge it. The incompetent have a lot of space alongside imperialism because the incompetent can hinder the development of a country. The incompetent can make you doubt yourself. The incompetent love ease. The incompetent want everything for themselves. The incompetent do not like those who are competent. They do not like those who innovate, those who seek. The incompetent are dangerous. When you are enlightened, the incompetent do not like you. When you want to innovate, the incompetent do not like you. The incompetent can recognize someone who is competent and will fight them to their last breath because they fear the competent. Seek knowledge. Seek knowledge and work. Work hard to be competent. Banish incompetence. Because through the distractions we are encouraged to adopt, we become incompetent. Let me give you an example. Social media is the prime place for publishing information today. People get informed through the internet and many other things. A young person who posts on social media an article about their farm or an agricultural project or a scientific project. I am young, I know the terms. It might not get 1,000 views, but a young person who posts about trivialities, what I call nonsense, gets millions of views. Precisely. As the young slam poet said, they want to make you waste time on trivialities. Become aware. Let's focus on work and seek knowledge. Let's see competence. Entertaining oneself is fine, but we must work first before entertaining ourselves. Seek knowledge, otherwise you will waste time doing nothing. And youth is the period when you must use your time wisely. The imperialists know this. That's why they will multiply all kinds of distraction events. They will multiply all events that can divert you from work, so that you become incompetent. And at that moment, when you are asleep, they choose the incompetent to lead all important structures. And you have no choice but to comply. Let's not be incompetent, let's seek knowledge. The incompetent often hide behind words. They use terms like democracy and freedom without realizing what they mean. Comrades, democracy is a state of mind, just as youth is a state of mind. These so-called Democrats. But look at the world. How can one want to impose democracy by killing millions of people? That's dictatorship, not democracy. It cannot be imposed. Those who call themselves Democrats, but look, we have seen scenes where people were prevented from entering assemblies. We have seen scenes where forces entered assemblies to force deputies to adopt texts. We have seen even more terrible scenes than that, where people killed their protesters, yet they called themselves Democrats, and we are called coup plotters. If that's democracy, I repeat, we do not want that kind of democracy. And often when you see the incompetent, they do not seek to understand what the word democracy truly means. They just cling to the definition given by imperialism and start talking about democracy without truly knowing the foundation. That is incompetence. We must seek to know, to have knowledge, to look at the world in order to redefine democracy as we want it in Africa. The incompetent hide behind freedoms. Remember one thing, there is no such thing as individual freedom. That is a fact. Do you really think that everyone is free? Freedom is collective. As long as we live in a society with rules, freedom is collective. Because if you don't follow the rules, you can't live in society. If you are free to speak as you wish, the other is also free to respond as they wish. That would be chaos. If you are free to drive on the street and run a red light as you wish, the other is also free to go and crash into you. You understand that if individual freedom prevails, we are in a society of chaos. That's why there are rules in society. And the rules, everyone must respect them. And here we are talking about collective freedom. So some people claim the right to talk about their own individual freedom, but without considering others. I think this is also part of incompetence, because they do not seek to understand. They arrogate rights that perhaps the states have given them to act, to do everything for themselves, neglecting the freedoms of others. No, freedom is collective. Before taking an action, we think about the freedom of others, and we must not overstep the freedom of others. So that means we must exercise restraint. And once we have restraint, individual freedom does not exist. Freedom is collective, and we must cultivate this culture of collective freedom. Therefore, in seeking knowledge, let us read, let us question history. Do not read the history that they have written in their favor. Seek knowledge through multiple sources, and you will understand in history who fought for Africa, how we must fight to continue this struggle of our predecessors. And I will not conclude my remarks without once again expressing my strong opinion on the aspect of communication. Because as I said, it is the deadly weapon of imperialism. And you young people in Daksokot, you must do everything to distinguish the true from the false. We will continue to dismantle the lies of the imperialist media that always try to create problems in Africa. Because these media with their words can make you a king tomorrow. With their words, they can remove you from your position as king and make you a poor slave tomorrow. Be careful. I was watching a show, unfortunately not long ago, from Burkina Faso, where a young journalist made a statement that left me a bit perplexed. He was talking about North Korea. And the journalist said, but they are starving in North Korea. Did he take the time to go to North Korea to investigate and really see if they are starving? The idea that imperialist media have sold about North Korea. North Korea is more developed than many European countries. And because these media tell us North Korea is a dictatorship, people are starving, they are poor, they have nothing. We take it as such. But North Korea is a nuclear power. How did they manage that? Let's pay attention to communication. We must not blindly follow these lying media that only seek to divide Africa. It's logical. They fight for the interests of their people. And the interest of their people is for Africa to be divided. So, youth of Burkina, youth of Africa, we must unite. We must banish cowardice, banish incompetence, banish treachery, and all vices from our societies. We have opportunities to talk to each other. We give thanks to God for these opportunities we have each time to talk to each other, to raise awareness. And I invite you to go back and read again, to get to work so that the Africa we want, self-sufficient in food, becomes a reality. So that the Africa we want for harmonious development becomes a reality. Because I return to your theme, there is no peace and security without development. The two go hand in hand. If there is no development, there is no security. Because if there is no development, the youth will inevitably fall into vices, and there will be no security. If there is no security either, there is no development. So the two must go hand in hand. Let's integrate this into our struggles so that we can fight and develop. Let's move towards production. Let's produce sufficiently. Let's process our raw materials locally so that it benefits our populations, and with a view to exporting them. I wish you very good days of reflection on the chosen theme, as well as on the essential role of youth in this struggle. Good luck to everyone. May God ensure that all those who have traveled return home in good health, and that we can meet again whenever we wish. By the grace of God, the homeland or death.
Send the message to raise awareness. Some rulers always try to put their people to sleep and continue to loot their people for the benefit of the West. It has to stop. Who better than you to send this message to the different peoples? Africa must wake up. Young people must wake up and no longer allow the same policy to continue. It is not possible. Africa is still a virgin. Everything has to be done in Africa. Look at how our cities are. I am moved and very happy to see you here at Burkina Faso since the events of the SNC. It is more than a pleasure that you have chosen to come here to Burkina Faso. You have surely been told that this is an unfriendly country. You have been told that it is death here. It is war. There is only negative. We have painted Burkina in black. Here only blood flows, weapons. This is what is said elsewhere. Thank God you have come. You have been able to be at the bottom of the lake, to live with our culture. What binds us Africans? You have been able to communicate with many other nationalities who have come to celebrate with us. All went very well. You are in Ouagadougou. I hope that you are very well received, very well housed, and that you manage to communicate with your brothers here. This is an important message that I am sending to everyone. And now you will be the ambassadors of this message when you return home. Burkina is very popular. We live in Burkina Faso. What they want to make believe, that is not Burkina. It is what they draw to lead people to flee Burkina. And it is all Africa that they paint like that. For them, Africa is misery. Africa is war. Africa is famine. Africa is war. Who is responsible for this war? We need to unite, but they have always been there to divide us, to be able to reign better. Slavery, our ancestors lived it. To this day, we are fed up with it. But it continues. Our grandfathers were deported, tortured, and even when they had their wars, we were there to support them. They paid us in money. Others were killed when they tried to claim it. Several of them died in their villages with the consequences of the war. We have never recognized the work of Africans. Our mission is to awaken Africa. And who better than you from the diaspora to make people understand what Africa is? When I see you united in this association, I feel even more proud. Because that is all we ask for. Today, our fight is to be able to unite. Because united, we are strong. Divided, we are weak. They have always worked to divide us. I urge you to pass on the message so that Africa can unite. We have the chance, or the bad chance, to live the war for a few years. And at some point, we had to say, that's enough. We are fed up with it. We have taken our responsibilities. And we realize today, more than ever, that we have a reason to take our responsibilities. Because these armies were settled here. They have never been able, at any time, to watch our territory, to see the terrorists who came to kill us and leave, with all the means they had. And when we asked them to leave, today we have been able to acquire a good number of means that allow us to wage our war and to remove the threat, and to invade, I would say. We have been able to equip our forces and reestablish our armies. They don't like it. Of course, they will create other ways. But we are here, and we will hold on thanks to you, who are here to support us. We will always stand up because Africans are resilient. We have suffered enough. The first thing you could do for Africa is to send a positive message. Enough looting, enough death. It is time that we unite and work. We only ask to live with dignity, to live free. Send the message to raise awareness. Some rulers always try to put their people to sleep and continue to loot their people for the benefit of the West. It has to stop. Who better than you to send this message to the different peoples? Africa must wake up. Young people must wake up and no longer allow the same policy to continue. It is not possible. Africa is still a virgin. Everything has to be done in Africa. Look at how our cities are.
Nous pouvons aussi développer.
We can also develop our health and education systems. We can develop everything. In this rich diaspora, we have all the specialties.
Aujourd'hui au Burkina, nous sommes en train de
Today in
réfléchir à
Burkina Faso, we are thinking about setting up a polytechnic university just to train scientific engineers.
et je pense que vous serez les
I think you will be welcome to learn from your young brothers.
Parce que tant que nous ne formerons pas la jeunesse à ce que nous puissions nous-mêmes produire et
Because as long as we do not train the youth to what we can produce and transform here, we will always remain slaves. Sovereignty is a whole. We are fighting for food self-sufficiency.
ceux-là qui peuvent investir dans l'industrie
Those who can invest in the agri-food industry to transform our products here, you are welcome. We produce everything here.
tout pousse sur nos sols. On a tout expérimenté au bout de
Everything grows on our soil. We have experimented with everything for a year or so. Everything grows in Burkina Faso. Those who want to invest in agriculture are welcome. Those who want to invest in transformation are welcome. We want to transform education because the training we are currently experiencing is from the school. They have channeled us so that intellectuals, for the most part, cannot think outside the box they have drawn. Thank God their consciousness is awakening. We need more. We need to change the education system. You are welcome. There are many other paths. They were plundering our wealth. Today we are regaining control. We will never let our wealth be plundered because we want to live. We want to see our children being cared for, educated, growing up in peace, and living in a healthy environment. We are open and you are welcome in Africa to develop your continent, to unite your continent and pass on the message of unity. This is very important. Continue to pass on the message so that young people wake up and don't let our leaders make slaves for others. This must not be allowed. There are some countries today where we want to pass on messages. But I think your voices carry even more. Because you are ambassadors wherever you are, in America, in Europe, in the Caribbean. You are ambassadors. When you speak, it can awaken. I urge you to speak.
Our country has long been in a very complicated system. Most of you who are young like me, we were born into this system. But that's not what can allow Burkina to thrive. Because in this situation, there are only two cases. Either we accept to fight or we remain slaves forever. I told you once, there are those who are slaves in their minds. They can only serve their master. And those people try every time to manipulate you. You must advise each other. Because every situation can be exploited by these enemies of the nation to try to discourage you, to demotivate you. So you must advise each other and not pay attention to certain remarks, even on some media. Not everyone is obliged to be patriotic. You are the first patriots. You have decided to defend the homeland. There is nothing better than that. Those who want to support you, let them support you. Those who want to discourage you through writings, you must close your ears and move forward. As for those, we will fight them here. So we must remember something. Recently, there is a so-called NGO. It's not even an NGO. Because NGO stands for non-governmental organization. They are not non-governmental because they are funded by a federal budget, by a state. This so-called NGO produces reports claiming that the FDS and the VDP commit abuses. It went in here, it came out there. It's to tarnish your morale. It's to scare you, to prevent you from being able to fight. No. Moreover, we are going to file a complaint against this NGO because people need to understand something. What is happening to us here It's true that they have manipulated part of our populations in the Sahel here, but they didn't have that kind of weaponry. What brought such significant weaponry into their ranks? It's Libya. Who destroyed Libya? It's this NGO, the same NGO that made false reports and gave them to those who wanted to create a rebellion so that people would intervene and overthrow Gaddafi. And the powder keg ended up being poured into the Sahel. These millions of lives that have been taken in the Sahel, we must file a complaint against this NGO because it is responsible for these false reports it made to support this thesis of attacking Libya. They have no moral lessons to give us. Look at the world. Let them go defend human rights all over the world first before coming here. We are fortunate to have similar situations in this world. You voluntarily committed yourselves. There are countries where people are forcibly taken, killed. You leave or you die. Others, even while trying to flee, end up dying. They don't talk about human rights because these people see us as subhumans. They see us as slaves. That's how it is in their minds. They have never changed their mindset, but it's up to us to show them that we are not slaves and we will never accept this state of affairs. So don't be fooled by the stories. They tell to anyone who will listen. You must stay focused on your fight. Stay focused. We know what we are doing. And even now, the VTP commander told me that there is a human rights training session underway for group leaders and their deputies. If we make efforts, we know it's for ourselves. We no longer do things to please someone else. We do it for our homeland. And you are committed to that. Defend your homeland. Do not listen to those individuals. They should not affect your morale. In the history of the world, there have been wars. And during the Second World War, people organized themselves to defend all over the place. But there is a country that could not defend itself, which had to come and take our ancestors to go defend them. And today that same country wants to give us lessons. The pot calling the kettle black. No. You are the descendants of those same ancestors who went to defend others, who liberated the world from Nazism. Today you are fighting for your lands. These same individuals dare to create terms to tarnish you. We oppose this. We will never agree. Continue to defend your lands. It is your wealth that interests these people. It's our gold, it's our minerals that interest them. Otherwise, why come and drive out entire villages to seize our lands? So we will fight and we will reclaim our lands, our wealth. It belongs to us. It's for us. It will benefit us and our children. I therefore encourage you to remember that this war is to free us from slavery. It's for our independence. And you must keep your spirits high, stay strong. Never give into manipulators, to those individuals who no longer understand the notion of homeland, or to those people who come from outside to try to subdue us through their terms they invented and their organizations they created to enslave us. Fight, move forward, do everything you can. Draw, as I said, from your cultural resources, from what you have been shaped by since the village. Draw from it and wage this war. Stay focused and stay strong. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome all the young people from the 13 regions who are in the room and those who could not gain access to the room. To all the young people coming from Africa, to support the youth of Burkina Faso, welcome to the land of upright people. I will pay. a vibrant tribute to our brave defense and security forces and our valiant ones, VDP, who fight day and night so that Burkina Faso stands up and remains standing. I wish that we take a minute to pray for those who are on the ground and also for the rest of the souls of those who have fallen for our homeland. Thank you. Let us give thanks to God who has allowed us to gather here today on the occasion of the celebration of International Youth Day in good health. I say it very often because human beings often forget God when they have no problems, when they are happy. But when troubles come, that's when we remember God. Give thanks every day for the breath of life and for health. Youth, energetic youth of Burkina, youth of Africa. Youth, this phase of life, where one has enough strength, enough energy, like the paraphraser, so the slammer who just performed. Youth, it's the time when we don't have enough time. We must make the most of the time given to us. Use the necessary energy to achieve our goals, to change the world, change our world, change the world of others positively. Children wish to grow up to be young. Elderly people wish to become young again. Everyone wants to be young. Youth is a blessing. So make the most of youth to do something useful. That's why when I see in the chosen theme, the first two words catch our attention. Integration. Security. Africa faces many challenges. And we must ask ourselves questions. Is youth an asset or a handicap for the development of nations? The answer is simple and unequivocal, and you know it. Developed countries mostly have an aging population. And currently, many countries have launched programs to rejuvenate their population. Africa has the advantage of having a very young population. But why is Africa not developed? We must therefore look into the matter. To understand why Africa has a young population and is not developed,
Lope Martin, born around 1520, marooned on July 21, 1566, was an Afro-Portuguese maritime pilot who successfully navigated the Pacific Ocean in both east-west and west-east directions, becoming the first to complete the return voyage from Asia to the Americas. Martin was a free mulatto from Lagos, Portugal, who became a licensed pilot in Spain. He was hired for Miguel López de Legazpi's expedition from Mexico to the Philippines and was designated as the sole pilot of a Patek named San Lucas. After 10 days, Martin and the San Lucas separated from the rest of the fleet and sailed through the Marshall Islands and the Caroline Islands, eventually arriving in the Philippines in January 1565. Martin then embarked on the return journey from Asia to the Americas, which had been attempted but never accomplished. The San Lucas reached Mexico in August 1565. Despite Martin's achievements, the real Audiencia of Mexico quickly instructed him to return to the Philippines and report to Legazpi, who was anticipated to execute him for supposedly abandoning the remainder of his fleet. Martin's vessel, the San Jeronimo, left Mexico in May 1566. Aware of the peril he faced, Martin instigated 2 successive mutinies and took control of the ship. He docked the San Jeronimo at Yedlung Atoll in July 1566, with the intention of marooning any crew members who were not loyal to him. Ultimately, however, Martin and 26 other men were left behind and were never seen again. Martin was born around 1520 and was originally from Lagos, Portugal. He was a free mulatto of Portuguese and African descent, with African ancestors who were brought to Portugal as slaves. Demonstrating his skills, he was a licensed maritime pilot in Spain, a role that demanded significant navigational and technical knowledge. Notably, he was among the few pilots of African descent in Spain during that time. Pilots were generally expected to be Spanish nationals. Martin likely claimed to be from Ayamonte, a town close to the Spanish and Portuguese border. This is supported by the belief of many of his contemporaries that he hailed from Ayamonte. Martin also mentioned that he had a wife living in the town. In 1557, King Philip II of Spain instructed Luis de Velasco, the Viceroy of New Spain, to dispatch a fleet to the Indies and establish a colony there. At the port of Navidad, now known as the town of Barra de Navidad, Mexico, 4 ships were built for the expedition, and a crew of 380 individuals, including sailors, soldiers, clerks, and monks, was assembled. Martin was one of 6 pilots hired for the expedition. He was to receive a payment of 700 ducats for the voyage, which was 300 less than the lead pilot Esteban Rodriguez. Martin was appointed as the only pilot of one of the 4 ships, named San Lucas, which was a 3-masted paddock. Being the smallest among the 4, the San Lucas weighed 40 tons and measured approximately 29 feet (8.8 meters) in length. It had a crew consisting of 10 sailors and 10 soldiers and only contained 8 casks of water, despite needing to cover a distance of about 8,000 miles, 13,000 kilometers, to reach its final destination in the Philippines. When the original captain of the San Lucas, Hernan Sanchez Munon, declined to journey to Navidad, the fleet commander Miguel López de Legazpi appointed the noble Alonso de Arellano to take his place. After years of preparation and several delays, the 4 ships set sail from Navidad in the early morning of November 21, 1564, with Legazpi as their leader and the skilled sailor Andrés de Urdaneta as his advisor. 4 days into their journey, Legazpi convened a meeting aboard the San Pedro, the flagship of the fleet. In this meeting, attended by the fleet's top officers and pilots, including Lope Martin, Legazpi disclosed that, although the fleet had initially been instructed to proceed to New Guinea, The real Audiencia of Mexico had secretly ordered him to redirect the fleet towards the Philippines and establish a colony there. Furthermore, the Audiencia instructed him to keep these orders confidential until the fleet was at least 100 leagues away from the port, as Spanish colonization of the Philippines would openly breach the Treaty of Tordesillas. After the meeting, Legazpi instructed the San Lucas to assume the position of the San Pedro at the forefront of the fleet, where its crew would be tasked with scouting for hazards. As the San Lucas began to drift further away from the fleet, at times separating itself by 2 leagues, Legazpi directed Martin to keep his ship within half a league of the other vessels. On December 1, 1564, a storm arose. The flagship communicated to the other ships to reduce their speed. In spite of this communication and Legazpi's commands to stay within half a league, the San Lucas continued to advance and vanished from the sight of the rest of the squadron. Martin defended his inability to slow down by stating that the San Lucas could not decrease its speed during the storm without the risk of cross seas flooding the deck due to the vessel's shallow hull. Separated, the San Lucas spent over a month on the open ocean before encountering the Marshall Islands. The islands, which comprise 29 atolls and 5 coral islands, pose a threat due to the fact that they are surrounded by coral that can breach a vessel's hull. They are also low-lying, making them difficult to detect during approach. On the night of January 5, 1565, crew members of the San Lucas recognized that the ship was headed directly towards one of the Marshall Islands atolls, possibly Laikiep Atoll, and was at risk of running aground. Martin quickly ordered the sails lowered as the San Lucas's helmsman turned the vessel hard to port. Pushed by a strong breeze, the ship narrowly avoided crashing into the atoll and instead entered a shallow body of water. While standing on the deck and searching for a way to re-enter the open sea, Martin was swept off of the ship by a wave. He managed to cling onto a rope with a single hand and reboard the vessel. Two days after avoiding that collision, the crew of the San Lucas spotted a canoe being operated by 3 island inhabitants. The sailors assisted the 3 natives, 2 adult men and 1 boy, in boarding the ship, offering them beads, a knife, toy bells, and a shirt in exchange for fish, coconuts, and water. The natives then guided 10 of the crew members, including Martin and Ariano, to their families and homes, which were constructed along the shoreline of an island situated among coral reefs, possibly Kwajalein Atoll. Martin named the island of the 2 neighbors, in reference to the 2 families living there. The next day, January 8, the sailors of the San Lucas discovered a densely populated island, possibly Lib, where the residents swam out over a league to greet the ship. Ariano named it the Island of the Swimmers because of this. The San Lucas was unable to anchor in any location within the Marshall Islands due to the presence of coral reefs. Prior to the journey, Legazpi had directed that any ship that got separated should dock at the nearest island and wait for the remainder of the fleet for 10 days. After successfully navigating the Marshall Islands, the San Lucas sailed towards the Caroline Islands, narrowly escaping a reef on January 15th and arriving on January 17th, likely to Chuck Lagoon. The inhabitants of Chuck invited the San Lucas to enter an inlet within the atoll, but then launched an attack on the ship with spears and clubs. The sailors tried to retreat while Arellano ordered a gunfire to scare off the natives. Martin concluded it would be impossible to leave the entry point in the dark, so he marked a nearby shoal for future reference and instructed the leadsmen to locate a suitable place to anchor. As the ship moved cautiously along the shoal, the leadsmen found a depth of 30 fathoms, allowing the San Lucas to anchor for the night. They left Chuck the next morning, and though about 12 canoes pursued them, a sailor frightened them away with a shot from a cannon. The following day, the San Lucas anchored at Pulap Atoll, urgently needing wood and water. After a sailor navigated to and from the atoll using a canoe from a local inhabitant, returning with jars of water, Martin and Arellano devised a plan to row to the island with 8 additional men. They set out in their boat, but fearing that the reef might damage the bottom of it and troubled by the sight of islanders crouching behind trees armed with spears, Martin and Arellano changed their minds and headed back to the San Lucas. Instead, 3 other sailors took canoes and paddled towards the island, where the locals killed the first 2 with clubs. The 3rd sailor managed to fend off the natives who were trying to take him to the island and was saved by his fellow crew members. The San Lucas left with its crew reduced to only 8 sailors and 10 soldiers. On January 22nd, the San Lucas sailed near an atoll, probably Sorrel, when 2 canoes approached them at sea. Martin threw a red jacket into the water for the natives, and one of the canoes came over to retrieve it. As they got closer, a soldier grabbed a boy from the canoe by the hair and pulled him onto the ship, while the others fired muskets and a cannon at both canoes. The injured men abandoned their canoes and swam back to the island. The crew of the San Lucas captured the canoes and dismantled them for firewood. As for the boy, the crew cut his hair, dressed him, and named him Vicente. They passed another atoll, probably Ngulu, the following night. Martin and the crew of the San Lucas were the first among the fleet to arrive in the Philippines, sighting the islands on January 29, which was 70 days after leaving Mexico. That evening, the wind shifted and began pushing them toward the shore. Faced with the risk of the ship running aground, the crew lowered the rowboat, intending to use it to tow the ship to safety. However, the wind violently propelled the boat into the ship, causing damage to both vessels. By 2 a.m. the following day, the crew realized that the San Lucas would inevitably run aground, which it did, prompting them to begin preparations for unloading the ship. Then, the wind changed direction again, freeing the ship. Martin proposed to Arellano that, similar to Ruy López de Villalobos, who had led an expedition to the Philippines 20 years prior, they wouldn't be able to sail north along Mindanao due to a current. Therefore, it would be better to head south to the Davao Gulf. Arellano concurred, and the San Lucas sailed to the Gulf, where the crew anchored it in a sheltered area. On the morning of January 30th, Martin and 4 sailors rowed to shore to meet with 3 Filipinos who had called out to them. The Filipinos departed and later returned that afternoon with 30 or 40 warriors. Arellano and Martin then rowed back to the island to reconvene with them. Together, the groups embraced and drank alcohol. The San Lucas remained anchored in the cove for the entire month of February. A minor mutiny began there when 4 dissatisfied men took the ship's rowboat, a flint stone, and some arquebus, establishing a camp on the island. Tied to the ship with rope, Martin swam as close as possible to the shore and pleaded with the men, but they continued to refuse to return. One night, Martin led Arellano and 3 others to the mutineers' camp, where he shot their lookout with an arquebus while the rest of the men captured the sleeping campers. Arellano brought all 4 mutineers back to the ship and arranged for their execution, but just before the men could be hanged, Martin intervened and claimed they would not be able to leave with such a reduced crew. Repaired, the San Lucas departed from the cove on March 4th and continued west around Mindanao, seemingly prompted by an approaching Filipino attack. Prior to their departure, the crew of the San Lucas left behind crosses and a jar filled with letters outlining their journey, hoping that the rest of the fleet would discover them. They navigated around the heart of the Philippines, passing the islands of Mindanao, Cebu, Bohol, and Leyte, with the goal of locating Legazpi and the fleet, but they never spotted the other ships. Martin skillfully navigated the vessel around a shoal and through the San Bernardino Strait. Re-entering the open sea on April 21st, Martin advised Arellano to head northeast back to Mexico, steering clear of the Portuguese Spice Islands, and they set off to do so the next day. Prior to this, Magellan, Loaiza, Alvaro de Saavedra, and Lopez de Villalobos had all tried to sail the Pacific from west to east towards America. Each of them had failed. Martin's plan was to first sail to Japan for supplies before making the crossing, but the San Lucas never reached Japan because of an inaccurate map. The only land the crew spotted between the Philippines and North America was Lot's Wife, which is located 400 miles, 640 kilometers, south of Tokyo. The San Lucas continued sailing north until Martin, concerned they were too close to China and at risk of grounding, ordered the ship to steer east. By that point, they had traveled so far north that on June 11th, snow fell on the ship and their lamp oil froze. Before this, no European had ventured as far north in the Pacific. During the voyage, the crew suffered from scurvy and had to use their own clothing to repair the sails. They also faced issues with rats gnawing into their water casks, spilling the contents. At one stage of the journey, to manage a lack of discipline among the crew, Arellano and Martin had 2 men thrown overboard. On July 16th, the crew of the San Lucas saw North America for the first time. Martin guessed that they were sighting Cedros Island near the coast of Baja California. On July 28th, just a few hundred miles from the shore, 2 large waves hit the ship, causing it to tip over, fill with water, and sweep away its helmsman. The sailors struggled to follow Martin's commands to right the ship because of their exhaustion, hunger, and the disorientation caused by the waves. After navigating with only their foresail, the crew encountered calmer weather and arrived back at the port of Navidad on August 9, 1565, 3 months and 20 days after departing from the Philippines. Martin, Arellano, and their crew became the first men to make the west-east return journey from Asia to the Americas. Martin and the crew of the San Lucas were honored in Mexico for their achievements and planned to head to Spain to meet with King Philip II. However, this celebration was cut short when the flagship of the fleet, the San Pedro, returned to Mexico on October 8, 1565, having successfully completed its journey back. Legazpi and his advisor Urdaneta were suspicious of Arellano and Martin, suspecting that they had intentionally separated the San Lucas from the fleet. Legazpi's legal representative acted swiftly to stop Arellano and Martin from departing for Spain and summoned them to appear before Legazpi, who was in a newly formed colony in the Philippines. The Real Audiencia of Mexico rejected Legazpi's accusations, supported by several pieces of evidence that proved their innocence, including reports from multiple pilots who had observed a storm at the time of the San Lucas's separation, and that the crew of the San Lucas had been navigating around the Philippines in search of. The rest of the fleet had left behind crosses and a jar of letters, and they returned directly to Navidad instead of the Spice Islands or any other location. The Real Audiencia of Mexico allowed Arellano to go to Spain but instructed Martin to lead a return voyage to the Philippines to restock Legazpi's colony. Martin recognized this as a punishment and believed that Legazpi would have him killed upon his return. To persuade Martin to undertake the expedition, he was provided with 11,000 ducats to buy a ship and hire a crew. However, Martin and his partners wasted the funds and were jailed for embezzlement. Consequently, the Audiencia chose a ship and captain for Martin and released him from prison. At the same time, they commanded Legazpi to execute Martin upon his arrival. Martin's ship, the San Geronimo, left Acapulco on May 1, 1566. Shortly after setting sail, Martin told his captain, Pero Sanchez Pericon, that he did not plan to head to the colony in Cebu and suggested that they could go to Japan or Mindanao to make a fortune instead. Pericon declined this suggestion, prompting Martin to plot against him. He started by convincing the crew of the San Geronimo to kill Pericon's beloved horse, which they did. Furious, Pericon then offered a reward of 1,000 pesos for information leading to anyone conspiring against him, and an additional 400 pesos for information about the person who killed his horse. No one came forward to claim these rewards, leaving Pericon and his son with few supporters on the ship. On the night of June 3, the Sergeant Juan Ortiz de Mosquera and the sailor Bartolomé de Lara broke into the captain's quarters and stabbed Pericon and his son to death, Martin stood outside with a sword and shield to prevent anyone from intervening. 97. Mosquera, popular among the men of the ship, was named the new captain and announced his plan to continue to Cebu. He was suspicious of Martin and watched him closely, even considering hanging him preemptively. 98. But on June 21, Martin successfully orchestrated Mosquera's murder. While Mosquera, Martin, and others were eating breakfast, sailors accosted Mosquera and bound his hands and feet. Martin informed Mosquera that he was to be executed for murdering Pericon and had him thrown into the ocean, still alive. Martin also justified the execution afterwards by labeling Mosquera a sodomite. The San Geronimo reached the Marshall Islands on June 29, with Martin establishing himself as the ship's dictator by that time. After a week among the islands, the San Geronimo almost ran aground on a reef before the sailor Lara, defying Martin's orders, took charge of the vessel and guided it into a channel, where the crew safely dropped anchor. They were within Yujlung Atoll. Martin, planning to abandon those who were disloyal to him, instructed almost everyone to leave the ship under the guise of needing repairs. He then spent several days on Yujlung talking to the crew of the San Geronimo, assessing their loyalty to him and attempting to persuade them to support him. On July 16, a group of rebels rode to the San Geronimo, injured Martin's guards on the ship, and took control of it along with its weapons. Meanwhile, Martin, who remained on land, believed that his men on the vessel would reclaim control from the rebels and doubted the dissenters would be able to journey far without sails or navigation equipment, all of which had been taken away. As the situation unfolded, more and more men started to abandon Martin, swimming to the San Geronimo to avoid being left behind. Martin instructed his followers to swim to the ship to regain control, prompting the men already aboard to try to leave. Following their unsuccessful attempt, the ship was pushed back into the atoll. After that, negotiations took place between Martin's followers and the crew of the ship. In exchange for sails and navigation tools, Martin's group received food. The San Geronimo finally set sail on July 21, leaving Martin and 26 of his associates stranded. After the marooning, there were no confirmed sightings of Martin and his men. In 1568, Alvaro de Mendana de Nera visited an island in the Marshall Islands. He believed that Martin and the marooners had been there, based on the discovery of a rope and chisel on the island. Later, the missionary Juan Antonio Cantova proposed that the fair skin of some residents of the Caroline Islands was a trait inherited from the marooners, implying that Martin and his companions left descendants in that area. Martin and the crew on the San Lucas were the first individuals to sail across the Pacific Ocean and subsequently make the west-east return journey from Asia to the Americas. Prior to this, many explorers had traveled from the Americas to Asia, but none succeeded in returning. Historian Andres Resendez acknowledges Martin for establishing a permanent connection between Asia and the Americas, which led to the development of a trans-Pacific exchange of crops, animals, and precious metals. Martin and his crew were also the first Europeans to discover several islands, including Chuck Lagoon, Pulap Atoll, and Sorel. However, due to Arellano and Martin's supposed desertion, the significance of their achievements has been downplayed by some historians. Pierre Chanu even referred to their voyage as merely anecdotal. It is uncertain whether or not Martin intentionally separated the San Lucas from the Legazpi fleet. Those on the voyage, including Legazpi and Urdaneta, believed he did it on purpose as part of a scheme. Mid-20th century authors José de Arteche and Marin Mitchell agreed with this view. On the other hand, Resendez characterized the belief that Martin had purposefully separated the San Lucas from the other ships as at least excessive and quite likely unfounded, supporting this conclusion with the evidence presented in Martin's defense before the Real Audiencia of Mexico. Regardless, the circumstances of both of Martin's expeditions have resulted in his general reputation as treacherous and cunning. Author Andrew Sharp described him as notorious and a plotter, stating that he was born to be in mischief. Writer William Lytle Schurz referred to him as faithless and pointed out that the character of Martin contributed to the suspicions of Legazpi. Filipino historian Junal Dawa Ango, when discussing the San Geronimo expedition, called Martin a treacherous pilot. Between the 15th and 17th century,
Our next chapter.
Between the 15th and 17th centuries, colonial powers eagerly sought a way to connect the global East and West. This period is known as the Age of Exploration, or the Age of Discovery. It was driven by extensive and expensive overseas imperialism and a competitive urge to acquire territory among European powers like Spain, France, England, and Portugal. Notable and challenging expeditions, such as Christopher Columbus's voyage to the Americas and Ferdinand Magellan's finding of the Strait of Magellan, advanced. Some notable adventures have gone unnoticed. For instance, consider Lope Martin. While the name might not be familiar, this Afro-Portuguese pilot was the first formerly enslaved black man to successfully complete a round trip from the west to the east. Historian Andrés Resendez from the University of California, Davis, gives him the recognition he deserves and explores his extraordinary journey in his forthcoming book, Conquering the Pacific, An Unknown Mariner and the Final Great Voyage of the Age of Discovery. Resendez not only tells the captivating story of the Black Mariner, but also examines the implications of the Age of Discovery on navigation technology and details the challenges faced during the arduous crossings of the Pacific. In an effort to find a passage to the Far East and gain an advantage over rivals, Spain financed an expensive expedition from a port in Navidad, Mexico. 4 ships were constructed secretly to avoid competition, and a diverse crew was assembled to embark on the journey in 1564. Among this crew of 380 people were the Augustine friar mariner Andrés de Urdaneta, who served as the pilot of the flagship, and the Afro-Portuguese pilot Lope Martin. Resendez recounts Martin and Urdaneta's subsequent journeys, which involve a near shipwreck and bewildering, and sometimes violent, interactions with Pacific Islanders. He also explores the prejudices faced by Martin, who is suspected of treason after he became the first man to complete the round trip across the Pacific. While Martin was investigated in Mexico and later sentenced to hanging, from which he later escaped, Urdaneta was permitted to return to Spain and received all the glory for the expedition. Martin's story has long been overlooked, until now. Because this voyage overall is fairly overlooked and historians mostly credit this friar mariner, Andrés de Urdaneta, with opening up the Pacific. I believe that Lope Martin was innocent and deserves credit as he was the first one to do it. He even had a lasting impact on cartography, or map-making. We know this because in 1594, a Dutch-Flemish astronomer and clergyman in Amsterdam named Petrus Plancius published a map of the world that included some islands that only the San Lucas, Lope Martin and Don Alonso de Arellano's ship, had visited up to that time. For example, in the Plancius's Orbis Terrarum, the map, the island of Miracomo Vaz or Watch Where You Go is featured, which was named by Lope Martin because, as he had said, it would be convenient for later navigators passing near there to know. It is evident that people during Martin's time were intrigued by his completed voyage, the route he took, and what he achieved. I found the following events particularly compelling. He faced accusations of leaving the fleet during favorable weather conditions in the ocean, which led to his eventual death sentence by hanging. I aimed to rectify the historical injustice experienced by this remarkable Afro-Portuguese pilot. This journey is largely ignored by historians, who mainly credit this friar mariner, Andrés de Urdaneta, with discovering the Pacific. I think Lope Martin was innocent and deserves recognition for being the first to do so. He even influenced map-making significantly. We know this because in 1594, a Dutch-Flemish astronomer and clergyman named Petrus Plancius published a world map in Amsterdam that included islands visited only by the San Lucas, the ship of Lope Martin and Don Alonso de Arellano, at that time. For instance, in Plancius's Orbis Terrarum, the map, the island named Miracomo Vaz or Watch Where You Go is highlighted, which was named by Lope Martin, who stated that it would help future navigators navigating the area to be informed. This journey is largely ignored by historians, who mainly credit this friar mariner, Andrés de Urdaneta, with discovering the Pacific. I think Lope Martin It is evident that people during Martin's time were intrigued by his completed voyage, the route he took, and what he achieved. I found myself drawn to the story that followed. He faced accusations of leaving his fellow sailors during favorable weather conditions, which led to his ultimate sentence of hanging. Therefore, I aimed to rectify the historical injustices faced by this remarkable Afro-Portuguese pilot. Conveying the experience is challenging. The journey from the Americas to the Philippines took on average 3 to 4 months, while the return trip often lasted even longer. These voyages occurred annually or nearly so after 1565, which could extend the total duration to 6, 7, or even 8 months. Imagine being on a voyage that long in cramped quarters, somewhat akin to a spacious urban apartment shared by about 100 people and filled with boxes. They used chests not only to store their belongings but also as chairs and tables. People would eat 3 times a day from platters of food. In the 16th century, forks were not commonly used in Western Europe, so people ate with their hands. There were no facilities or bathrooms available, and the close quarters significantly contributed to the spread of germs. Additionally, these men were constantly moving between areas, exposing themselves to new viruses and bacteria. However, regarding the pilots, captains, and officers, this represented the technological advancement of the time. To organize this expedition, the planners needed to secure the top pilots worldwide and the largest ships likely ever constructed in the Americas. Most importantly, they had to find a method to determine their location while at sea. The sophisticated navigational methods they employed to calculate their latitude involved a relatively recent system developed in the late 15th century that measured the angle between the sun and the horizon at noon. Additionally, a declination table was utilized for position determination. These methods were innovative, and only the most skilled pilots were capable of employing them. They also needed to find a way to calculate longitude, a task that was significantly more difficult and wouldn't be achieved until the 18th century, when a reliable method, the marine chronometer, became widely known. In the 16th century, navigators estimated longitude using a system that relied on magnetic declination. This narrative, while certainly an exciting adventure, is equally a tale of technological advancement that successfully steered these ships across the planet's largest ocean. The whole fleet had 380 individuals, 200 soldiers, 150 sailors, 6 Augustinian priests, and some people of service, which encompassed Africans and possibly Native Americans. Lope Martin's lookout ship carried only 20 people in very tight spaces. The fleet was made up of 4 ships. The flagship, named San Pedro, weighed approximately 550 tons. It might have been the largest ship ever constructed in the Americas up to that period. The second largest ship, San Pablo, was around 400 tons. The third vessel, San Juan, was significantly smaller at 80 tons. The final and smallest ship in the fleet, navigated by Lope Martin and named San Lucas, weighed just 40 tons, a modified boat with only 8 barrels of water for the vast Pacific crossing. To provide you with a wider perspective, Columbus's largest ship during his renowned voyage of discovery in 1492 weighed approximately 100 tons, while Magellan's largest ship used for circumnavigation weighed around 120 tons. Just 10 days after leaving the port of Navidad on what is now Mexico's Pacific coast, a storm struck the fleet. In the 16th century, there were no radios or GPS systems, so the 4 ships had established signals using flags during the day and lanterns at night to indicate the need to lower some sails in order to slow down and remain together. Yet on December 1st, 1564, several clouds gathered during the day and developed into an evening storm. The flagship lowered the mainsail and signaled to slow down, but the San Lucas continued into the darkness until it disappeared. Hours later, Lope Martin sounded the alarm and informed Captain Don Alonso de Arellano of the San Lucas that the other ships were nowhere to be seen. The pilot explained that the San Lucas could not reduce speed significantly because the sea would wash over the deck and swamp the vessel. Lanterns were immediately placed throughout the ships, but separation continued into the next morning and over the following days. Ultimately, it became permanent. Starting from that point, the expedition turned into a kind of competition. The 3 biggest ships with the majority of the supplies stayed together, whereas the smallest vessel, navigated by an exceptional pilot, ventured off independently. Overall, the book focuses on perspective, as Lope Martin was undoubtedly the first person to cross the Pacific Ocean from the Americas to Asia and return. The narrative is centered on his journey, but he was not alone in this endeavor. 2 months after his return, the flagship of the fleet that had also successfully reached the Philippines came back as well. Naturally, the leaders of the flagship blamed Lope Martin for allegedly abandoning the other ships in the ocean, an accusation that I found to be baseless. The point is, I could have given more details about the biography of the pilot on the flagship. He was another remarkable individual who had made friends with some of the survivors from Magellan's expedition 40 years prior. He had been at sea for a considerable time before being taken from the monastery in Mexico City to join this secret mission that left in 1564. Since the book mainly concentrates on the narrative of Lope Martin, I wasn't able to fully utilize all the information I had regarding Andrés de Urdaneta, who had also successfully navigated the Pacific. My background in history enabled me to discover and learn about this expedition in the first place, but I would also say that my passion for sailing played a significant role. I am a sailor, I navigate in the Bay Area, and I own a sailing boat. I believe that this was even more crucial as it helped me to appreciate the tremendous challenges that these men must. These significant journeys that shaped the world we know today were extremely chaotic human undertakings that we must explore further, as they provide valuable insights into our nature. They also demonstrate that human nature still operates in ways that are similar or comparable to the events of the 16th century. I realized that this is a narrative that is highly relevant to the contemporary world we live in.
Next chapter.
In 1564, Lope Martin, an Afro-Portuguese mariner, undertook the first round-trip journey in the Pacific Ocean, sailing from Mexico to the Philippines and back to Mexico during the 16th century age of exploration. The specifics of Martin's parents and his upbringing as a mulatto in Lagos, Portugal, remain unknown. Like many young men in that port city, he worked on the docks, engaging in tasks such as loading, unloading, cleaning, and repairing ships. At some point, Martin relocated to Spain, where he became fluent in the language and acquired the regional accent of Andalusia, while also managing to present himself as a native Spaniard. Smart and ambitious, he enrolled in classes to train as a ship's pilot, navigator. Ultimately, he gained a reputation as one of the finest pilots in Spain. Intense rivalry with Portugal for economic benefits in potentially profitable Asian markets motivated Spain's Intense rivalry with Portugal for economic benefits in potentially profitable Asian markets motivated Spain's King Philip II in 1564 to discreetly send off 4 ships from Barra de Navidad, located on the west coast of Nueva España, Mexico, to the Philippines to set up a base and then return. King Philip personally chose Martin to navigate one of the fleet's ships, the San Lucas, accompanied by a crew of 20, under the command of Alonso de Arellano. The fleet departed on the early morning of November 21, 1564. When a storm separated the San Lucas from the rest of the fleet, Captain de Arellano continued sailing to the Philippines alone, expecting that the other 3 ships, including the large flagship galleon San Pedro commanded by fleet leader Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, would either catch up or reunite with the San Lucas in the Philippines. This assumption overestimated the trust that Legazpi and his officers had, who viewed the initiative taken by the captain and pilot of the San Lucas as a self-serving attempt to claim the glory of being the first ship to arrive in the Philippines directly from Mexico. The crew of the San Lucas waited and searched in vain in the Philippines for the fleet's other 3 ships until they lost patience and decided to return to Mexico, even though they lacked the support and security that the other vessels would have provided. Martin used all of his nautical skills during the often terrifying 4-month return voyage, which was plagued by various hardships such as rats, food shortages, and disease. Arriving at Bar de Navidad on August 9, 1565, Martin and his crew were celebrated as heroes for 2 months until accusations of treason emerged, given credence by colonial government officials. These officials plotted to send Martin on a resupply mission aboard the San Geronimo to the Philippines, fully aware that Legazpi intended to execute him upon arrival. However, Martin, foreseeing the conspiracy, successfully instigated a mutiny and briefly took command of the San Geronimo until a faction of the crew abandoned him and his allies on a South Pacific island. Martin disappeared from the official historical records, but there remains a possibility that he and his fellow crew members may have integrated into the local population or might have been rescued later by a passing ship and taken elsewhere. While this remains a mystery, his achievement of piloting the first round-trip voyage across the Pacific established a route that Spanish vessels would follow for the next 2 centuries.
Next chapter.
In grade school and beyond, we learn about Christopher Columbus and his pioneering voyage of 1492. However, just 2 decades later, European explorers discovered the Pacific Ocean, which is about twice the size of the Atlantic Ocean and much more challenging to navigate. Polynesian navigators were the pioneers of crossing the Pacific by hopping between islands, moving from the coast of China to the Americas. Ferdinand Magellan was the first European to make the voyage in the reverse direction in one continuous journey, sailing from the New World to Asia during his famous circumnavigation from 1519 to 1522. However, the first navigator to travel to Asia from the Americas and return, the individual who genuinely opened the Pacific and achieved what Columbus did for the Atlantic, was an exceptional navigator, largely forgotten in the history of exploration. This was Lope Martin, an Afro-Portuguese sailor, who in 1564 to 1565 finally turned the Pacific into a crucial area for interaction and trade, connecting all continents and helping to initiate our interconnected global world. Martin's ancestors had been taken as slaves to southern Portugal. Although he was a free man, his precarious circumstances forced him into the harsh life of the sea, carrying sacks of flour aboard vessels or climbing a ship's ratlins to the top of the mast. In an era when the overwhelming majority of naval officers were white Europeans, Martin rose through the ranks to become a licensed pilot, the highest occupation he could aspire to as a black man. Indeed, his seamanship was so extraordinary that he was recruited for a secret, no expenses spared venture organized by the Spanish crown to open trade between Spain's American colonies and the legendary Orient, as it was known at the time. Martin's story is particularly striking because his revolutionary journey was more about his expertise in the nautical technologies of his time than merely about courage, though a good amount of courage was also essential. By the mid-16th century, what was known as the art of navigation had evolved into a more scientific discipline. Anyone aspiring to become a pilot needed to undertake courses, pass exams, and demonstrate skill in mathematics, astronomy, and cartography. Martin succeeded in all assessments and displayed a unique talent. Competent pilots of that time could ascertain latitude, north-south distance, in the open ocean by measuring the sun's altitude relative to the horizon, utilizing declination tables and executing several mathematical calculations. Determining longitude, east-west distance, proved to be considerably more challenging and would not be completely achievable until the 18th century. However, Leading navigators of the age of exploration, such as Martin, managed to estimate longitude by closely observing the ocean. Establishing longitude, east-west distance, was much more challenging and wouldn't be entirely feasible until the 18th century. However, the leading pilots of the age of exploration, such as Martin, managed to estimate longitude through meticulous observation of the sea and by calculating the difference between true north, represented by the North Star, and magnetic north, indicated by the compass. This expertise made Martin one of the most skilled and esteemed pilots of his era globally. As a historian, it is surprising that only specialists of the early Pacific are aware of Martin's existence. This likely relates to the unique circumstances surrounding his voyage. The Spanish crown conducted the 1564 to 1565 expedition with great secrecy. Rather than departing from Acapulco, at that time, the most established port on the western coast of the Americas, the 4 vessels in the fleet set off from Navidad, a rundown harbor located far north of Acapulco, which today is still just a small Mexican tourist town. Additionally, less than 10 days after the fleet's departure, the smallest and least equipped of the 4 ships, which was captained by Martin, became separated from the others. The commander of the expedition and other leaders aboard the 3 larger ships immediately suspected and accused the black man of intentionally becoming absent when the sea was calm and the weather was good, despite the fact that there had been a storm at the time of the separation. Unaware that his loyalty had been questioned, Martin proceeded with the mission. With what was essentially a modified boat, Martin and his companions reached the Philippines, made repairs, and traded with the islanders for a month. After searching for the other ships from their fleet, they ultimately made the crucial decision to return on their own across the vast Pacific Ocean, a feat never achieved before. During this epic journey, Martin and his companions had to fight against a swarm of rats that chewed through the water barrels, causing them to spill. They were also compelled to repair the sails using every last piece of clothing and blankets they had, and narrowly escaped a shipwreck. When they finally reached Navidad on August 9, 1565, nearly bare and carrying goods from Asia, Martin and his crew were celebrated as heroes. However, this brief moment of triumph lasted only 2 months, until the flagship of the fleet, 14 times larger than the ship that Martin and his companions had used, successfully completed the challenging Vuelta, the return to America, led by an equally impressive navigator and friar named Andrés de Urdaneta. The expedition leader had stayed in the Philippines to set up a Spanish base in Asia, but his representatives on the flagship quickly accused Martin of having fled. The accounts of later chroniclers and historians, influenced by this controversy, have depicted the Afro-Portuguese pilot as a pirate and instead credited Urdaneta. Both Martin and Urdaneta achieved their goals independently, but only one received the recognition while the other was secretly condemned to hang as a repayment for his significant contributions. Another remarkable chapter in Martin's life involves him cleverly outsmarting the captain of the ship that was taking the black man to his execution, and possibly spending his final years leading a small European group in Micronesia. Martin was undeniably the first to open the Pacific, enabling the movement of plants, animals, products, and ideas across the vast ocean. Following his voyage, for 2.5 centuries, large Spanish galleons navigated annually across the Pacific, transporting silver to Asia and returning with Chinese silk and ceramics, Southeast Asian spices, and slaves from as far as the Indian subcontinent. By the end of the 18th century, American merchants started to build upon these earlier trans-Pacific connections to establish their own enterprises. As the Spanish Empire in the Americas declined in the early 19th century, American ships began to take the place of the old Spanish galleons. The United States subsequently took control of Guam and the Philippines, which were early Spanish hubs, established direct trade with Japan and China, and developed a vast network of trans-Pacific interests that has transformed the world. The center of gravity in the world is continually shifting towards the Pacific, making it essential for us to comprehend the origins of this movement, which did not start with Captain Cook's famous voyages as is commonly believed, but occurred centuries earlier with an individual who has been entirely omitted from the historical narrative. Indeed, in haste, consulting the indicated protocol, the last will of Andrés de Urdaneta's brother appears in it, granted in Valladolid on August 17, 1548. Ochoa de Urdaneta, a resident of Villafranca, was then in Valladolid on business and at the request of Don Juan de Lazcano and his wife Dona Juana de Arellano. Urdaneta's brother was staying in Valladolid at the home of Lope Dolores and Maria Ochoa de Gaviria, his wife, when he contracted the illness that forced him to make a will. In his testament, there is this clause.
Next chapter. I don't know if they whitewashed them, you know what I'm saying? I just kind of, you know what I'm saying? I just came across them. Look at this. Yeah, man, I just came across them, you know what I'm saying? And I just came across this little old video. I mean, not the video, but this little old photo. So I really don't know if this, what he really looked like, the dude that drew him. I don't know why he would make a fake photo of what's going on, but yeah, the story is definitely interesting. But next chapter, though.
I command that Gracia de Urdaneta, my niece, daughter of Andrés de Urdaneta, be given 20 ducats for the services she has rendered to me, and after paying her the said 20 ducats, I command that she have no further claim on my goods for the said services. The response of the reprimanded pilot is nothing more than a technical ploy. His subsequent behavior confirms this. That sailor, named Lope Martin, stated that the paddock was taking on water due to the manner of navigation to which he was forced. Despite Legaspi's explicit order, by nightfall on the last day of November, the paddock was more than 2 leagues away from the bulk of the Armada. At dawn the next day, the San Lucas was lost from sight forever. Its captain and pilot could now freely embark on adventures of their own, as was their fervent desire. The story of the San Lucas's voyage will later intertwine with that of Urdaneta's return. The statements of Arellano and Lope Martin, the latter the pilot of San Lucas, assure the arrival of the vessel at the island of Mindanao at the end of January 1565, after long hardships. Both continue to claim that they had been engaged in searching for the bulk of the Armada through several islands of the archipelago. Unable to achieve this, they felt compelled to embark on the return journey. The documentary evidence reveals the lack of sincerity in these statements. The return journey of the San Lucas began on April 22. On August 9, 1565, the paddock arrived at the port of La Navidad. The brilliance of this most meritorious navigation is overshadowed by a terrible cruelty committed during its course by Arellano, who, in punishment for some offenses, threw 2 living men from his crew into the sea. Arellano was acquitted of the trial that was opened against him at the instigation of Legaspi for desertion from his armada. As for the pilot Lope Martin, he ended up imprisoned, but probably for some other crime. This individual, whose terrible background was discovered by some of the expedition members too late for Legaspi, has gone down in the history of navigation with the stigma of a monster. But this corresponds to its nature. As a navigator, it is necessary to grant Lope Martin outstanding merit. It almost seems implausible that a vessel of 40 tons, designed primarily to assist the Navy in exploring the shallows and channels, could cover such great distances. In the history of the conquest of maritime routes, the mark of San Lucas is a lasting milestone. There is, however, quite a bit of fable in the account of the journey made by Arellano and Lope Martin. Whoever its author may have been demonstrates superb imaginative talent and storytelling ability. Take, for example, this curious passage, and before reaching 40 degrees, we were followed by some black petrels making a lot of noise day and night, and so terrifying that they gave chills to anyone who heard them, since sailors had never seen these birds scream before. The story of the gloomy deeds of Lope Martin and the cruelties of Alfonso de Arellano immediately suggests a certain kinship between these lines, probably written in collaboration by both, and their dark consciences. Stevenson, the novelist in love with the sea, and particularly the South Sea with passionate preference, would he read this? Treasure Island, certainly the best work of the great Scottish writer. Yes, it has pages that seem inspired by the knowledge of the last crimes of Lope Martin. At the age of 14, in Volume M, one of the collection of unpublished documents relating to the discovery, conquest, and organization of the ancient Spanish possessions overseas, document number 47. The account of the journey made by the galleon San Geronimo from Acapulco to the Philippine Islands is transcribed, written by Juan Martinez, who was a soldier on the ship. This very tedious, yet notably curious document, describes how on May 1, 1566, the San Geronimo departed from Acapulco for the Philippine Islands carrying reinforcements to Legazpi, and at the same time the news of the successful arrival of the ship San Pedro on the coasts of New Spain. A man from Malaga named Pedro Sanchez Pericon commanded the galleon. Lope Martin was appointed as the pilot. He understood from the very first moment that the service he was ordered to perform meant he would have to appear before Legazpi, a complication that he did not overlook as very serious for his personal safety. He thought, not without reason, that Legazpi would not let his previous crime of deserting the Navy aboard the Patek San Lucas go unpunished. From that moment on, Lope Martin did not conceal his wicked intentions. His first feat consisted of enlisting as sailors for the galleon more than 100 individuals, the most disreputable he could find in Acapulco, with whom he thought it would be easier to achieve his goals. In the Royal Supplier's office in the port of Acapulco, a Basque named Rodri. With Ataguran's support, Lope Martin found an unconditional ally. Juan Martinez adds the curious detail that, despite there being many Basque sailors in Acapulco, Ataguran not only hindered their enlistment but also sought to remove the Basques already signed up for the voyage, because this was not the nation he was well with for such deeds. Juan Martinez also mentions that the Basque Pedro de Aladen had been appointed as the master of the galleon, but Ataguran replaced him with a man named Ortiz de Mosquera, someone who was easier to accommodate, as will soon be seen, to Lope Martin's plans. This maneuver saved Aladen's life, as his death was premeditated, according to the soldier Martinez's statement. Resolved Lope Martin to steer the galleon to any place but Cebu, where he knew Legazpi was. He organized a coup in agreement with a good part of the crew. It can be deduced from Martinez's writing that Lope Martin began to prepare it when not even the second week of navigation had elapsed. The main agent of Lope Martin was named Felipe del Campo, the beginning, middle, and end of all evils according to Martinez. Lope Martin was talkative, Felipe del Campo was cautious. Soon the crew of the San Geronimo began to stir, goaded by Lope, who, as was his custom, began to empty his mouth against Captain Sanchez Pericon. The signs of rebellion were so obvious that Sanchez Pericon felt it necessary to reinforce the guards, especially after one morning when his horse appeared in the bilge stabbed multiple times. However, on the other hand, his harsh character admirably aided the plans of the pilot, who had evidently conspired with Felipe del Campo and Ortiz de Mosquera, among many others, fueling the hatred of the majority of the crew against the captain. The signs of something serious. The imminent situation became so clear that Juan Martinez claimed he felt compelled to warn Sanchez Pericon about those alarming details. At midnight on June 3, the second day of Pentecost, Lope Martin incited his men. Captain Sanchez Pericon and his son were stabbed in the same cabin where they slept by Sergeant Major Ortiz de Mosquera and other conspirators. Immediately after the crime, Ortiz de Mosquera addressed the crew and soldiers on deck, attempting to justify the double murder by alleging intentions he attributed to the deceased towards himself and his other friends. Immediately, an edict communicated to all the surrender of arms under penalty of death. At dawn, Ortiz de Mosquera took command of the galleon. But the desire to lead was already dispersing the block of rebels, who were only united by the premeditation of the crime. The galleon became a hell of mutual distrust. Moreover, the double murder did not fully fulfill Lope Martin's designs, who, through some of his unconditionally wicked followers, suggested to Mosquera the convenience of submitting to a mock trial, in order to silence the murmurs about those deaths, thus giving an indisputable appearance of legality to the uprising. He assured Mosquera in a long night speech, because he was not easily convinced, that he would allow him to exercise command in the future with increased authority and without any stain on his prestige. The pilot managed to convince Mosquera, whose arrest was carried out at dawn. It is obvious to add that Mosquera believed it was all a sham. A splendid lunch was prepared immediately, and Mosquera, along with all his buddies, attended, which further strengthened his belief. So much so that by the end of the meal, he and all his allies had a lot of bacon and wine for lunch. Saying, far exceeding the limit, they threw some crickets in good conversation and laughter, and he laughed just the same. Mosquera turned to Lope Martin to tell him very cheerfully that it was already time to put an end to those childishnesses to which he was subjected. But Lope Martin, who was the only one there who enjoyed his faculties entirely, replied with a gloomy severity that the process would end when justice was done as deserved for the murders he had committed. Mosquera was taken on deck, and at that very moment, the chaplain was also called. Terrified of the imminent new crime, he confronted Lope Martin in an effort to dissuade him from his terrible agreement, but the pilot and his associates turned their backs on him. At a signal from Lope Martin, the sailors seized Mosquera and hoisted him without giving him time to confess or even to say Jesus, although, According to the soldier chronicler, it was said that he had confessed a little earlier. Mosquera was ultimately thrown into the sea with shackles and all, half alive still. This new crime occurred on Saturday, June 22nd. At the same point where Mosquera was buried in the wide sea. Lope made it public that he had been killed for being a sodomite. Before the commission of this new murder, Lope Martin had some healthy elements arrested whom he suspected could hinder his plans. The new crime gave Lope Martin what he had longed for, the absolute command of the galleon. Now he could finally steer it wherever he wanted. But since those honorable men who were imprisoned before Mosquera's murder were still alive, Lope Martin devised a way to rid himself of all those who inspired him suspicion. Lope was particularly wary of the soldiers. He understood too well that sooner or later they would rise up. But it was written that that criminal would be a victim of the atrocious deceit imagined by himself. Upon arriving at one of the islands of the Barbudos, Lope ordered the galleon to be beached, claiming he was unable to proceed without this prior operation. By then, the boatswain Rodrigo del Angel and some others were already plotting a plot against that atrocious tyranny, and discovered in confession to Vivero their intentions. The priest with great vehemence praised and inflamed their hearts, telling them how just he was and what a great service to God, that by doing so God would help them to get out with it. In short, he encouraged them a lot and was relevant. The ever-growing suspicion led Lope Martin to furious fits, which had the virtue of anticipating the coup. Lope had even disembarked all the needles and sea charts. The conspirators had the suspicion of having been discovered. By then, the boatswain Rodrigo del Angel by On Wednesday, July 16th, the boatswain Rodrigo del Angel stood up in the ship, in front of his companions. The galleon was guarded by a mulatto close friend of Lope, who, having suffered a setback, only had time to dive into the sea and swim to land to bring the bitter news to his friends. However, the rebels were not many, and some loyal sailors of Lope Martin untied the rope's end. They rigged the sails with great speed with the intention of grounding the galleon, but soldier Martinez, a great believer and profound providentialist, noticed that at that very moment the little wind that was blowing died down completely. The small boat of the galleon was used to re-embark as many friends as Rodrigo de Angel could, as the situation remained uncertain for quite a few days because Lope's loyalists had almost all the weapons at their disposal on land and put up stubborn and determined resistance. But little by little, this resistance began to wane. Things started to tip in favor of Rodrigo de Engel, and Lope Martin saw that people were abandoning him. Lope Martin, along with 26 others, was sentenced to perish on that deserted island. These unfortunate individuals had provisions left for only 4 days. At the last hour, they were sent additional supplies from the San Geronimo in exchange for the compass that they, in turn, possessed. The moment of the San Geronimo's departure must have been extremely pathetic. The crew of the boat saw those condemned men, before embarking on the last journey back to the galleon, waving a white flag, signifying their proposal to kill Lope Martin as a means of obtaining forgiveness, but this proposal was rejected. And still, after the ship set sail, Engel ordered 2 men to be hanged for their participation in the murder of Captain Sanchez Pericon. The galleon had to face great storms before finally completing its perilous journey on July 25, 1567. Soldier Juan Martinez, author of the account of this voyage and a prominent figure in the events recorded therein, warns of the hunger, destructions, deaths, cries, sighs, imprisonments, hardships, delays, afflictions, calamities, and shipwrecks endured.
Diego Velázquez conquered the island of Cuba EI 5111-2. It is probable that Negro slaves were brought to Cuba in his expedition, or at least shortly after this time. It was customary for expeditions of this kind.
It's probable. It's not a fact. It's probable that Negro slaves was brought to Cuba during that time, during this expedition in 1511, 1512, which we know that Balboa discovered the black people in Panama, the Maroons of America, in 1513. So we know the guy didn't send a slave raid down there before Balboa. He sent them down there once he found out that them black people was down there.
To carry a few Negro slaves among their members. Many settlers were coming to Cuba from the Isla Española, which had a good supply of Negro slaves whom they very likely carried with them. The Isla Española was comparatively,
and I want to say that majority of them were the black people that was already enslaved coming from the South America part, where they first went down there in 1503, 1509, that whole little time they was down there enslaving, but they never did have a settlement. But they was down there enslaving the black people and getting their numbers up, as far as the enslaved people that they was bringing back to the islands, as far as on Hispaniola, because they wasn't sending over a lot of people, because like I showed in other videos, from 1492 up to 1502, they only sent up 3 people, and then a handful only came. So I wouldn't even say that it was even 100 that got sent over before 1510. Probably not even, like, for real, not even close to that. Definitely not no more than 200 or whatever. So when they saying that the Negro slaves is coming from Hispaniola is over there, they wasn't bringing over no slaves from like West Africa during that time. They didn't start really bringing people from over straight from West Africa like that until in the 20s. They was bringing over people that was from North Africa, that was from Spain or North Africa, that was Latinos, that knew their culture, that knew how to do these jobs, that was basically almost trained for the jobs.
a well-settled colony at this time and was the base from which Velasquez's and other expeditions started. The early importations of Negroes were purely haphazard. Practically only Spanish BOM Negroes could go to America, and therefore represented skill of a higher degree than that furnished by the Indian labor.
You see? Spanish-born Negroes was coming over here. Spanish-born Negroes was coming over here and was with the ones working. They're not running into the woods and starting towns and living like Indians and becoming chiefs and doing all that type of stuff. They gonna stay with what they know. They born in Spain. That's just like a Chinese person born in America. He ain't born in China, so he don't really know what's going on in China like that, even though he may go over there, but he born over here, he know what's going on over here. He know how to talk this, he know how to, you know what I'm saying? When he get over there, he kind of lost a little bit, you know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with these guys that they were saying that they was bringing over. There was black people in the beginnings that they saying there was Africans, but they was really born in Spain.
Two, gold seeking and mining were the main employments of the settlers in Cuba, who made the Indians do the work, and when they decreased largely in numbers, some means of keeping up the supply of labor had to be fotimed. The few white emigrants would not engage in manual labor. When the colonists discovered that the Negro became very easily acclimated, it seemed easy and desirable. A Sacco, Historia de la Esclanta de la Raza Africana, Volume I, p. 733 and 1515.
Now I want you to listen to this. This is in 1515. This is in 1515.
5. The officials Reals of Santiago asked the king to send them artisans, carts, oxen, and 12 Negroes from Espafila to be employed in building the fortifications of the city.
They're only requesting 12. They're only requesting 12. So all this it's hundreds of slaves coming over. It's a whole bunch of Africans and stuff so-called coming over here. No, it's not a lot. But you know what is a lot? It's the indigenous people that's deep, that's deep enough to where they can have towns and villages and forts, and they're making shoes and they're fighting.
Sacco, Historia de la Esclavita de la Raza Africana. To supplement the Indian by African Labadere, the government did not receive with favor the requests of the colonists to allow the import of Negroes. It was induced by the fervid and persistent appeals of Bartolome VI de las Casas, the apostle of the Indies, to order a strict inquiry into the condition of the Indians, which he represented as deplorable. He asked, on request of the colonists, that each one be allowed to bring into the West Indies about a dozen Negroes from Spain, who, they said, would free the Indians from much of their hard labor. After
This is late in the game. But I wanted to bring up some things before I get into this Cuba, because there's some things that I left out on the last couple of bills that I wanted to bring to the forefront to prove my position a little bit better. And this also gonna connect with Cuba, because it looks like that Christopher Columbus said that. I appreciate that it looked like Christopher Columbus said that the motherfucking niggas in Cuba look like the niggas from the Canary Islands. So I wanted to bring this source again, but I didn't bring a certain part to where I can validate that these is black people that look like Africans. Because I remember me and Not a Coincidence and Sean P and all them guys, we had a little debate over there on their channel. And, you know, they'll go, you know, them guys was telling me that, nah, they don't look like black people, that they look like the Canary people. And that the Canary people more favored Europeans, even though that the Canary Island is an African island right on the coast of Africa on the northwest side. And the reason that I bring that up is because that's part of the mislabeling that I'm trying to point out. That basically they coming over here to America and saying, well, shit, these niggas look like the niggas in motherfucking Africa. So these niggas got to be from Africa, not giving us just due, even though when they first ran up and in their mind, they saying, okay, anything we find over here is an Indian because we think we in India. We think we right next to goddamn China. You know what I'm saying? Until they say even when Christopher Columbus died that he thought that China was, you know, that Asia was right around the corner or something like that. He didn't think he was too far or something like that. So within their mindset, it's Indian, it's Indian, it's Indian, it's Indian, but then once they start coming across certain people, they like, well, shit, hold on, y'all niggas look like some niggas we already seen before. So y'all, that's what y'all gotta be. That's what y'all gonna be, because you know that's how we moving right now. Anyway, you know they pushing the line on black people. So with them pushing that line, we're gonna get certain titles. And we automatically a beast. We already 3/5, so it really ain't no love like that. But I wanted to point this out because I didn't point this out before. That hold on, 32. So 32. Here we go. So let me let the speaker say it.
Wacklick F.Sly, Kaises. 32. The people to the south are of rather a brown color, either from inheritance or from the hot climate, their skins being toasted by the sun, as they go about nearly naked.
I didn't show that last time because I was perving. And I was kind of moving kind of fast. That's why I was like, man, I got to slow down. I got to, you understand? But I'll be doing so much during the day. And at the same time, I'll be wanting to get, you know what I'm saying, my little bit of information that I do have and going to get that out. So I guess you know what I'm saying? I don't want, you know what I'm saying? I just want to put the information there. I don't want to be wasting a lot of time because when I was doing the video, when I first started doing the first video, it take me some time to put that, you know what I'm saying, to put that stuff together. But I know I've been saying something that I'm going to deal with OneNote and stuff like that. I just ain't jumped over to OneNote and got down on it like that. But I need to look into it, man, to kind of make my presentation a little bit more smoother, you know, where I ain't got a lot of pauses and stuff like that. And, you know, hitting my points, what I want to hit, and not feeling like that I'm leaving some stuff out. Because there's some stuff that I'm fixed to, well, it's a couple of it's only 2 pages that I'm going to go over with that Drake, you know, thing. You know, to kind of prove my points on that. But just like I say, the people to the south are rather a brown color, either from inheritance or from hot climate. Brown. Brown. We know what the color brown look like. That's black people. Brown. They ain't say red. They ain't say yellow. They said brown. But on the north side, they are white, and the women are beautiful and rosy with long hair. So let me bring that back.
He fell in a battle. The people to the south are of rather a brown color, either from inheritance or from the hot climate, their skins being toasted by the sun, as they go about nearly naked. But on the north side they are white, and the women are beautiful and rosy, with long hair.
And I know they're gonna try to twist that by saying, well shit, nigga, on the north side of the island, the nigga just white. But just like I brought up, not that I'm tripping, why would I do that? But just like I had brought up the first time that I had brought this up was that where is it at? Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying, man. I forgot to do. Okay, yeah, here we go. So basically, at first, and once again, this Arthur is a Jesuit priest from Spain. He lived in the Canary Islands before he came to the Americas. He ended up being in Ecuador, and he was dealing with the Maroons in Ecuador for a long time and sending letters back to Spain and kind of basically lobbying for them, I guess, from what it made it seem like. But he ended up writing this book, and he was describing the people over there. And he did mention that some say that they are from the Romans, even though it does not appear. But that's what was said. But it's also said, but what he said, it's like I said, he had lived out there, is that my own is that the Guanches derived from their descendants from Africans. So that's just the look. That's what I'm tripping on, is the look. It's the look. So this is the Arthur that lived over there, is a Jesuit priest that's saying my own, which his own opinion, is that the people from the Canary Islands derive from their descendants from Africans. We just got done seeing within that same area, the Canary Islands, the people to the south are rather brown color. So you talk about the people on the islands. The people to the south are rather a brown color, either from their inheritance or from the hot climate. So it really don't matter because they look like black people. So when when we're coming across stuff like this, well, let me fast forward a little bit and I'll just come right back to that real quick. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So, matter of fact, so when we hear about the Canary Island people, So when we hear about the Canary Island people, right? And we talk about, they say in 1492, the first indigenous enslavement started, whatever, when he first touched down or whatever, right? But I want you to check this out also. So the Africans first came to the New World with Christopher Columbus in 1492. Juan Los Canaries was a crewman on Columbus' flagship with the last name Canaries. And they try to say, well, I ain't gonna say they try to say, but they do say that a black man, an African, came with Christopher Columbus, young man. But we seeing that his name is Juan John Canaries. So you know that he's from the Canary Islands. I just got done giving you a description of the Canary Islands. And then on top of that, they said that he was a black man, or the first black man with the last name Canaries. So why I'm bringing that up is because how did Christopher Columbus describe the Luicans or the Lycans? These are the people that's in the islands. As far as that first, as far as like, I guess the little islands where you would call the Bahamas and shit like that, the little Bahama Islands, I guess, or just the people on the islands. Because they say that the people on the islands was the Tainos and the Caribbean, and the Caribs and the Algonquins. But Columbus thought that the Luicans resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands. What's up with this Canary Islands? And why they not saying that they look like black people? But then they saying that the person that came over with Christopher Columbus, the black man, the African, he's from the Canaries because he got the black name Canaries. And plus we know that he was from North Africa because what they say. Hold on, let me see what they say about the first people. Here you go. Here you go, right here. So the first Africans forced to work in the New World left from Europe at the beginning of the 16th century, not from Africa. The first voyage carried enslaved people direct from Africa, and the Americans probably sailed in the 1520s, 1526. So that cut off all that right here, what they trying to say. The Spanish explorer Balboa first transported captured Africans to Panama in 1513, which we know that he found black people, not the Moors, but the Maroons of America, found them in Panama and enslaved them. But now they trying to change history and say that the Spanish explorer transported captured Africans to Panama. And we know that's a false. Because they was giving me an argument by saying that, okay, well, yeah, he did find some black people over there, but the documents are saying that they're slaves and that they look like Ethiopians, that they look like Africans, so they gotta be the slaves that the Spaniards, so they gotta be the Africans that was already brought over by the Spaniards. They gotta be the Africans that was already brought over by the Spaniards that ended up leaving the Spaniards down there whenever they went down there to Panama, South America. They ran away, and then was the ones. Well, which we know that it wasn't nobody coming from West Africa that was just straight like a wild person, what they call a bouzelle, a bonzel, a bouzelle. That'll be somebody that's not broken in, that's not vetted, that don't know the Spanish culture like that. They still pushing their line as far as being an African. And that's what they push also, to say that, well, the first people that was over here rebelling was, warriors from, that just got snatched up from their village and, was already on one, type stuff. Let me back this up a little bit. So according to the historical records, the first successful slave rebellion recorded in the New World occurred when a group of enslaved people aboard a Spanish caravel rebelled against their captors, killing the Spanish crew and sailing back home after being authorized for slave raiding expedition to Central America by Governor of Cuba, Diego Vasquez. Now, this is the same time when Balboa just found the black people down there in Central America. This is the same time when Balboa had found the black people, 1513, around that time. Now let's look at this a little bit more, because I want to show you some more stuff. So hold on, let me go back real quick. And I hope everybody having a good night. So we're going to read this book real quick. A couple of pages, not too many pages. And this book right here. A History of Slavery in Cuba, 1511 to 1868. You see 1907. So we're gonna let it read.
By its most favored products, tobacco and sugar. Diego Vel and Quez conquered the island of Cuba EI 5111-2. It is probable that Negro slaves were brought to Cuba in his expedition, or at least shortly after this time. It was customary for expeditions of this kind.
It's probable. It's not a fact. It's probable that Negro slaves was brought to Cuba during that time, during this expedition in 1511, 1512, which we know that Balboa discovered the black people in Panama, the Maroons of America, in 1513. So we know the guy didn't send a slave raid down there before Balboa. He sent them down there once he found out that them black people was down there.
To carry a few Negro slaves among their members. Many settlers were coming to Cuba from the Isla Española, which had a good supply of Negro slaves whom they very likely carried with them. The Isla Española was comparatively,
and I want to say that majority of them were the black people that was already enslaved coming from the South America part, where they first went down there in 1503, 1509, that whole little time they was down there enslaving, but they never did have a settlement. But they was down there enslaving the black people and getting their numbers up, as far as the enslaved people that they was bringing back to the islands, as far as on Hispaniola, because they wouldn't sending over a lot of people, because like I showed in other videos, from 1492 up to 1502, they only sent up three people, and then a handful only came. So I wouldn't even say that it was even 100 that got sent over before 1510. Probably not even, like, for real, not even close to that. Definitely not no more than 200 or whatever. So when they saying that the Negro slaves is coming from Hispaniola is over there, they wasn't bringing over no slaves from like West Africa during that time. They didn't start really bringing people from over straight from West Africa like that until in the 20s. They was bringing over people that was from North Africa, that was from Spain or North Africa, that was Latinos, that knew their culture, that knew how to do these jobs, that was basically almost trained for the jobs.
A well-settled colony at this time and was the base from which Velasquez's and other expeditions started. The early importations of Negroes were purely haphazard. Practically only Spanish BOM Negroes could go to America, and therefore represented skill of a higher degree than that furnished by the Indian labor.
You see? Spanish-born Negroes was coming over here. Spanish-born Negroes was coming over here and was with the ones working. They're not running into the woods and starting towns and living like Indians and becoming chiefs and doing all that type of stuff. They gonna stay with what they know. They born in Spain. That's just like a Chinese person born in America. He ain't born in China, so he don't really know what's going on in China like that, even though he may go over there, but he born over here, he know what's going on over here. He know how to talk this. He know how to, you know what I'm saying? When he get over there, he kind of lost a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with these guys that they were saying that they was bringing over. There was black people in the beginnings that they saying there was Africans, but they was really born in Spain.
Two, gold seeking and mining were the main employments of the settlers in Cuba, who made the Indians do the work, and when they decreased largely in numbers, some means of keeping up the supply of labor had to be fotimed. The few white emigrants would not engage in manual labor. When the colonists discovered that the Negro became very easily acclimated, it seemed easy and desirable. A Sacco, Historia de la Esclanta de la Raza Africana, Volume I, p. 733 and 1515.
Now I want you to listen to this. This is in 1515. This is in 1515.
5. The officials Reals of Santiago asked the king to send them artisans, carts, oxen, and 12 Negroes from Espafila to be employed in building the fortifications of the city.
They're only requesting 12. They're only requesting 12. So all this, it's hundreds of slaves coming over. It's a whole bunch of Africans and stuff so-called coming over here. No, it's not a lot. But you know what is a lot? It's the indigenous people that's deep, that's deep enough to where they can have towns and villages and forts, and they're making shoes and they're fighting.
Sacco, Historia de la Esclavita de la Raza Af. To supplement the Indian by African Labadere, the government did not receive with favor the requests of the colonists to allow the import of Negroes. It was induced by the fervid and persistent appeals of Bartolome VI de las Casas, the apostle of the Indies, to order a strict inquiry into the condition of the Indians, which he represented as deplorable. He asked, on request of the colonists, that each one be allowed to bring into the West Indies about a dozen Negroes from Spain, who, they said, would free the Indians from much of their hard labor. After
This is late in the game. This is late in the game. I ain't gonna say it's late in the game. That's only because the niggas over here really just ain't listening to them like that. They just can't get a grip of them like that. So they calling from people from Spain. They just calling for more workers. But we already know that the people that's already here look like the people from the Canary Islands, which look like black people.
Consultation with the Casa de Contratación 6N, the directive body for the affairs of the Indies, it was decided that 4,000 Negro slaves were needed for Española, Cuba, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico. Consequently, in 1517, the king granted the first asiento, or contract, giving the right to introduce the above number of Negroes from Africa.
And that was really, I guess, 1517, 1518. And that was just given the contract. That didn't pop off until the 20s, to where they were so-called moving people like that. And then when they were moving people within the 20s, it was just by like 40 at the most. They so-called wasn't moving people in the hundreds like that until like the 1540s, 1530s, so-called. So we really got to look at this.
The sale of the privilege later brought a plea from Las Casas that the price of slaves would be thereby raised too high for poor colonists, and the purpose of the asiento vitiated, *300 were one the fact that the labor of one Negro was considered to be worth that of 4 Indians gave a reasonable basis to the demand. Herrera, Historia General, December. Lib 9, Cap. 5, December. 2, Lib 2, Cap. 8, Las Casas, Historia de las Indias, Lib 3, Cap. Loa. C.F. Helmold, History of the World, Volume 1, page 395. Ibid, Las Casas was not the first to suggest the import of Negroes into the Indies. That was done by the Order of Predicadores in 151-1, Sacco, Historia de la Esclavitud de la.
So just like he said, suggest. That don't mean that it happened. Suggestions. They been making suggestions. They made a suggestion before that also. That don't mean that they sent them. See, that's because they trying to dilute the numbers. They are diluting the numbers when they do that. Because when they're finding people over here, they trying to justify by saying, well, they did send so many people. Nah, it was only, they wasn't sending people over here like that. They was finding black people over here and enslaving them and doing them dirty. They was the ones that was running away and that was dying. The black people that look like the Ethiopians, the black people that look like the Guineas, the black people that look like the Canaries. We got a wide range over here. We been having a wide range.
Raza Africa. Allotted to Cuba / but then timber actually carried there, if any, was small. Becatee's Cuba was very poor, the price was high, and the asiento short-lived. In spite of the high cost of special licenses to import slaves, a few were brought in at this time by that method. A small amount of smuggling took place.
You see that Cuba was poor. They wasn't bringing in people like that because it was too high. But they just doing it big because they got the black people over there that they're enslaving. Those are the indigenous that so-called died out. No, it's just that you took the Indian off of them and said that the Indian died out and they became Africans because of a look. Y'all look like them niggas over there we done already seen, so that gotta be y'all. Nah, you found us over here. We this.
And measures were taken to stop it, but the number of slaves brought in by this method was very small. A new asiento, in 1528, stipulating for the sale of Negroes at a maximum price of 45 pesos brought no relief. The slaves were carried to Hispaniola and other places because Cuba did not offer an attractive market. Finally, the king, to satisfy the importunity of the colonists, set aside the revenues of the island for 1 year. For the purpose of buying Negroes,
they had to save up for a year to be able to buy Negroes. This is 1526, so 1528 so-called. They saving up and how was they? And they said there was some niggas there in the teens. No, just like I say, them was black people that was already here. They wasn't even bringing over no black people like that, man. And if they was from North Africa because they was Latinos. They was broken in, you know. They was vetted. They so-called wouldn't bring in motherfuckers from so-called the West Africa until the 20s or 30s, so-called. But we still know that that's foo-foo from all the little shipwrecks. That's in what 1550s. We still in the 30s and 20s right now. And we just going to 41. And then on top of that, they try to say, well, the Portuguese was bringing them over. How the Portuguese bringing them over, and they didn't start their settlement. They didn't start their first settlement in Brazil until the 1520s. So they definitely weren't bringing nobody over before 1520s to the islands. All them people was coming straight from Spain. Spain didn't have the authority to go to Africa. Only Portugal. Spain was getting all their peoples from Spain until in the 20s or 30s. But past that, I'm thinking it's way past that, to tell you the truth. But I'm just breaking down what they saying. I'm breaking their own shit down. I'm thinking the shit. I know the shit gotta be way further, but I'm breaking their shit down.
Who were to be distributed to settlers, giving security satisfactory to the officials for payment in 2 years. This order filled the island with joy, and the officials' reals wrote sagering that new and rich mines had been discovered which would assure a good revenue from the use of the Negroes. We are certain that God has given the island such riches because Your Majesty has made 2 Herrera, Historia General, December 3, Lib v. Cap 3 Sacco, Historia de la Esclavitud de la Raza Africana, Volume 1, page 3. In 1537, the king, in order to lessen the labor of the Indians, ordered that 1,000 Negro slaves might be taken to Cuba.
Might be taken to Cuba. Suggest more, not official suggestions. They still trying to get. They're still so-called trying to, or that the Indians is dying off still. The Indians is dying off. So we might be, it might be 1,000 going to Cuba. Not that we did send 1,000. It might be. And that's what, 1527, 1537. It still ain't official that they got some niggas over there. You see that they had to save up for a year. And the king did that for him. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna stack y'all shit up.
Harrier Salef Historia General, December 4. Bountiful gifts to the island, one in sending it good justice, and the other in having the goodness to make the loan for the Negroes, *, this burst of pious delight was premature. On July 7, 1532, the Officiages Reals announced to the king that they had collected the 7,000 pesos for the promised 700 Negro slaves, but they wished to send the money to.
In 1532, that's when they got the money together. They so-called put this plan together in 1528. Now in 1532, they so-called gathered up $7,000, well, 7,000 pesos for 700 Negro slaves. Now let's see what's going on.
Bountiful gift. On July 7, 1532, the Officiages Reals announced to the king that they had collected the 7,000 pesos for the promised 700 Negro slaves, but they wished to send the money to Lisbon or Seville where slaves could be had at 10 pesos a head instead of at 40 pesos, which was the price delivered by contract in the islands. The king gave them permission to send the money, although the plan to purchase 700 Negroes in Portugal for 7,000 pesos made no provision for transportation. Perhaps the king noticed this discrepancy, for the Negroes never reached Cuba. Lacking
The niggas never meets the Negroes never got to Cuba. This is 1532. This is 1532. So in 1511, we got them finding, I guess them not finding Cuba, but settling in Cuba. They had sent a slave raid down to Central America once Balboa discovered black people there. But let's see what happened, because I don't even think I showed what happened. I'm supposed to come right back to that. Hold on. I'm supposed to come right back to that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So they saying the enslaved Africans first arrived in Cuba 1513, but then they tried to say it was 1511 that came with them, you know what I'm saying, on the expedition. But I guess enslaved, I guess they was free. But the enslaved, even though they tried to say that they were enslaved or whatever, but I guess these is enslaved 1513, which we know that's what I'm talking about. When they saying that the Africans came over here in 1513 is because he had so-called sent that fake voyage out where they rebelled and they end up selling back home, selling back to the Central America. These are the Maroons. These are the Maroons. But we got AI saying that enslaved Africans first arrived in Cuba 1513, just like the Smithsonian trying to say that Balboa had transported Africans to Panama in 1513. You see? Get into my city bag. You see? You see? Get into my city bag. You see? So let me get back to this real quick. I'm going to bring this back.
any kind of skilled labor, faced with a rapidly decreasing population, the situation of the island was pitiful. In 1534, the governor said to the king, "The mines languish, costs are heavy, and taxes ought to be reduced in order to make amends to the plaintful citizens who sent to his majesty the 7,000 pesos, which they had destined to the purchase of Negroes under the loan of 1531, carat with the failure of gold attempts were made one colexidin de docontentos instados de Uyuramar carat 2 ser, volume 4, page 264.
These niggas still didn't even show up in the 1534. These niggas, it still ain't no niggas in Cuba in 1534. But it's supposed to be all these Africans getting imported over here when they're using the Maroons that they're finding in America and bringing them to the islands, and they're the ones that's running away and causing problems and doing all this, even though they look like these people, they look like Africans, they look like Canaries, but they finding them over here in Central America, finding them in the islands, finding them in South America, and enslaving them, and they're basically doing Indian stuff. And just like I said, the people that they were bringing over here, they were Africans. They were coming straight from Spain, because they was born in Spain. They wasn't born in the wilderness like a wild man. They was born civilized, ready to go to work, Christianized, church. They're not wild. They're not chained up when they come over here on the boats. They're working with the Spaniards. They're boatmen. They're sailmen. They lightweight calling them Moors. These niggas ain't no wild Indians. They not people of this land. They can just go into the wilderness and build a town and build a house. These niggas is coming over here working for a job, trying to act like Spaniards. They not even calling themselves niggas. But just like I said, the niggas that they finding over here within the land, we getting disrespected because they not calling us over here in the land. They saying, well, shit, y'all look like them niggas over there. We done already seen before. That gotta be y'all. No, y'all found us here. We already got a name over here.
To establish new industries. Inquiries have been made in the Indies of the number of men required for sugar mills or ingenios. Carrot and samples of different varieties of wheat have been sent over for trial. Conditions were unfavorable, however, and matters proceeded slowly. In 1534, Hernando de Castro asked a license to ship log fustic and offered to establish an ingenio at Santiago, which would be the first in the island, and that the privileges enjoyed in Española be extended to the mills of Cuba. He wished to be allowed to introduce 50 Negroes before undertaking this. The next year the same offer to build a mill was made by the governor of Santiago. But no success in these undertakings appears to have been attained until 1547, when a trappage.
Niggas didn't even get over to Cuba till 1547. These niggas been trying to get niggas so-called to Cuba since the goddamn 1520s, when they said that they was gonna be sending niggas straight from Africa. And these niggas still didn't get the niggas. It's 1547. And the reason that I'm bringing up that date, 1547, is because it's like I say, they playing with the terminology and the labeling. They're playing with it, and they're leaving they're leaving a lot out of the story, leaving a lot out the game, but then they're substituting the real for the fake when they saying African descent, and they're saying this African, they're just saying just, all type of crazy shit that they've been saying. It's because we come across this right here. No, that ain't there. Because when we come across this right here, when we come across this right here in 1541, where it's a complaint basically about the Cimarroons, the Maroons. As we know, that it's supposed to be connected to African runaways that emancipated themselves, just people from Africa. When they came over here, they ran away and they did all this crazy shit, right? They wasn't even bringing over no black people, wild black people that they would say would be wild, straight from West Africa, straight from getting snatched up off their land. They ain't being their bonzels, or whatever they call them niggas. They not Latinos. They didn't even bring them niggas over till the so-called 1550, 1547. Everybody else that's so-called African is niggas that's motherfucking uppity Spaniards. Even though they working. But they gonna be getting they like the conquistadors. They like the people that's running with them. They kind of like in the army. They doing a lot of shit. They the cooks. They part of the society. They're born in Spain. But these motherfucking maroons, these motherfucking Cimarroons, they finding all around this motherfucker. That's reminding them of the Canaries, the people from the Canaries, which we know that the people from the Canaries are brown skin. Their inheritance are Africans. And it's the look. Y'all niggas look like them niggas. Even we found y'all over here. We found y'all in the Bahamas, Hispaniola, Cuba. We found y'all niggas in y'all niggas look like these niggas over here in the Canary Islands. Niggas get down to Panama, find some niggas down. Y'all niggas look like these niggas. Damn. Y'all niggas look like these niggas in Ethiopia. But it ain't no respect. This nigga, y'all niggas is from there. It got a nigga, y'all niggas. But y'all niggas ain't from here. Yeah, niggas is from here. Just because niggas look like them niggas don't mean that niggas is them niggas. As you see, when we go back into the documents and we looking at the story, when we looking at the motherfucking story from 1511 to 1547, there's no real documentation of them bringing over West Africans. There's no historical documents, like the essay partner said. Ain't no historical documents for that shipwreck. It's a great story though. It's a legendary tale. But the thing is, the people is really here. Yeah. The people really here though. See, that's what they can't get past. The people really here. But niggas is trying to come up with some type of tale, some type of mystery to justify why these niggas is here in the new world. It's what they call the new world. Niggas ask nigga what they call they call it the new world, nigga. And they think they in India though, so they calling the people they're Indians, nigga, off the rip. That's why niggas push the Indian line, nigga. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Niggas finna start pushing that maroon line real tough, though. If you ain't a maroon, I don't know about you. That's for shiggity. Because we finding that they are finding black people over here within these areas. So we broke down Panama, broke down Ecuador, broke down Carolinas. Now we in Cuba, busting this shit down. And it's simple though. They don't want niggas to do no real deep dive where niggas is studying for a whole month on 30 years. Yeah, it can get real dangerous. Niggas gonna have to shut the fuck up. YouTube won't even let me drop my link. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's all good. We're gonna keep it going though.
It was built at Santiago with the aid of sugar masters brought from.
We already there. 1547. What they say, what, 1518, 1517, the emperor, what the emperor do? What the emperor do? Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back. What the emperor do in 1518? Another suggestion. Niggas didn't start busting these moves until what, the 1520s? But we know this right here ain't nothing but the people that they was trying to get from Panama. These ain't niggas. They weren't bringing no niggas to Cuba in 1513. That's a lie. What, the first large group Africans entered 1520. Come on. There was another suggestion as we read that what so-called in 1524, 300 slaves taken to Cuba. Come on, stop it. That's another suggestion. See, when they be throwing them numbers out there, these be suggestions. This was a suggestion right here. What, the first uprise of some Africans in 1533, but it's 4 niggas though. It's the uprise. 4 niggas. They so-called say it's 4. It's the uprising. 1533. And we know that these is niggas that's probably from Hispaniola, most likely. Or they probably some indigenous niggas from over here. But just 4? I don't know about that. That sounds like some niggas from Spain. But as you see, they ain't deep. Because the real problem is coming with the people that's from the indigenous. The people that's from here. The people that's running back up on the settlers, setting shit on fire. taking crops, taking shit. Niggas got to call for backup. What, you seen the motherfucking letter? What? These is the what? It's for the bad, dangerous ones. These is for the thugs. These is for them gangsters. Cimarron is for the bad Indians. You know how they try to make us look? You know how they try to make us look. But what this talking about?
What is Marinage, right? I dug into the historiography. One interesting thing that I found is that, you know, there are all these incredible books about Maroon communities, but there's very little, like, there's not one definition of what is a Maroon and what is a Maroon community. There are several characteristics, right? So it's principally applied to these self-emancipated communities of African origin. However, you know, they're often, if not always, relying on some degree of cooperation from indigenous people who are local to the area. Part of just knowing the terrain, which is usually in these hinterlands or borderland areas where territorial control becomes a little blurred. They're relying on collaboration, but not just with Amerindians. They're also, you know, to a degree, still part of the colonial system that is sort of characterized by slavery. Slavery doesn't exist without resistance to it. So, you know, Richard Price, who is sort of the big figure in Maroon literature, said that successful Maroon communities worked out fairly extensive economic relations with colonial societies and harnessed a surprising amount of collusion by members of almost all social classes, right? So they're leveraging economic or political or military might in order to, you know, get concessions. This is what we see most often across the Caribbean, probably most famously in Jamaica. They are going to be politically recognized and can be hired out, or you know, their territory cannot be infringed. So a lot of these characteristics that I'm reading about African Maroon communities, they seem to really.
And this been going on since the beginning. This been going on since the beginning. The mislabeling.
Correlate with.
We been the Maroons. Understand that. You gotta understand that. We been the Maroons. You gotta understand that.
With what might be these instances of indigenous people fleeing enslavement themselves. And so I am a historian, so I went to the documentary record. And sure enough, like, I knew that the term maroon itself came from a Spanish word, cimarron. And the first applications of the term cimarron in the Americas and the Caribbean is about Spanish livestock that are like running away and becoming wild. So as insulting as that is, the origin of the word, that is what it is. It is very quickly applied not to self-emancipating enslaved people of African origin, but to indigenous communities. So the Spanish fairly quickly, especially in the Caribbean, start trying to organize indigenous life in a separation between what they call Indios Bravos or Cimarrones, and
These is the same people that look like the Canaries. These is the same people that look like the Canaries. How did Christopher Columbus describe the people from the islands? He thought that the people from the islands resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands. What we know about the Canary Islands? The people to the south are a rather brown color, either from inheritance or from the hot climate. Their skins very toasted by the sun as they go about nearly naked. But on the other side, they are white, and the women are beautiful, rosy, with long hair. But you know what's so crazy? They trying to say that white thing, but these niggas gonna have to give it up because a lot of these niggas were saying that they grandmas or they peoples back then could pass for a white person, right? That's what a lot of these niggas be pushing. Ah, nigga, my grand, ain't nothing wrong with that either. Ain't nothing wrong with that either. But you definitely gonna understand this from somebody that was down there with them people that lived in the Canary Islands, that know about their history, that know about they old peoples that's from there, and that's a Jesuit priest, which he could be lying. We know they the dirtiest ones in the game back then. But he's giving a description. Whoever thought that this would come back like this, and this is wrote in the 1500s, the 1600s when he wrote this. He wrote this in the late 1500s, early 1600s. And what did he say? Hold on, let me get this right. And what did he say? My own is that, which his opinion is that the Guanche derive their descendants from Africans, as well because of the how they so close to the mainland, and by reason of too close resemblance in customs and language, and the method of counting. Now, I'm also gonna, I'm gonna put the whole thing in the game. Fuck it. I'm gonna put the whole thing in the game on what they said about the people. Remember, I want you to keep in mind and remember this. I want you to keep in mind and remember this. Christopher Columbus described the people on the islands, Pacific Bahamas, the Bahamas, resembled the Guanche. And then on top of that, they say, oh yeah, peep this out. They also say that they brought over enslaved Canary Island people, which I'm going to read back in that book, The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus. I'm going to bring that back to show how they were saying that the Canary Island people was running down the people from the islands when they was capturing them, when they was doing what, you know what I'm saying, when they was running up on the people. And that was way before in the game, before I knew all this other shit. But I'm gonna bring that back though because I seen that in that book. Niggas didn't think I read that whole book. Yeah, I read that whole book, nigga. It's a crazy book.
Volcano. There is a full Garachico. The Guanches. Islands.
Hold on.
The molten rivers
Hold on,
flowed
hold on.
down more than a league to the sea.
Hold on, no, here we go.
The force of the fire was so great that it warmed the sea for a distance of half a league from the coast.
Okay,
Considering this,
hold on.
one say that what is said of this island. This
right place. Here we go.
Chapter 4. Of the people who formerly inhabited this island. In former times this island was inhabited by the natives of it, whom we call Guanches. It has not been possible to ascertain their origin or whence they came, for as the natives had no letters, they had no account of their origin or descent, although some tradition may have come down from father to son. Hence there have been many opinions on the subject. Some say they are descended from the Romans, although it does not appear whence they came, nor on what authority Tulgi opinion is founded. Others say that they are descended. Guanche is a corruption of Guanche. Traditions of were 10 in 27 from certain tribes in Africa, who rose against the Romans and killed their praetor, or judge. Che may be the article. Tynerfee.
Hold on, you heard that? You hear that? Others say that they are descendants. So some say they are descendants from Romans. Others say they are descendants.
Traditions of were 10 in 27 from certain tribes in Africa, who rose against the Romans and killed their praetor, or
they are descendants or their descendants from certain tribes of Africa who rose against the Romans and killed their judge. You feel me? So some say the Romans, some say they're Africans. Let's keep it going.
or judge. As a punishment for this, instead of killing them all, some had their tongues cut out, so that, having no pens or paper, they could not hand down an account of the rising. They were then put into boats without oars, and committed to the sea and to their fate. These exiles came to the islands and peopled them. If the natives descend from men without tongues, they could not know much of their origin. Others say that when Cerberus was pursued by the Romans, having abandoned his place in government, he fled with a company consisting of Africans and other nations. Having heard
Niggas said they cut out their tongue so they won't be able to tell their origins, they won't be able to pass down, they won't be able to talk to their sons. Huh? Who gonna get done like that? Who get hated on the most in the world? Alright, I'll let you figure that out.
heard of the fertility of these islands from some sailors when they were at Cadiz, the followers of Sertorius, after his death, to avoid falling into the hands of the Romans, gave up everything to go in search of the islands, and in this way they were peopled. There is another author who says that, in ancient times, these islands were as near Africa as Sicily is to Italy, but that, in course of time, owing to storms and floods, they became more
And Sicily is to Italy, basically saying that these is Africans because it's connected to Africa.
distant. The people that came to the islands remained ignorant of the art of navigating, each remaining on their own island without communication. The old Guanches themselves say that they have an immemorial tradition that 60 people came to this island, but they know not whence they came. They united and formed their settlement near Icod, Carrot, which is a place on this island, and they gave it this name, which is a word in their language. Alzoxikishan of Kanabak Xenix Carrot means, the jace of union of the son of the Great One. Asterisk, a place on the west coast of the island. Milk and grease are the Guanche traditions. The reader can adopt any one of these opinions that seems most probable. My own is that the Guanches derive their descent from Africans, as well because of the contiguity of the mainland, as by reason of the close resemblance in customs and language, and the method of counting. Carrot, it may be added that the words for Gofia carrot, milk, and grease are the same. Those who desire to know, have noticed that there are people in these islands whose traditions go back 1,520 years.
Come on now. They look like black people. They look like black people, man.
And Indios Mansos, which essentially domesticated. And those domesticated these Christian, emancipating enslaved people of African origin, but to indigenous communities. So the Spanish
African origin, they not African origin, they from here, American origin.
fairly quickly, especially in the Caribbean, start trying to organize indigenous life in a separation between what they call Indios Bravos or Cimarrones and Indios Mansos, which essentially domesticated. And those domesticated, these Christianized, docile indigenous people should have a level of autonomy and protection of the Spanish crown in these pueblos de indios that are literally Indian villages, right? European people cannot live in them. They are controlled by a local leader, though the Spanish crown can exercise some level of control as well. But the primary purpose in this documentary record is to separate these maroon Indians, the bad, dangerous ones, from the good Indians, right? And so just to give you an example, a lot of this is happening in the 1530s and 1540s, especially when Hernando de Soto is governor of Cuba. So there's a lot of records, accessible records for that period. And there's a whole series of sort of, these are documents from a series of justicia. So they're legal records to a degree. And, you see the application in this particular example that they're applying resources to combat the regiment of Maroon Indians, right? These bad, dangerous, unchristianized, heathen, and autonomous groups that are popping up in direct relation to abuses. So these documents are filled with acknowledgments by Spanish authorities that these people are running away because they are dying in droves and they're being worked to death. Right? To me, that sounds very much like marronage. And indeed, that is literally the term that they use. So why am I telling?
You broke it down perfectly. Broke it down perfectly. Shout out to the historian that's coming up out of the Georgia University. So what Christopher Columbus discovers Cuba, 1492. been tripping over there with them people that favored the Canary Islands. Well, 1508, Ocampo sailed around Cuba, proving it is an island. (1511) Diego conquered Cuba, fighting Vitiano and other nations. Then found several towns, including Havana. 2500 Taínos welcomed the Spaniards with a feast, then a slaughter. Got at them. 1513. First record of slavery in Cuba. Landowner get promise to bring 4 African slaves. Promise. Just 4. 1530. You would think that'd be what they said it's supposed to be. What they was getting? What 300? What so-called 11 years later? No, stop that. In the 1520s, they weren't sending no more than 400, not 4, but 40 people probably. They said 1524. We got 1514. Narvaez established Havana after the chief. 1517. Some Africans arrived. Larger group, 300 in the 1520s. The ones that was in the teens was coming from the island. Was coming from South America and Central America. You got 1520, 7 years after the first small group of Africans enslaved was kidnapped into Cuba. Small group, 1520. The first large group, 300 total. 300 to work in the mines. Sidula established the right for a slave to purchase their own freedom. What I tell you, that they was just workers, that they wasn't the people, they wasn't bringing over people before this time, definitely before this time, 1526, 1528. So, matter of fact, they didn't even bring over no West Africans till 1547. All these other people is Spaniards that's black people that's born in Spain. These are Latinos that's working the job and that's gonna be able to get their own. You know what I'm saying? They working a job to come up, get their own spot. They not enslaved, even though they black people. So we got 1533. First documented uprise. What I tell you, 4 slaves. I told you that, 4 slaves. Oh, no. Stop that. 1524. Stop that. I think we read that in the book or something like that about the uprise. But you seen it within this build already. But I'm showing you what's on the timeline. That was on the timeline. And it was in the Jabo mines, fight to death with the Spanish soldiers to reduce the colonists' fears. Their heads were removed and put on display in Benyomo. And Benyomo. Benyomo. Or Beyamo. But you know what's so crazy about that Beyamo? Or Beyamo? Is because of the so-called African slave that had the biggest rebellions with the Maroons down in Colombia and Panama in the 1570s, 1580s, and they ended up shipping them to Spain, and he ended up dying there. His name was Bayano with an N instead of the O, with an N instead of the M. Ain't that interesting? 1538, the French pirates, and with the help of rebel slaves, burned the city of Havana. There are 6 Christian towns in Cuba at the time. San Diego, 80 houses. Havana, 70 between 80 houses. Barranco, which we know that's a black town. Sound like a black town with that co at the end. They got the Porto Principal, and Santa Spirits, and Bayamo, which sounds like a black's residence with 30 to 40 homes each. And then you see this in 1550. The Spanish crown allows wealthy merchant group to import Africans to Cuba. I told you they didn't start getting people that came straight from Africa didn't get there till the 1550s, 1547. All these other people were Spaniards. They ain't turning into the woods and turning wild and turning to no Indians and turning into Maroons and Cimarroons, the bad Indians. No, they not doing that. They working. They trying to get a family. They're going to church. They're playing their part in the society. They playing their part within the society. So there we go. There we go. Once again, them playing by them saying that they have a certain type of black person playing this position, because when they get over here, they already wild, and they turning wild. They don't want to work, and they're going crazy, and they're going into the woods, and they're disturbing, they're burning towns, they're stealing, they're murdering. They're starting their own towns and villages. They're starting to be leaders. These are supposed to be these are supposed to be the people that's coming from a warrior society. These are supposed to be people that's coming from a warrior background, right? But just like we seen within this video, basically all the way up to 1550, 1547, from when they first got to Cuba in 1511, they wasn't bringing over nobody from West Africa. If they were an African, they were born in Spain and they were a citizen. And they was working to get a house and to be able to move like they're seeing like they're seeing other black men that's so-called conquistadors, and they're running things and they're being justified and getting their liberty. They're getting their liberty. But it's crazy, man. Nigga did it again, man. Shit ain't gonna stop. I'm going all through the Americas with it. I'm going all through the Americas with it, right? Excuse me. And then on top of that, they didn't even start making suggestions for real Africans because they know that the other people is Spaniards, because they respected at that time they Ladinos. They not looking at this. Matter of fact, they buy a damn slave. They may put a nigga to work around this motherfucker. Cause they didn't got their game that tight, right? They didn't got their game that tight. But we see that they tried to put salt in the game by saying that the first Africans came in 1513, which we know that that's the same year that Balboa discovered the Maroons in Panama, which the not the Cuban governor sent a fleet down there to that area to go try to get on too. Basically, shit, we finna go get on too. You know what I'm saying? And it's just how the things go, man. You just gotta add that shit up, man. Gotta add it up, man. It's like these boys are trying to tell me with the black people that they were finding, that they keep finding, and that we will keep finding. Oh man, there was black people that was already over here, and they the ones that's running into the mountains. They the ones that's coming to Maroons. Like they already wild. But we're seeing in all the documentations that these are black people that's born in Spain, so they don't really know nothing about Africa. Their first culture is Spain. They're Ladinos. They dress like the Spaniards. All type of shit, right? They saying these is the niggas, the pretty Tony niggas that's coming over here running into the woods and beating up on the Indians and telling them what to do, and them what got them joining. Man, stop it, man. These is black people from the area that already had these people hearts, man. You know what I'm saying? They gonna ride with the big homie regardless. You know what I'm saying? They're riding with the chief and king regardless. What? So we get to what? 1528. They promise. What the king say? All right, we're gonna put some money back for a year to be able to get y'all on. We're gonna put some money back for a year to be able to get y'all on, right? So, you know what happened? What? 4 years later, they saved up what? $7,000, 7,000 pesos to be able to get 700 slaves. And then somebody put a twist in the game or put a whoop in the game and said, hold on, we want to get, hold on, because we can get them at a better price over there in Portugal. We're going to try to go over there to Portugal. And somebody put some salt in the game and they ain't even get no slaves. That was 1834. Then we find out again in what, 1541. We just go back to the book. So in 1534,